Republic was also liquidated, and Crimea simply became another Soviet province. Regional authorities destroyed cemeteries, renamed towns and villages, and removed the former inhabitants from the history books. In their new homes, all of the Muslim deportees, Chechen, Ingush, Balkar, Karachay, and Tartar, were forced to send their children to Russian-language primary schools. All of them were discouraged from using their own languages, from practicing their religions, from remembering their past. Without a doubt, the Chechens, the Tartars, the Volga Germans, the smaller Caucasian nations, and, over a longer period, the Balts and the Poles, were meant to vanish, to be absorbed into the Russian-speaking Soviet world. In the end, these nations did reappear after the death of Stalin, albeit slowly. Although the Chechens were allowed to return home in 1957, the Tartars could not do so until the Gorbachev era. They received their Crimean citizenship, their legal right to residence, only in 1994. Given the climate of the time, the cruelty of the war, and the presence, a few thousand kilometers to the west, of another planned genocide, some have wondered why Stalin did not simply murder the ethnic groups he so despised. My guess is that the destruction of the cultures, but not of the peoples, suited his purposes better. The operation rid the USSR of what he thought of as enemy social structures, bourgeois religious and national institutions that might resist him, educated people who might oppose him. At the same time, it also preserved more units of labor for future use. But the story of the foreigners in the camps does not end with the Chechens and the Poles. There were other ways for outsiders to end up in the Soviet camp system, and by far the largest numbers entered as prisoners of war. Technically, the Red Army set up the first Soviet POW camps in 1939, following the occupation of eastern Poland. The first wartime decree on prisoner-of-war camps was issued on September 19th of that year, 2 days after Soviet tanks rolled across the border. By the end of September, the Red Army held 230,000 Polish soldiers and officers in captivity. Many were released, particularly younger soldiers of lower rank, although some, those considered potential partisans, eventually made their way either into the Gulag or into one of the 100 or so POW camps deeper in the USSR. Following the German invasion, these camps were evacuated, along with other prisons, to camps in the east. Infamously, not all of the Polish POWs even made it to these eastern camps. In April 1940, the NKVD secretly murdered more than 20,000 of the captured Polish officers, shooting each one in the back of the head, following Stalin's direct orders. Stalin murdered the officers for the same reason he had ordered the arrests of Polish priests and schoolteachers. His intention was to eliminate the Polish elite, and then he covered it up. Despite enormous efforts, the Polish government in exile was unable to discover what had become of the officers until the Germans found them. In the spring of 1943, the German occupying regime uncovered 4,000 of the bodies in Katyn forest. Although the Soviet Union denied responsibility for the Katyn massacre, as it later came to be known, and although the Allies sided with this interpretation, even citing the Katyn massacre as a German crime in the indictment at the Nuremberg Tribunal, the Poles knew from their own sources that the NKVD was responsible. The affair would undermine the Polish-Soviet alliance not only during the war, but also for the subsequent 50 years. Russian President Boris Yeltsin admitted Soviet responsibility for the massacre only in 1991. Although Polish war prisoners continued to turn up in forced labor battalions and in Gulag camps throughout the war, the first labor camps built on a truly massive scale were not constructed for the Poles. As the Soviet Union's war fortunes began to turn, the Red Army quite suddenly and seemingly unexpectedly began to capture large numbers of German and Axis prisoners. The authorities were utterly, tragically unprepared. In the wake of the German surrender following the Battle of Stalingrad, often remembered as the turning point of the war, the Red Army captured 91,000 enemy soldiers, for whom no facilities and no rations were provided whatsoever. After 3 or 4 days, the food that did arrive was hardly sufficient. A loaf of bread between 10 men, plus some soup made from water with a few millet seeds and salted fish. Conditions in the first few weeks of captivity were hardly much better, and not just for the survivors of Stalingrad. As the Red Army advanced to the west, captured soldiers were routinely herded into open fields and left there with minimal food and no medicine, when they were not shot outright. Lacking shelter, prisoners slept in one another's arms, huddled in the snow, and awoke to find themselves clutching corpses. In the first few months of 1943, death rates among captured POWs hovered near to 60%, and about 570,000 are officially listed as having died in captivity of hunger, disease, and untreated wounds. The real totals may be even higher, as many prisoners must have died before anyone even managed to count them. Similar death rates prevailed among Soviet soldiers in German captivity. The Nazi-Soviet war was truly a fight to the death. From March 1944, however, the NKVD undertook to improve the situation and set up a new department of forced labor camps, specially designed for the POWs. Although they were under the jurisdiction of the secret police, these new camps were not technically part of the Gulag, but rather belonged first to the NKVD's Administration of War Prisoners, UPV, and, after 1945, to its main Administration of War Prisoners and Internees, GUPVI, GUPV. The new bureaucracy did not necessarily bring better treatment. Japanese authorities, for example, reckon that the winter of 1945 to 46, after the war had ended, was the hardest for Japanese prisoners, 1 in 10 of whom died in Soviet captivity. Although they were hardly in a position to pass on useful military information, harsh restrictions on their letters to relatives remained firmly in place. Prisoners of war were allowed to write home only after 1946, and then using special forms marked Letter of a POW. Special censor offices, staffed by censors with foreign language training, were set up to read their mail. Nor did overcrowding cease. Throughout the last year of the war, and even afterward, the numbers of people in these new camps continued to grow, reaching staggering levels. According to official statistics, the Soviet Union took 2,388,000 German prisoners of war between 1941 and 1945. Another 1,097,000 other European soldiers fighting for the Axis also fell into the Soviet hands, mostly Italians, Hungarians, Romanians, and Austrians, as well as some French, Dutch, and Belgians. And about 600,000 Japanese, a stunning number, considering that the Soviet Union was at war with Japan relatively briefly. By the time of the armistice, the total number of captured soldiers had surpassed 4 million. This figure, large as it is, does not include all the foreigners swept into Soviet camps during the Red Army's march across Europe. The NKVD, trailing in the Army's wake, were also looking for other types of prisoners, anyone accused of war crimes, anyone thought to be a spy, even for an Allied government, anyone thought to be anti-Soviet for any reason, anyone to whom any secret police took a personal dislike. Their scope ranged particularly wide in those Central European countries where they intended to remain after the war's end. In Budapest, for example, they quickly picked up some 75,000 Hungarian civilians, sending them first to temporary camps in Hungary and then to the Gulag, along with the hundreds of thousands of Hungarian war prisoners who were already there. Just about anyone could be arrested. Among the Hungarians picked up in Budapest, for example, was Georg Bien, age 16. He was arrested along with his father because they owned a radio. At the end of the social spectrum, NKVD officers also arrested Raoul Wallenberg, a Swedish diplomat who had single-handedly saved thousands of Hungarian Jews from deportation to Nazi concentration camps. In the course of his negotiations, Wallenberg had had many dealings with both fascist authorities and Western leaders. He also came from a prominent and wealthy Swedish family. For the NKVD, those were sufficient reasons for suspicion. They arrested him in Budapest in January 1945, along with his chauffeur. Both men disappeared into Soviet prisons. Wallenberg was registered there as a prisoner of war and were never heard from again. Throughout the 1990s, the Swedish government searched for clues as to Wallenberg's ultimate fate, to no avail. It is now widely assumed that he died under interrogation or was executed soon after his arrest. In Poland, the NKVD set its sights on the remaining leaders of the Polish Home Army. This partisan army had, up until 1944, actually fought alongside Soviet troops against the Germans. As soon as the Red Army crossed the old Polish border, however, NKVD troops captured and disarmed Home Army partisan units and arrested Home Army leaders. Some hid in Poland's forests and continued fighting until the mid-1940s. Others were executed. The rest were deported. Thus did tens of thousands of Polish citizens, both partisans and suspect civilians, wind up in the Gulag and the exile villages after the war. But no occupied country was exempt. The Baltic states and Ukraine were, as I've said, subjected to vast post-war repressions, as were Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, and most of all, Germany and Austria. The NKVD hauled everyone who was discovered in Hitler's bunker at the time of the Red Army's advance on Berlin back to Moscow for interrogation. They picked up several of Hitler's distant relations in Austria, too. Among them were a cousin, Maria Kuppensteiner, to whom Hitler had once sent some money, as well as her husband, her brothers, and one of the brothers' sons. None, not even Maria, had laid eyes on Hitler since 1906. They were all to die in the USSR. In Dresden, the NKVD also picked up an American citizen, John Noble, who had been stranded in Nazi Germany and kept under house arrest during the war, along with his German-born father, a naturalized American. Noble finally returned to the United States more than 9 years later, having spent much of the interim in Vorkuta, where his fellow prisoners nicknamed him Amerikanets. The vast majority of those swept up in the melee eventually found their way into camps, either in the POW labor camps or the Gulag itself. The distinction between the two types of camps was never clear. Although they technically belonged to different bureaucracies, the administration of the prisoner of war camps soon came to approximate that of the forced labor camps, so much so that in tracing the history of the POW camps and the history of the Gulag, it becomes difficult to keep the two separate. Sometimes, Gulag camps set up special logpunkts just for POWs, and the two types of prisoner worked side by side. For no clearly discernible reason, the NKVD also sometimes sent POWs directly into the Gulag system. By the end of the war, the food rations of war prisoners and criminal prisoners were nearly the same, as were the barracks they inhabited and the work they did. Like Zieks, POWs worked in construction, in mines, in manufacturing, in road and railway building. Like Zieks, some of the better-educated POWs found their way into the Sharashki, where they designed new military aircraft for the Red Army. To this day, residents of certain districts of Moscow speak with pride of the apartment blocks they inhabit, supposedly finished to a higher standard by meticulous German prisoners of war. Also like Zieks, the war prisoners eventually became the recipients of a Soviet-style political education. In 1943, the NKVD began organizing anti-fascist schools and courses in the POW camps. The courses were intended to persuade the participants to conduct the battle for the democratic reconstruction of their countries and uproot the remains of fascism on returning home to Germany, Romania, or Hungary. And, of course, to prepare the way for Soviet domination. Many former German POWs did indeed wind up working in the new police force of Communist East Germany. But even for those who demonstrated their new loyalty, the return home would not come quickly. Although the USSR repatriated a group of 225,000 prisoners, mostly sick or injured privates, as early as June 1945, and although others continued steadily to return home after that, complete repatriation of the Soviet Union's POWs took more than a decade. 20,000 remained in the USSR in 1953 when Stalin died. Stalin, still convinced of the efficacy of state slavery, looked upon the prisoners' labor as a form of reparation and considered their long captivity to be wholly justified. Throughout the 1940s and 1950s, and indeed after, as the Wallenberg case illustrates, Soviet authorities continued to cloak the issue of captive foreigners in confusion, propaganda, and counter-propaganda, releasing people when it suited them, denying all knowledge of their existence when it did not. In October 1945, for example, Beria wrote to Stalin asking him to authorize the release of Hungarian war prisoners in the run-up to Hungarian elections. The Americans and British had released their war prisoners, he added, implying that the Soviet Union looked bad for not having done so. The fog persisted for decades. In the first few years following the war, envoys from all over the world kept pressing Moscow with lists of their citizens who had disappeared during the Red Army's occupation of Europe, or had, for one reason or another, fallen into POW or Gulag camps. Answers were not always easy to come by, since the NKVD itself did not necessarily know of these prisoners' whereabouts. Eventually, the Soviet authorities set up special commissions to find out how many foreigners were still in captivity in the USSR, and to examine the case for releasing them. Complex cases could take years to resolve. Jacques Rossi, a French communist born in Lyon, sent to the camps after a few years of teaching in Moscow, was still trying to get home in 1958. At first refused an exit visa to France, he tried to get one to Poland, where he told the authorities his brother and sister lived. That, too, was refused. On the other hand, the authorities did also sometimes abruptly lift all of their objections and unexpectedly allowed foreigners to go home. At one point in 1947, at the height of the post-war famine, the NKVD unexpectedly released several 100,000 war prisoners. There was no political explanation. The Soviet leadership reckoned, simply, that it did not have enough food to keep them all alive. Repatriation did not flow in only one direction. If large numbers of West Europeans found themselves in Russia at the end of the war, equally large numbers of Russians found themselves in Western Europe. In the spring of 1945, more than 5.5 million Soviet citizens were outside the borders of the Soviet Union. Some of them were soldiers, captured and imprisoned in Nazi POW camps. Others had been drafted into slave labor camps in Germany and Austria. A few had collaborated during the German occupation of their country and had retreated with the German army. Up to 150,000 were Vlasovites. Soviet soldiers who had fought, or more often had been forced to fight, against the Red Army under the command of General Andrei Vlasov, a captured Russian officer who had turned against Stalin and fought with Hitler, or another pro-Hitler anti-Stalin Wehrmacht brigades. Some, strange though it sounds, were not Soviet citizens at all. Scattered throughout Europe, most notably in Yugoslavia, there were also anti-communist émigrés, white Russians, that is, who had lost their fight against the Bolsheviks and settled in the West. Stalin wanted them back, too. No one was to be allowed to escape Bolshevik retribution. In the end, he got them. Among the many controversial decisions they made at the Yalta Conference in February 1945, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin agreed that all Soviet citizens, whatever their individual history, must be returned to the Soviet Union. Although the protocols signed at Yalta did not explicitly command the Allies to return Soviet citizens against their will, that, in effect, is what happened. Some wanted to return home. Leonid Sitko, a Red Army soldier who had spent time in a Nazi prison camp and was later to spend more time in a Soviet camp, remembered making the choice to go home. Later, he put his feelings about his decision into verse. There were 4 roads, there were 4 countries. In 3 of them were peace and comfort. In the 4th I knew they destroy poets, liars, and me most likely they will kill. And what happened to the 3 countries, I said? To hell with you, and I choose my fatherland. Others, frightened by what might await them, were nevertheless convinced to return by the NKVD officers who traveled to the POW and displaced persons camps scattered all over Europe. The officers trawled the camps, looking for Russians, offering them smiling visions of a bright future. All would be forgiven, they claimed. You are now considered by us as true Soviet citizens, regardless of the fact that you were forced to join the German army. Some, particularly those who had fallen on the wrong side of Soviet justice before, naturally did not want to go back at all. There is enough room in the motherland for everyone, the Soviet military attaché in Britain told a group of Soviet soldiers living in Yorkshire POW camps. We know what sort of room there will be for us, one prisoner replied. Allied officers were nevertheless under orders to send them. And so they did. In Fort Dix, New Jersey, 145 Soviet prisoners captured wearing German uniforms barricaded themselves inside their barracks to avoid being sent home. When American soldiers threw tear gas into the building, those who had not already committed suicide rushed out with kitchen knives and clubs, injuring some of the Americans. Afterward, they said they had wanted to incite the Americans to shoot them. Worse were the incidents that involved women and children. In May 1945, British troops, under what they were told were direct orders from Churchill, undertook to repatriate more than 20,000 Cossacks then living in Austria. These were former anti-Bolshevik partisans, some of whom had joined Hitler as a way of fighting Stalin, many of whom had left the USSR after the revolution, and most of whom no longer held Soviet passports. After many days of promising them good treatment, the British tricked them. They invited the Cossack officers to a conference, handed them over to Soviet troops, and rounded up their families the following day. In one particularly ugly incident at a camp near Lienz, Austria, British soldiers used bayonets and rifle butts to force thousands of women and children onto trains which would take them to the USSR. Rather than go back, women threw their babies over bridges and then jumped themselves. One man killed his wife and his children, laid their bodies neatly on the grass, and then killed himself. The Cossacks knew, of course, what would await them upon their return to the Soviet Union, firing squads or the Gulag. Even those who returned home of their own accord could fall under suspicion, whether they had left the Soviet Union voluntarily or by force, whether they had collaborated or been captured, whether they had returned willingly or been forced onto cattle cars. All were asked at the border to fill out a form which asked whether they had collaborated. Those who confessed, and some did, and those who seemed suspicious, including many Soviet POWs, despite the torments they had suffered in German camps, were kept for further questioning in filtration camps. These camps, set up early in the war, looked and felt similar to Gulag camps. Ringed by barbed wire, those inside were forced laborers in all but name. In fact, the NKVD deliberately set up many of the filtration camps near industrial centers, so that the suspects could contribute free labor to the Soviet Union while the authorities investigated their cases. Between December 27, 1941, and October 1, 1944, the NKVD investigated 421,199 detainees in filtration camps. In May 1945, more than 160,000 detainees were still living in them, engaged in forced labor. More than half were digging coal. In January 1946, the NKVD abolished the camps and repatriated another 228,000 to the USSR for further investigation. Many, it is assumed, wound up in the Gulag. Even among the POWs, however, there were special cases, perhaps because the NKVD was handing out sentences to Soviet slave laborers and POWs, people who had in fact committed no crime whatsoever. The authorities invented a new kind of sentence for actual war criminals, people who had allegedly committed real crimes. As early as April 1943, the Supreme Soviet declared that the Red Army, in the course of liberating Soviet territory, had uncovered acts of unheard beastliness and horrific violence carried out by German, Italian, Romanian, Hungarian, and Finnish fascist monsters, Hitlerite agents, as well as by spies and traitors among Soviet citizens. In response, the NKVD declared that sentenced war criminals would receive 15, 20, or even 25-year sentences to be spent in specially designed lagpunkts. The lagpunkts were duly built in Norilsk, Vorkuta, and Kolyma, the three harshest northern camps. With a curious linguistic flourish and an ironic sense of history that may well reflect the involvement of Stalin himself, the NKVD named these lagpunkts using a term taken from the penal history of Tsarist Russia, katurga. The choice of this word would not have been accidental. Its resurrection, which echoed the resurrection of Tsarist terminology in other spheres of Soviet life, military schools for officers' children, for example, must have been intended to distinguish a new sort of punishment for a new sort of unreformable, dangerous prisoner. Unlike the ordinary criminals condemned to ordinary punishment in the corrective labor camps of the Gulag, katurga prisoners could never hope to be reformed or redeemed, even in theory. The revival of the word certainly seems to have caused some consternation. The Bolsheviks had fought against Kartuga, but now they were reinstating it like the pigs in George Orwell's Animal Farm, who forbade animals to drink alcohol and then began drinking whiskey themselves. Katurga was also reinvented just as the world was beginning to discover the truth about the Nazi concentration camps. The use of the word eerily suggested that Soviet camps resembled capitalist camps a bit more than the Soviet authorities let on. Perhaps this is why General Nasyedkin, the Gulag's wartime boss, commissioned at this time a history of Tsarist Kartuga and passed it on to Beria, at his request. Among other explanatory notes, the history painstakingly attempts to explain the difference between Bolshevik Kartuga, Tsarist Kartuga, and other forms of punishment in the West. In the conditions of the Soviet socialist state, katurga, exile with forced labor, as a punishment method is based on a different principle than it was in the past. In Tsarist Russia and in bourgeois countries, this harsh criminal punishment was inflicted upon the most progressive elements in the society. In our conditions, katurga allows us to cut down on the high number of death sentences and focuses on especially dangerous enemies. Reading the instructions issued to describe the new regime, one wonders whether some of those assigned to katurga might not have preferred the death sentence after all. Katurga convicts were separated from other prisoners by high fences. They received distinct striped uniforms, with numbers sewn onto the back. They were locked into their barracks at night, and the windows of the barracks were barred. They worked longer hours than ordinary prisoners, had fewer rest days, and were forbidden from carrying out any sort of work other than hard labor, at least for the first 2 years of imprisonment. They were carefully guarded. Each group of 10 prisoners was assigned 2 convoy guards, and each camp was told to deploy a minimum of 5 dogs. Katurga prisoners could not even be moved from one camp to another without the specific agreement of the Gulag administration in Moscow. Katurga prisoners also seem to have become the mainstay of a brand-new Soviet industry. In 1944, the NKVD claimed, in a list of its economic achievements, to have produced 100% of the Soviet Union's uranium. It is not difficult, writes the historian Galina Ivanova, to deduce who it was that mined and processed the radioactive ore. Prisoners and soldiers would also build the first Soviet nuclear reactor in Chelyabinsk after the war. At that time, the whole building site was a camp of sorts, remembered one worker. On the site, special Finnish cottages would be built for the German specialists who were also drafted to work on the project. Without a doubt, the Kartuga prisoners included many genuine Nazi collaborators and war criminals, including those responsible for the murder of hundreds of thousands of Soviet Jews. With such people in mind, Simeon Vilensky, a Kolyma survivor, once warned me not to be too convinced of the innocence of everyone who was in the Gulag. These were people who would have been in prison, should have been in prison, under any regime. As a rule, other prisoners shunned convicted war criminals, and were even known to attack and beat them. Nevertheless, of the 60,000 prisoners condemned to Kartuga by 1947, quite a few had been sentenced on more ambiguous grounds. Among them, for example, were thousands of Polish, Baltic, and Ukrainian anti-Soviet partisans, many of whom had fought against the Nazis before turning around to fight against the Red Army. By doing so, all of them believed they were fighting for their own national liberation. According to a document on underage Kartuga prisoners sent to Beria in 1945, these partisans included Andrei Levchuk, accused of joining the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN, one of the two main anti-Soviet partisan groupings in Ukraine. While in their service, he allegedly took part in the murder of innocent citizens and the disarming of Red Army soldiers and the appropriation of their possessions. At the time of his arrest in 1945, Levchuk was 15 years old. Yaroslava Krutikalova was another such war criminal. Also a member of the OUN partisan group, she served as a nurse. She had been arrested at the age of 16. The NKVD also picked up a woman of German origin who had worked as a German translator for Soviet partisans. Hearing that she had been arrested for aiding and abetting the enemy, the leader of her partisan brigade made a special journey away from the front lines to testify on her behalf. Thanks to him, she received a 10-year Kartuga instead of 25. Finally, the ranks of Kartuga prisoners included Alexander Klein, a Red Army officer who was captured by the Germans, yet managed to escape and make his way back to a Soviet division. Upon his return, he was interrogated, as he later recounted. Suddenly the major raised himself sharply and asked, "Can you prove that you are Jewish?" I smiled, embarrassed, and said that I could, by taking off my trousers. The major looked at Sorokin, and then again turned to me. "And you are saying that the Germans didn't know that you are a Jew?" "If they had known, believe me, I wouldn't be standing here." "Ach, you Yid mug!" exclaimed the dandy, and kicked me in the lower stomach so hard that I suddenly gasped hard for breath and fell. "What are these lies? Tell us, you motherfucker. With what mission were you sent here? Who were you involved with? When did you sell yourself? For how much? How much did you give yourself for, you creature for sale? What is your code name?" As a result of this interrogation, Klein was first sentenced to death. He was then reprieved and given a 20-year Kartuga. "There were all kinds of people in the camps, especially after the war," wrote Hava Volovich later. "But we were all tormented just the same, the good, the bad, the guilty, and the innocent." If during the war years millions of foreigners entered the Gulag against their will, at least one foreigner arrived voluntarily. The war may have provoked new paroxysms of anti-foreigner paranoia among the Soviet leadership, but it was also thanks to the war that a senior American politician visited the Gulag, for the first and only time. Henry Wallace, Vice President of the United States, made a trip to Kolyma in May 1944, and never even knew that he was visiting a prison. Wallace's visit took place at the height of Soviet-American wartime friendship, the warmest moment of the alliance, when the American press was wont to describe Stalin as Uncle Joe. Perhaps for that reason, Wallace was inclined to look kindly upon the Soviet Union even before he arrived. In Kolyma, he saw all of his prejudices confirmed. As soon as he arrived, he saw the many parallels between Russia and the United States. Both were great new countries, carrying none of the aristocratic baggage of the European past. He believed, as he told his hosts, that Soviet Asia was in fact the Wild West of Russia. He thought that there were no other two countries more alike than the Soviet Union and the United States. The vast expanses of your country, her virgin forests, wide rivers and large lakes, all kinds of climate, from tropical to polar, her inexhaustible wealth, remind me of my homeland. If the landscape pleased him, so too did what he took to be the nation's industrial strength. Nikishov, the notoriously corrupt, high-living Dalstroy boss, escorted Wallace around Magadan, the main city of Kolyma. Wallace in turn imagined Nikishov, a senior NKVD officer, to be the rough equivalent of an American capitalist. He runs everything around here. With Dalstroy's resources at his command, he's a millionaire. Wallace enjoyed the company of his new friend, Ivan, and watched as he gamboled about in the taiga, enjoying the wonderful air immensely. He also listened closely to Ivan's account of Dalstroy's origins. We had to dig hard to get this place going. 12 years ago, the first settlers arrived and put up 8 prefabricated houses. Today, Magadan has 40,000 inhabitants, and all are well housed. Nikishov failed to mention, of course, that the first settlers were prisoners, and that most of the 40,000 inhabitants were exiles, forbidden to leave. Wallace was equally ignorant of the status of the contemporary workers, nearly all prisoners, and went on to write approvingly of the Kolyma gold miners. They were, he recalled, big, husky young men, free workers who were far harder working than the political prisoners whom he supposed had inhabited the far north in Tsarist times. The people of Siberia are a hardy, vigorous race, but not because they are whipped into submission. This, of course, is precisely what the Dalstroy bosses wanted Wallace to think. According to the report which Nikishov himself later wrote for Beria, Wallace did ask to see a prison camp, but was kept away. Nikishov also assured his bosses that the only workers Wallace encountered were free workers rather than prisoners. Many of them may have even been members of the Komsomol, the Communist Youth League, who had been handed miners' clothing and rubber boots only minutes before Wallace's arrival, and would know what to say if asked questions. I spoke with some of them, Wallace noted later. They were keen on winning the war. Later, Wallace did encounter real prisoners, although he did not know it. These were the singers and musicians, many of them arrested opera performers from Moscow and Leningrad, who performed for him in the Magadan Theater. Told they were members of a non-professional Red Army choir stationed in the city, he marveled that amateurs could achieve such artistic heights. In fact, each one had been warned that one word or sign that we were prisoners would be considered an act of treason. Wallace also saw some prisoner handiwork, although again he did not know that either. Nikishov took him to an exhibition of embroidery and told him the works on display had been made by a group of local women who gathered regularly during the severe winter to study needlework. Prisoners, of course, had done the work, in preparation for Wallace's visit. When Wallace stopped before one of the works, in clear admiration, Nikishov took it off the wall and handed it to him. Much to his pleasurable surprise, Nikishov's wife, the much-feared Gridazova, modestly let it be known that she herself was the artist. Later, a prisoner, Vera Ustiava, learned that her picture was one of two which had been given to the vice president as a memento of his trip. Our boss received a letter from the wife of the vice president, thanking her for the present and saying that the pictures hung in her hall. She wrote later. In his memoirs, Wallace also described the gifts. These two wall paintings now convey to my visitors at my home in Washington rich impressions of the beauty of Russia's rural landscape. Wallace's visit coincided, approximately, with the arrival of the American gifts in Kolyma. The American Lend-Lease program, which was meant to send weapons and military equipment to assist U.S. allies in their defense against Germany, brought American tractors, trucks, steam shovels, and tools to Kolyma, which was not quite the American government's intention. It also brought a breath of air from the outside world. Machine parts arrived wrapped in old newspapers, and from them Thomas Scovio learned of the existence of the war in the Pacific. Until then, he, like most prisoners, had thought that the Soviet Army was doing all of the fighting, with America providing nothing but supplies. Wallace himself had noticed that Kolyma miners, or the Kolyma Komsomol members pretending to be miners, were wearing American boots, also the fruits of Lend-Lease. When he asked about this, Lend-Lease gifts were not meant to be used in the operation of gold mines. His hosts claimed to have purchased the boots with cash. The vast majority of the clothing sent by the United States wound up on the backs of the camp administration and their wives, although some of the clothing did end up being used by camp theatrical productions, and some of the canned pork did make its way to the prisoners. They ate it with relish. Many had never seen canned meat before. Better still, they used the empty cans to make drinking cups, oil lamps, pots, pans, stovepipes, and even buttons, hardly imagining the surprise such ingenuity would have occasioned in the country where the cans had originated. Before Wallace left, Nikishov gave an elaborate banquet in his honor. Extravagant dishes, their ingredients carved out of prisoners' rations, were served. Toasts were made to Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin. Wallace himself made a speech, which included the following memorable words. Both the Russians and the Americans, in their different ways, are groping for a way of life that will enable the common man everywhere in the world to get the most good out of modern technology. There is nothing irreconcilable in our aims and purposes. Those who so proclaim are wittingly or unwittingly looking for war, and that, in my opinion, is criminal. Chapter 21. Amnesty and Afterward. Today I bid farewell to the camp with a cheerful smile, to the wives that for a year kept freedom away. Will nothing be left of me here? Will nothing restrain my hurried steps today? Oh, no. Behind the wire I leave a Golgotha of pain, still trying to pull me to the outer ends of misery. Behind I leave graves of anguish and the remains of yearning and secretly shed tears, the beads of our rosary. All that now seems to have floated away, like a leaf blown off a tree. At long last we have broken our ties of bondage, and my heart is no longer filled with hate, for today rainbows break through the clouds in my eyes. Janusz Vedov. Goodbye to the camp. Many of the metaphors that have been used to describe the Soviet repressive system, the meat grinder, the conveyor belt, make it sound relentless, inexorable, uncompromising. Yet at the same time, the system was not static. It kept turning, churning, producing new surprises. If it is true that the years from 1941 to 1943 brought death, illness, and tragedy to millions of Soviet prisoners, it is equally true that for millions of others the war brought freedom. Amnesties for healthy men of fighting age began only days after the war broke out. As early as July 12, 1941, The Supreme Soviet ordered the Gulag to free certain categories of prisoners directly into the Red Army. Those sentenced for missing work, for ordinary and insignificant administrative and economic crimes. The order was repeated several more times. In all, the NKVD released 975,000 prisoners during the first 3 years of the war, along with several 100,000 ex-Kulak special exiles. More amnesties continued up to and during the final assault on Berlin. On February 21, 1945, 3 months before the end of the war, more orders were issued to release prisoners. The Gulag was told to have them ready for induction into the army by March 15th. The size of these amnesties had an enormous impact on the demography of the camps during the war, and consequently on the lives of those who remained behind. New prisoners poured into the camps, mass amnesties freed others, and millions died, making statistics for the war years extremely deceptive. Figures for the year 1943 show an apparent decline in the prisoner population, from 1.5 million to 1.2 million. In that year, however, another figure indicates that 2,421,000 prisoners passed through the Gulag, some newly arrested, some newly released, some transferred between camps, and many dead. Still, despite the hundreds of thousands of new prisoners arriving every month, the total number of Gulag inmates most definitely declined between June 1941 and July 1944. Several forestry camps, hurriedly set up to accommodate the glut of new prisoners in 1938, were just as rapidly eliminated. Remaining prisoners worked longer and longer workdays, yet even so, labor shortages were endemic. In Kolyma, during the war years, even free citizens were expected to help pan for gold in their free hours after work. Not that all prisoners were allowed to go. The amnesty orders explicitly excluded both criminal recidivists, meaning the professional criminals, as well as the political prisoners. Exceptions were made for a very few. Recognizing perhaps the damage done to the Red Army by the arrests of leading officers in the late 1930s, a few officers with political sentences had been quietly released after the Soviet invasion of Poland. Among them was General Alexander Gorbatov, who was recalled to Moscow from a distant Lagpunkt of Kolyma in the winter of 1940. Upon seeing Gorbatov, the interrogator assigned to reinvestigate his case looked again at a photograph taken before his arrest and immediately began asking questions. He was trying to establish whether the skeleton in front of him could really be one of the Army's most talented young officers. My quilt trousers were patched, my legs were wrapped in cloths, and I wore miner's ankle boots. I also had a padded jerkin which was smooth and shiny with dirt. I wore a tattered, filthy cap with ear flaps. Gorbatov was ultimately released in March 1941, just before the German offensive. In the spring of 1945, as noted, he led one of the assaults on Berlin. For ordinary soldiers, amnesty did not guarantee survival. Many speculate, although the archives have not yet confirmed this, that the prisoners released from the Gulag into the Red Army were assigned to penal battalions and sent directly to the most dangerous sections of the front. The Red Army was notorious for its willingness to sacrifice men, and it is not hard to imagine that commanders were even more willing to sacrifice former prisoners. One ex-prisoner, the dissident Abraham Schifrin, claimed to have been put into a penal battalion because he was the son of an enemy of the people. According to his account, he and his comrades were sent directly to the front despite a shortage of weapons. 500 men were given 100 rifles. "Your weapons are in the hands of the Nazis," the officers told them. "Go get them." Schifrin survived, although he was wounded twice. Nevertheless, Soviet prisoners who joined the Red Army often distinguished themselves. Perhaps surprisingly, few seem to have objected to fighting for Stalin either. At least from the way he tells it, General Gorbatov never had a moment's hesitation about rejoining the Soviet Army, or about fighting on behalf of a communist party which had arrested him without cause. Upon hearing of the German invasion, his first thought was of how fortunate he was to have been freed. He could use his regained strength for the benefit of the motherland. He also writes with pride of the Soviet arms that his soldiers were able to use, thanks to the industrialization of our country, with no comment about how that industrialization was achieved. True, on a number of occasions he showers scorn upon the Red Army's political officers, the military secret police, for meddling too much with the work of the soldiers, and he was once or twice mistreated by NKVD officers, who murmured darkly that he hadn't learned much in Kolyma. But the sincerity of his patriotism is hard to doubt. This also appears to have been true of many other released prisoners, at least from the evidence contained in NKVD files. In May 1945, the Gulag's boss, Viktor Naziedkin, composed an elaborate, almost gushing report on the patriotism and the fighting spirit shown by former prisoners who had entered the Red Army, quoting extensively from letters they sent back to their former camps. First of all, I inform you that I am in a hospital in Kharkov. Wounded, wrote one. I defended my beloved motherland, disregarding my own life. I too was sentenced for working badly, but our beloved party gave me the chance to pay back my debts to society by achieving victory on the front line. By my own calculations, I killed 53 fascists with my steel bullets. Another wrote to express his thanks. First of all, I write to thank you sincerely for re-educating me. In the past, I was a recidivist, considered dangerous to society, and therefore was placed more than once in a prison, where I learned to work. Now the Red Army has put even more trust in me. It has taught me to be a good commander, and trusted me with fighting comrades. With them, I go bravely into battle. They respect me for the care I take of them, and for correctness with which we fulfill the military tasks we are set. Occasionally, officers wrote back to camp commanders, too. During the storming of Chernigov, Comrade Kolyazhnichenko commanded a company, wrote one captain. The former prisoner matured into a cultured, steadfast, and militant commander. With the exception of 5 ex-Zieks who became heroes of the Soviet Union, receiving the highest military distinction in the Red Army, there do not appear to be separate records of how many other ex-prisoners won medals. But the records of the more than 1,000 Zieks who wrote back to their camps are instructive. 85 had become officers, 34 had been inducted into the Communist Party, and 261 had won medals. While this was probably not a typical sampling of ex-prisoners, there is no reason to think that it was very unusual either. The war produced a surge of patriotism across the Soviet Union, and former prisoners were allowed to take part in it. Perhaps more surprisingly, prisoners still serving out their sentences in camps were sometimes swept up by patriotic feelings as well. Even harsh new rules and cuts in food supplies did not necessarily turn all of the Gulag's Zieks into hardened opponents of the Soviet regime. On the contrary, many later wrote that the worst thing about having been in a concentration camp in June 1941 was being unable to go to the front and fight. The war was raging, their comrades were fighting, and they were far in the rear, burning with patriotism. They instantly snubbed all the German prisoners as fascists, insulted the guards for not being at the front, and constantly exchanged gossip and rumors about the war. As Evgenia Ginzburg remembered, we were ready to forgive and forget now that the whole nation was suffering, ready to write off the injustice done to us. On a few occasions, prisoners in camps close to the front line had the opportunity to put their patriotism into practice. In a report he intended as a contribution to the history of the Great Motherland War, Pokrovsky, a former employee of Soroklag, a camp in the Karelian Republic near the Finnish border, described an incident which took place during the camp's hasty evacuation. The column of tanks was growing closer. The situation was becoming critical, when one of the prisoners jumped up into the cabin of a truck and began driving as fast as possible toward the tank. Slamming into the tank, the prisoner hero was destroyed along with the truck. But the tank also stopped and burst into flames. The road was blocked. The other tanks turned around in the opposite direction. It saved the situation and made possible the evacuation of the rest of the colony. Pokrovsky also described how a group of more than 600 freed prisoners, stranded in the camp by the lack of trains, voluntarily threw themselves into the work of building the defenses of the city of Belomorsk. All of them agreed with one voice and immediately formed themselves into working brigades, delegating brigadiers and foremen. This group of freed prisoners worked on the defenses for more than a week with exceptional zeal, from early morning until late evening, 13 to 14 hours every day. The only thing they demanded in return was that someone conduct political talks with them and give them information about the situation on the front line. I fulfilled this task conscientiously. Camp propaganda encouraged such patriotism and generally gathered pace during the war. As elsewhere in the Soviet Union, there were poster campaigns, war films, and lectures. Prisoners were told, "We would now have to work even harder, since every gram of gold we dug out would be a blow against fascism." Of course, it is impossible to know whether this sort of propaganda worked, just as it is impossible to know whether any propaganda ever works. But the Gulag administration did perhaps take this message more seriously when the Gulag's production capacity suddenly became vital to the Soviet war effort. In his pamphlet on re-education, Return to Life, the Kavacha officer Loganov wrote that the slogan, "All for the front, all for victory," found a warm echo in the hearts of those working behind the front lines in the camps of the Gulag. The prisoners, temporarily isolated from society, doubled and tripled the pace of their work, selflessly working in factories, building sites, woodlands, and fields. They threw all of their highly productive work into speeding up the defeat of the enemy at the front. Without a doubt, the Gulag did make an industrial contribution to the war effort. In the first 18 months of the war, 35 Gulag colonies were converted to the production of ammunition. Many of the timber camps were put to work producing ammunition cases. At least 20 camps made Red Army uniforms, while others made field telephones, more than 1.7 million gas masks, and 24,000 mortar stands. Over 1 million inmates were put to work on the construction of railways, roads, and airfields. Whenever there was a sudden urgent need for construction workers, when a pipeline gave way or a new rail route had to be constructed, the Gulag was usually called in to do it. As in the past, Dalstroy produced virtually all of the Soviet Union's gold. But as in peacetime, this data, and the efficiency it appears to suggest, is deceptive. From the first days of the war, the Gulag organized its industries in order to meet the needs of those fighting at the front, wrote Nasyedkin. Might those needs not have been better met by free workers? Elsewhere he records that production of certain types of ammunition quadrupled. How much more ammunition might have been made if patriotic prisoners had been allowed to work in ordinary factories? Thousands of soldiers who might have been at the front were kept behind the lines, guarding the imprisoned workforce. Thousands of NKVD men were deployed arresting and then releasing the Poles. They too might have been better used. Thus did the Gulag contribute to the war effort, and probably help to undermine it as well. Alongside General Gorbatov and a few other military men, there was another much larger exception to the general rule against political amnesties. Despite what the NKVD had told them, the exile of the Poles to the outer edges of the USSR was not, in the end, destined to be permanent. On July 30th, 1941, a month after the launch of Barbarossa, General Sikorsky, the leader of the Polish government in exile in London, and Ambassador Moyski, the Soviet envoy to Great Britain, signed a truce. The Sikorsky-Moyski Pact, as the treaty was called, re-established a Polish state, its borders still to be determined, and granted an amnesty to all Polish citizens who are at present deprived of their freedom on the territory of the USSR. Both Gulag prisoners and deported exiles were officially freed, and allowed to join a new division of the Polish army, to be formed on Soviet soil. In Moscow, General Władysław Anders, a Polish officer who had been imprisoned in Lubyanka for the previous 20 months, learned that he had been named commander of the new army during a surprise meeting with Beria himself. After the meeting, General Anders left the prison in a chauffeured NKVD car, wearing a shirt and trousers, but no shoes. On the Polish side, many objected to the Soviet Union's use of the word amnesty to describe the freeing of innocent people, but this was not the time to quibble. Relations between the two new allies were shaky. The Soviet authorities refused to take any moral responsibility for the soldiers of the new army, all in a terrible state of health, and would not give General Anders any food or supplies. "You are Poles. Let Poland feed you," the army's officers were told. Some camp commanders even refused to let their Polish prisoners out at all. Gustav Herlink, still imprisoned in November 1941, realized that he would not survive until spring if he were not released, and had to conduct a hunger strike before he was finally let go. The Soviet authorities complicated matters further by stating, a few months into the amnesty, that its terms applied not to all former Polish citizens, but only to ethnic Poles. Ethnic Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Jews were to remain in the USSR. Terrible tensions erupted as a result. Many of the minorities tried to pass themselves off as Poles, only to be unmasked by genuine Poles, who feared rearrest themselves if the identity of their false comrades was revealed. Later, the passengers on one Polish evacuation train, bound for Iran, tried to evict a group of Jews. They feared the train would not be allowed out of the USSR with non-Polish passengers. Other Polish prisoners were released from camps or exile settlements, but not given any money or told where to go. One ex-prisoner recalled that the Soviet authorities in Omsk didn't want to help us, explaining that they knew nothing about any Polish army, and instead proposed that we find work near Omsk. An NKVD officer gave Herlink a list of places where he could get a residence permit, but denied all knowledge of a Polish army. Following rumors, the released Polish prisoners hitchhiked and rode trains around the Soviet Union, looking for the Polish army. Stefan Weidenfeld's family, exiled to northern Russia, was not told of the existence of the Polish army at all, nor offered any means of transport whatsoever. They were simply told they could go. In order to get away from their remote exile village, they built a raft and floated down their local river towards civilization, a town which had a railway station. Months later, they were finally rescued from their wanderings when, in a cafe in the town of Chimkent, southern Kazakhstan, Stefan recognized a classmate from his school in Poland. She told them finally where to find the Polish army. Nevertheless, the ex-Zieks and their deported wives and children did slowly make their way to Kuibyshev, the Polish army's base camp, and to the army's other outposts around the country. Upon arrival, many were overwhelmed by the experience of finding Poland again. As Kazimierz Zawrot wrote, "All around us in every direction, Polish speech, familiar Polish faces. I myself met several old acquaintances, and there were scenes of jubilation and exultation as men and women greeted each other with hugs and kisses." On the day of General Anders's arrival, another ex-Ziek, Janusz Vedov, composed a poem entitled "A Welcome to the Leader." "Ah, my heart! Again you beat so strongly, so happily. I had thought you had grown hard, died inside me." Within a few months, however, the optimism had diminished. The army lacked food, medicine, equipment, everything. Its soldiers were mostly sick, tired, half-starved men who needed professional help and medical care. One officer recalled the horror he felt when he realized that a vast tide of human beings who had left the places to which they had been exiled or deported were now flowing down into the starving districts of Uzbekistan to surge round an army organization which was itself undernourished and decimated by disease. In addition, relations with the Soviet authorities remained poor. Employees of the Polish embassy, deployed around the country, were still subject to unexplained arrest. Fearing the situation might worsen, General Anders changed his plan in March 1942. Instead of marching his army west toward the front line, he won permission to evacuate his troops out of the Soviet Union altogether. It was a vast operation. 74,000 Polish troops and another 41,000 civilians, including many children, were put on trains and sent to Iran. In his haste to leave, General Anders left thousands more Poles behind, along with their Jewish, Ukrainian, and Belarusian former fellow citizens. Some eventually joined the Kosciuszka Division, a Polish division of the Red Army. Others had to wait for the war to end to be repatriated. Still others never left at all. To this day, some of their descendants still live in ethnic Polish communities in Kazakhstan and northern Russia. Those who left kept fighting. After recovering in Iran, Anders's army did manage to join the Allied forces in Europe, traveling via Palestine and in some cases via South Africa. They later fought for the liberation of Italy at the Battle of Monte Cassino. While the war continued, the Polish civilians were parceled out to various parts of the British Empire. Polish children wound up in orphanages in India, Palestine, even East Africa. Most would never return to Soviet-occupied post-war Poland. The Polish clubs, Polish historical societies, and Polish restaurants still found in West London are testimony to their post-war exile. After they had left the USSR, the departed Poles performed an invaluable service for their less fortunate ex-fellow inmates. In Iran and Palestine, the army and the Polish government in exile conducted several surveys of the soldiers and their families in order to determine exactly what had happened to the Poles deported to the Soviet Union. Because the Anders evacuation was the only large group of prisoners ever allowed to leave the USSR, the material produced by these questionnaires and somewhat rushed historical inquiries remained the only substantial evidence of the Gulag's existence for half a century. And, within limits, it was surprisingly accurate. Although they had no real understanding of the Gulag's history, the Polish prisoners did manage to convey the camp system's staggering size, its geographical extent. All they had to do was list the wide variety of places they had been sent, and its horrific wartime living conditions. After the war, the Poles' descriptions of their experiences formed the basis for reports on Soviet forced labor camps produced by the Library of Congress and the American Federation of Labor. Their straightforward accounts of the Soviet slave labor system came as a shock to many Americans, whose awareness of the camps had dimmed since the days of the Soviet timber boycotts in the 1920s. These reports circulated widely, and in 1949, in an attempt to persuade the United Nations to investigate the practice of forced labor in its member states, the AFL presented the UN with a thick body of evidence of its existence in the Soviet Union. Less than 4 years ago, the workers of the world won their first victory, the victory against Nazi totalitarianism. After a war which was waged with the greatest sacrifices, waged against the Nazis' policy of enslavement of all people whose countries they had invaded. However, in spite of the Allied victory, the world is perturbed to a very high degree by communications which seem to indicate that the evils we have fought to eradicate, and for whose defeat so many have died, are still rampant in various parts of the world. The Cold War had begun. Life within the camp system often mirrored and echoed life in the greater Soviet Union, and this was never more true than during the final years of the Second World War. As Germany crumbled, Stalin's thoughts turned to a post-war settlement. His plans to draw Central Europe into the Soviet sphere of influence solidified. Not coincidentally, the NKVD also entered what might be described as its own expansive internationalist phase. "This war is not as in the past," Stalin remarked in a conversation with Tito, recorded by the Yugoslav communist Milovan Djilas. "Whoever occupies a territory also imposes on it his own social system. Everyone imposes his own social system as far as his army can reach." Concentration camps were a fundamental part of the Soviet social system, and as the war drew to a close, the Soviet secret police began to export their methods and personnel to Soviet-occupied Europe, teaching their new foreign clients the camp regimes and methods they had now perfected at home. Of the camps created in what was to become the Soviet bloc of Eastern Europe, those set up in Eastern Germany were perhaps the most brutal. As the Red Army marched across Germany in 1945, the Soviet military administration immediately began to construct them, eventually setting up 11 of these special concentration camps, Speclagierja, in all. 2 of them, Sachsenhausen and Buchenwald, were located on the site of former Nazi concentration camps. All of them were under the direct control of the NKVD, which organized and ran them in the same manner as it ran the camps of the Gulag back at home, with work norms, minimal rations, and overcrowded barracks. In the famine-racked post-war years, these German camps seem to have been even more lethal than their Soviet counterparts. Nearly 240,000 mostly political prisoners passed through them during the 5 years of their existence. Of these, 95,000, more than a third, are thought to have died. If the lives of Soviet prisoners were never particularly important to the Soviet authorities, the lives of German fascists mattered even less. For the most part, the inmates of the East German camps were not high-ranking Nazis or proven war criminals. That sort of prisoner was usually taken back to Moscow, interrogated, and put directly into the Soviet POW camps or the Gulag. The Speclagierja were meant instead to serve the same functions as the Polish and Baltic deportations. They were designed to break the back of the German bourgeoisie. As a result, they contained not leading Nazis or war criminals, but judges, lawyers, entrepreneurs, businessmen, doctors, and journalists. Among them were even some of the very few German opponents of Hitler, whom the Soviet Union, paradoxically, also feared. Anyone who had dared to fight the Nazis, after all, might also dare to fight the Red Army. The NKVD interned a similar sort of person in the Hungarian and Czechoslovakian prison camps, set up by the local secret police services on Soviet advice after the Communist Party consolidated power in Prague in 1948 and in Budapest in 1949. Arrests were carried out with what has been described as a caricature of Soviet logic. A Hungarian weatherman was arrested after reporting an influx of icy air coming from the northeastern direction from the Soviet Union on the day that a Soviet division arrived in Hungary. A Czech businessman wound up in a camp after his neighbor accused him of referring to that imbecile Stalin. Yet the camps themselves were no caricature. In his memoir of Rieck, the most notorious Hungarian camp, the Hungarian poet Diordi Faludi sketches a portrait of a system which seems almost an exact copy of the Gulag, right down to the practice of tufta and the starving Hungarian prisoners searching for wild berries and mushrooms in the woods. The Czech system also had a special feature, a set of 18 logpunkts grouped around the uranium mines of Yakimov. In retrospect, it is clear that political prisoners with long sentences, the equivalent of the Soviet Kartuga inmates, were sent to these mining camps in order to die. Although they worked extracting uranium for the new Soviet atomic bomb project, they were not given special clothing or any form of protection at all. The death rates are known to have been high, though how high exactly is still unknown. In Poland, the situation was more complicated. By the end of the war, a significant proportion of the Polish population were living in a camp of some kind, whether a displaced persons camp, Jews, Ukrainians, former Nazi slave laborers, a detention camp, Germans and Volksdeutsche, Poles who had claimed German ancestry, or a prison camp. The Red Army set up some of its POW camps in Poland, filling them not only with German prisoners, but also with members of the Polish Home Army on their way to Soviet deportation. In 1954, 84,200 political prisoners were still incarcerated in Poland as well. There were also camps in Romania, in Bulgaria, and, despite his anti-Soviet reputation, in Tito's Yugoslavia. Like the Central European camps, these Balkan camps began by resembling the Gulag, but over time began to differ. Most had been set up by local police, with Soviet advice and guidance of some kind. The Romanian secret police, the Securitate, seemed to have been working under the direct orders of their Soviet counterparts. Perhaps for that reason the Romanian camps most closely resemble the Gulag, even to the extent that they carried out absurd, overambitious projects of the sort Stalin himself favored in the Soviet Union. The most famous of these, the Danube-Black Sea Canal, appears to have served no real economic function at all. To this day, it is every bit as empty and deserted as the White Sea Canal, which it so eerily resembles. A propaganda slogan declared that the Danube-Black Sea Canal is the tomb of the Romanian bourgeoisie. Given that up to 200,000 people may have died building it, that may have indeed been the canal's real purpose. The Bulgarian and Yugoslav camps had a different ethos. Bulgarian police appeared to have been less concerned with the fulfillment of a plan and more interested in punishing the inmates. A Bulgarian actress who survived one of the camps later described being beaten nearly to death after collapsing from the heat. They covered me with old rags and left me alone. The next day everyone went to work, while I was locked up for the entire day with no food or water or medication. I was too weak to get up, due to my bruises and all that I had endured the day before. I'd been brutally beaten. I was in a coma for 14 hours, and survived by a miracle. She also witnessed a father and son being beaten to death in front of one another, merely to satisfy the sadistic pleasures of those doing the beating. Other survivors of Bulgarian camps describe being tormented by heat, cold, hunger, and physical abuse. The location of these more southerly camps also brought other sorts of suffering. Among the most infamous Yugoslav camps was one built on the Adriatic island of San Gregoire, where water was scarce and the main torment was thirst. Unlike the Gulag, the majority of these camps did not last, and many had closed even before Stalin's death. The East German Spitslageria were in fact disbanded in 1950, mostly because they contributed to the deep unpopularity of the East German Communist Party. To improve the new regime's image, and to prevent more Germans from escaping to the West, which was then still possible, the East German secret police actually nursed prisoners back to health before their release, and provided them with new clothes. Not all were let go. Those deemed the most serious political opponents of the new order were, like the Poles arrested in this era, deported to the Soviet Union. Members of the Spitslageria burial battalions appeared to have been deported as well. Otherwise, they might have exposed the existence of the camp's mass graves, which were not located and exhumed until the 1990s. The Czech camps did not last either. They reached their peak in 1949 and began shrinking after that, before vanishing altogether. The Hungarian leader Imre Nagy liquidated his country's camps immediately following Stalin's death in July 1953. The Bulgarian communists, on the other hand, maintained several hard labor camps well into the 1970s, long after the mass system of Soviet camps had been disbanded. Lovech, one of the cruelest camps in the Bulgarian system, operated from 1959 until 1962. Perhaps unexpectedly, the Gulag's export policy had its most enduring impact outside of Europe. In the early 1950s, at the height of the era of Sino-Soviet collaboration, Soviet experts helped set up several Chinese camps and organized forced labor brigades at a coal mine near Fushun. The Chinese camps, Laogai, still exist, although they scarcely resemble the Stalinist camps they were set up to emulate. They are still labor camps, and a sentence in one of them is often followed by a period of exile, just as in Stalin's system. But the camp commanders seem to be less obsessed with the norms and central work plans. Instead, they concentrate on a rigid form of re-education. Prisoners' atonement and prisoners' ritual abasement before the party seem to matter to the authorities as much, if not more, than the goods that the prisoners managed to produce. In the end, the details of daily life in the camps of the Soviet satellite states and allies, what they were used for, how long they lasted, how rigid or disorganized they became, how cruel or liberal they remained, all depended on the particular country and its particular culture. It was, it turned out, relatively easy for other nations to alter the Soviet model to meet their own needs. Or perhaps I should say, it is relatively easy. The following quotation from a collection published in 1998 describes an even more recent experience in a concentration camp, in the last remaining communist country on the Eurasian landmass. On my very first day, at the age of 9, I received a quota. The first work I had to carry out was to walk to the mountain and collect firewood and bring back a large load to the school. I was told to repeat it 10 times. It took 2 or 3 hours for a round trip from the mountain to the school with a load of wood. Unless you finish it, you can't go home. I worked through the night, and by the time I had finished, it was after midnight, and I fell to the ground. Of course, other children who had been there longer could do it faster. Other types of work included collecting gold from sand, using a net in the river, shaking and washing it in the river. This was much easier. Sometimes you would be lucky and meet the quota earlier, and then you could play just a little, rather than tell your teacher you had already met the quota. The writer Chul Hwan-kong defected from North Korea in 1992. He had previously spent 10 years, along with his entire family, in Yodok punishment camp. One Seoul human rights group estimates that about 200,000 North Koreans are still being held in similar prison camps for crimes such as reading a foreign newspaper, listening to a foreign radio station, speaking to a foreigner, or in any way insulting the authority of North Korea's leadership. About 400,000 are thought to have died as prisoners in such camps. Nor are the North Korean camps confined to North Korea. In 2001, the Moscow Times reported that the North Korean government was paying off its debts to Russia by sending labor teams to work in heavily guarded mining and logging camps across isolated parts of Siberia. The camps, a state within a state, contain their own internal food distribution networks, their own internal prison, and their own guards. Some 6,000 workers were thought to be involved. Whether they were being paid or not was unclear, but they were certainly not free to leave. Not only was the idea of the concentration camp general enough to export, in other words, but it was also enduring enough to last to the present day. Chapter 22. The Zenith of the Camp Industrial Complex. At 17, we loved to study. At 20, we learned to die. To know that if we are allowed to live, that means nothing has happened, just yet. At 25, we learned to exchange life for dried fish, firewood, and potatoes. What was left to learn at 40? We have skipped so many pages. Perhaps we've learned that life is short, but then we already knew that at 20. Mikhail Frolovsky, My Generation. Meanwhile, 1949, twin brother of 1937, was advancing on our land, on the whole of Eastern Europe, and, before all else, on the places of prison and exile. Evgenia Ginsburg, Within the Whirlwind. With the end of the war came victory parades, tearful reunions, and the widespread conviction that life would and should grow easier. Millions of men and women had endured terrible privations in order to win the war. Now they wanted to live easier lives. In the countryside, rumors of the abolition of the collective farm spread rapidly. In cities, people openly complained about the high prices charged for rationed food. The war had also exposed millions of Soviet citizens, both soldiers and slave laborers, to the relative luxuries of life in the West, and the Soviet regime could no longer plausibly claim, as it had once done, that the Western working man was far poorer than his Soviet equivalent. Even many in power now felt it was time to reorient Soviet production, away from armaments and toward the consumer goods that people desperately needed. In a private telephone conversation, taped and recorded for posterity by the secret police, one Soviet general told another that absolutely everyone says openly how everyone is discontented with life. On the trains, in fact everywhere, it's what everyone is saying. Surely, the general speculated, Stalin must have known this too, and would soon have to take action. By the spring of 1945, hopes were high among prisoners as well. In January of that year, the authorities had declared another general amnesty for women who were pregnant or had small children, and large numbers, 734,785 by July, to be precise, were being released. Wartime restrictions had been eased, and prisoners were allowed to receive food and clothing from home again. For the most part, it was not compassion that had dictated these new rules. The amnesty for women, which excluded political prisoners as a matter of course, did not represent a change of heart, but was rather a response to the shocking increase in the numbers of orphans and the consequent problems of homeless children, hooliganism, and children's criminal gangs all across the USSR. Grudgingly, the authorities recognized that mothers were part of the solution. The lifting of restrictions on packages was not a kindness either, but an attempt to muffle the impact of the post-war famines. The camps could not feed the prisoners, so why not let their families help? One central directive declared sternly that, in the matter of prisoners' food and clothing, packages and money orders must be treated as an important supplement. Nevertheless, many drew hope from these decrees, interpreting them as harbingers of a new, more relaxed era. It was not to be. Within a year of victory, the Cold War had begun. The American atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki persuaded the Soviet leadership that the Soviet economy must devote itself wholeheartedly to military and industrial production, and not to the manufacture of refrigerators and children's shoes. Despite the devastation wreaked by 5.5 years of fighting, Soviet planners tried harder than ever to cut corners, to build quickly, and to make as much use of forced labor as possible. As it happened, the emergence of a new threat to the Soviet Union suited Stalin's purposes. It was precisely the excuse he needed to tighten, once again, his control over his people, exposed as they had been to the corrupting influence of the outside world. He therefore ordered his subordinates to deliver a strong blow to any talk of democracy, even before any such talk had become widespread. He also strengthened and reorganized the NKVD, which was split into two bureaucracies in March 1946. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, or MVD, continued to control the Gulag and the exile villages, effectively becoming the Ministry of Forced Labor. The other more glamorous bureaucracy, the MGB, later called the KGB, would control counterintelligence and foreign intelligence, border guards, and ultimately the surveillance of the regime's opponents as well. Finally, instead of relaxing repression after the war, the Soviet leadership embarked on a new series of arrests, again attacking the army as well as select ethnic minorities, including Soviet Jews. One by one, the secret police discovered anti-Stalinist youth conspiracies in nearly every city in the country. In 1947, new laws prohibited marriages and, in effect, all romantic relationships between Soviet citizens and foreigners. Soviet academics who shared scientific information with colleagues abroad could be subject to criminal prosecution too. In 1948, the authorities rounded up some 23,000 collective farmers. All were accused of failing to work the obligatory number of days in the previous year and were exiled to remote areas without trial or investigation. Anecdotal evidence exists of some more unusual arrests made at the end of the 1940s. According to a recently declassified intelligence debriefing of a German POW, 2 American airmen may have found their way into the post-war Gulag as well. In 1954, the German ex-prisoner told American investigators that he had encountered 2 members of the U.S. Air Force in his POW camp in the Komi region, near Ukhta, in 1949. They were the pilots of a plane that had crashed near Kharkov in Ukraine. They had been accused of spying and put in what sounds, from the Germans' description, like a Kartuga brigade. One allegedly died in the camp, murdered by one of the camp criminals. The other was taken away at a later date, supposedly to Moscow. Fainter, even more tantalizing rumors float around the Komi region as well. According to a local legend, another group of Englishmen, or at least English speakers, were also incarcerated in another Lagpunkt, Siedvosh, also near Utka, in the 1940s. As one local man tells the story, the Englishmen were spies, parachuted into Germany at the end of the war. The Red Army captured them, interrogated them, and deported them to the Gulag in great secrecy, since Britain and the USSR had, after all, been wartime allies. Evidence of their presence is slim. A Lagpunkt, locally nicknamed Angliskaya Kolinia, the English colony, and a single reference in the Moscow Military Archive to 10 Scotsmen, whatever that may mean, in a prisoner of war camp in the area. Thanks to all of these new additions, the Gulag did not contract after the war. On the contrary, it expanded, reaching its highest level in the early 1950s. According to official statistics, on January 1, 1950, the Gulag contained 2,561,351 prisoners in the camps and colonies of its system, 1 million more than there had been 5 years earlier, in 1945. The number of special exiles also grew, due to the major deportation operations in the Baltic states, Moldavia, and Ukraine, deliberately designed to complete the Sovietization of those populations. And at about the same time, the NKVD resolved, once and for all, the thorny question of the exile's future, decreeing that all deportees had been exiled in perpetuity, along with their children. By the 1950s, the number of exiles roughly matched the number of prisoners in camps. The second half of 1948 and the first half of 1949 brought yet another unexpected tragedy to the Gulag's former inmates, a series of arrests, or rather rearrests, of former prisoners, mostly those who had originally been arrested in 1937 and 1938, given 10-year sentences, and only recently released. The rearrests were systematic, thorough, and strangely bloodless. New investigations were rare, and most of the prisoners received only perfunctory interrogations. The exile community in Magadan and the Kolyma Valley knew something was wrong when they heard of the arrests of former politicals, whose names all began with the first 3 letters of the Russian alphabet. The secret police, they realized, were rearresting people in alphabetical order. No one could decide if this was funny or tragic. Evgenia Ginsburg wrote that whereas in 37 evil had assumed a monumental tragic appearance, in 49 the Georgian serpent, yawning with repletion, was drawing up at leisure an alphabetical list of those to be exterminated. Overwhelmingly, the rearrested described feelings of indifference. The first arrest had been a shock, but also a learning experience. Many had been forced to confront the truth about their political system for the first time. The second arrest brought no such new knowledge. By 49, I already knew that suffering can only cleanse one up to a point. When it drags on for decades and becomes a matter of routine, it no longer cleanses. It simply dulls all sensation, wrote Ginsberg. After my second arrest, I would surely turn into a thing of wood. When the police came for her the second time, Olga Adamova Slosberg went to her cupboard to pack, then stopped. Why should I bother to take anything with me? The children can make better use of my things than I, she thought. Obviously I won't survive this time. How could I possibly stand it? Liev Razgon's wife was rearrested, and he demanded to know why. When told she had been sentenced again for the same crimes as before, he demanded further explanations. She's already served her time. Does the law really permit you to punish a person twice for the same offense? The procurator looked at me in amazement. Of course not. But what's the law got to do with it? The majority of those rearrested were not sent back to camps, but instead into exile, usually in particularly remote and underpopulated regions of the country, Kolyma, Krasnoyarsk, Novosibirsk, Kazakhstan. There, most would live lives of unrelenting tedium. Shunned by the local communities as enemies, they found it difficult to find living space, difficult to work. No one wanted to be associated with a spy or a saboteur. To the victims, Stalin's plans seemed clear enough. No one who had received a sentence for spying, sabotage, or any form of political opposition was ever to be allowed to return home. If released, they would be given wolves' passports, which forbade them from living anywhere near a major city, and would be constantly subject to rearrest. The Gulag and the exile system which supplemented it were no longer temporary punishments. For those condemned to them, they had become a way of life. Yet the war did have a lasting impact on the camp system, albeit one which is hard to quantify. Camp rules and regulations were not liberalized following victory, but the prisoners themselves had changed, and the politicals in particular. To begin with, there were more of them. The demographic upheaval of the war years and the amnesties which had pointedly excluded the political prisoners had left a much higher percentage of political prisoners in the camps. As of July 1st, 1946, more than 35% of the prisoners in the entire system had been sentenced for counter-revolutionary crimes. In certain camps, that number was far higher, well above half. Although the overall figure would drop again, the position of the politicals had changed too. This was a new generation of political prisoners with a different set of experiences. The politicals arrested in the 1930s, and particularly those arrested in 1937 and 1938, had been intellectuals, party members, and ordinary workers. Most were shocked by their arrests, psychologically unprepared for prison life, and physically unprepared for forced labor. In the immediate post-war years, however, the politicals included former Red Army soldiers, Polish Home Army officers, Ukrainian and Baltic partisans, German and Japanese prisoners of war. These men and women had fought in trenches, conducted conspiracies, commanded troops. Some had survived German prison camps, others had led partisan bands. Many were openly anti-Soviet or anti-communist, and were not in the least surprised to find themselves behind barbed wire, as one prisoner remembered. Having looked death in the eyes, having passed through the fires and hell of war, having survived hunger and much tragedy, they were a completely different generation from the inmates of the pre-war period. Almost as soon as they started appearing in the camps toward the end of the war, this new sort of prisoner began creating trouble for the authorities. By 1947, The professional criminals no longer found it so easy to dominate them. Among the various national and criminal tribes who dominated camp life, a new clan appeared, the Krasnaya Shapochki, or Red Hats. These were usually ex-soldiers or ex-partisans who had banded together to fight against the dominance of the thieves, and, by extension, against the administration that tolerated them. Such groups operated well into the next decade, despite efforts to break them apart. In the winter of 1954 and 55, Viktor Bulgakov, then a prisoner in Inta, a far northern mining camp in the Vorkuta region, witnessed an administrative attempt to break a group of politicals by importing a contingent of 60 thieves into their camp. The thieves armed themselves and prepared to start attacking the politicals. They suddenly got hold of cold weapons, knives, just as one would expect in that sort of situation. We learned that they had stolen the money and possessions of an older man. We asked them to give the things back, but they weren't accustomed to giving things back. So at about 2 o'clock in the morning, just as it was turning light, we surrounded their barrack from all sides and began attacking it. We started to beat them, and we beat them until they couldn't get up. One jumped through the window, ran to the vaktha, and collapsed on the threshold. But by the time the guards arrived, no one was there. They took the thieves out of the zone. A similar incident took place in Norilsk, as one prisoner recalled. A party of thieves arrived at one lagpunkt, where all of the prisoners were politicals, and set about trying to set up their own system. The prisoners, all former Red Army officers, took them to pieces, even though they had no weapons. With wild screams, the remaining thieves ran to the guards and the officers, begging for help. Even women had changed. Tired of being intimidated, a woman political told a group of female thieves that if they did not return some money they had stolen, "We will throw all of you in your rags outside, and you can sleep outdoors tonight." The criminal women returned the money. The thieves did not always lose, of course. In one incident in Vietlag, a struggle between the criminal and political prisoners ended with the death of 9 politicals. The thieves had demanded a 25-ruble bribe from every prisoner and had simply murdered those who refused to pay. But the authorities took note. If political prisoners could band together to fight thieves, they could also band together to fight the camp administration. In 1948, anticipating rebellion, the Gulag's Moscow bosses ordered all of the most dangerous politicals into a new group of special camps, Особые лагеря, specifically designed for spies, diversionists, terrorists, Trotskyites, right-wingers, Mensheviks, social revolutionaries, anarchists, nationalists, white emigrants, and participants in other anti-Soviet organizations. The special camps were really an extension of the Katorga regime and contained many of the same features: the striped uniforms, the numbers on their foreheads, backs, and chests, the barred windows, and the locking of the barracks at night. Prisoners were permitted only minimal contact with the outside world, in some cases 1 or 2 letters a year. Correspondence with anyone other than family members was strictly forbidden. The working day was set at 10 hours, and prisoners were forbidden to work at anything except manual labor. Medical facilities were kept to a minimum. No invalid camps were set up within the special camp complexes. Like the Kartruga lagpunkts, with whom they soon overlapped, the special camps were also set up exclusively in the harshest regions of the country, in Inta, Vorkuta, Norilsk, and Kolyma, all mining camps near or above the Arctic Circle, as well as in the Kazakh Desert, and the bleak forests of Mordovia. In effect, they were camps within camps, as most were placed within existing forced labor complexes. Only one thing distinguished them. With a surprisingly poetic touch, the Gulag authorities gave them all names derived from the landscape: mineral, mountain, oak, steppe, seashore, river, lake, sand, and meadow, among others. The point was presumably conspiratorial, to hide the nature of the camps, since there were no oak trees at Oak Camp, and certainly no seashore at Seashore Camp. Very soon, of course, the names were shortened, as was the Soviet custom, to Minlag, Gorlag, Dubrovlag, Steplag, and so on. By the beginning of 1953, the 10 special camps contained 210,000 people. But the isolation of the most dangerous political prisoners did not make them more docile. On the contrary, the special camps freed the politicals from their constant conflicts with the criminals and from the mitigating influence of other prisoners. Left to themselves, their opposition to the system only grew. This was 1948, not 1937. Ultimately, they would embark on a lengthy, determined, and unprecedented struggle with the authorities. As the repressive mechanism started to tighten again, political prisoners were not the only ones caught in the noose. Now that profits mattered more than ever, the Gulag's bosses began to re-examine their attitudes to the professional criminals. Their corruption, laziness, and threatening behavior toward the guards harmed the productivity of the camps. Now that they no longer controlled the political prisoners, they brought no corresponding benefits either. Although criminals would never attract the same enmity as the politicals, and although they would never receive the same hateful treatment from camp guards, the Gulag's post-war leadership nevertheless resolved to put an end to the criminals' rule of the camps, and to eliminate forever the thieves-in-law who refused to work. In practice, the Gulag's war on the thieves took both straightforward and covert forms. To begin with, the most dangerous dedicated criminals were simply separated from other inmates and given longer sentences, 10, 15, 25 years. In the winter of 1948, the Gulag also called for the creation of a group of strict regime criminal lagpunkts for criminal recidivists. According to instructions issued in Moscow, only the most disciplined and physically healthiest of the camp guards were allowed to work in them, and they were to be surrounded by particularly high reinforced fences. Separate instructions laid out the specifications. The Gulag called for the creation of 27 such camps immediately, with space for more than 115,000 prisoners. Unfortunately, very little is known about daily life in these punishment lagpunkts, or even whether all of them were created. If they survived, these criminals were even less likely to write their memoirs than criminals in ordinary camps. In practice, though, most camps did have some form of separate incarceration for serious criminals, and, thanks to an extremely bad twist of luck, Evgenia Ginsburg found herself, briefly, in one of them. Izhvieskavaya, a punishment lagpunkt in Kolyma. She was the lone political prisoner among a group of criminal women. During her sojourn in Izhvieskavaya, Ginsburg spent her days working in a limestone quarry, where she was unable to meet the norm and therefore received no food whatsoever. During her first few evenings, she sat bolt upright in the corner of the barrack, since there was no space on the bunks, watching the mostly naked women drink ersatz alcohol in the vastly overheated cell. Later, one of the women, a syphilitic in the final stages of the disease, made way for Ginsburg and allowed her to lie down. But that was little comfort. The overpowering stench of putrefaction coming from the woman's disintegrated nose nearly stifled her. In Izhvieskavaya, as in the most real of hells, there was not only no day and no night, there was not even an intermediate temperature to make existence bearable. It was either the glacial cold of the lime quarry or the infernal cauldron of the hut. At this camp, Ginsburg barely avoided rape. One night, the camp guards, who were a long, long way from their bosses, burst into the barracks and began attacking the women. Another time, one of them thrust an unexpected loaf of bread at her. The camp management, expecting an inspection team, was worried she might die. What with the total isolation, the gluttony, the alcohol, and their constant skirmishes with the girls, Our soldiers had completely lost their bearings and hardly knew what they might get it in the neck for. At any rate, a death certificate was something they could do without if the management arrived. But she escaped. With the help of friends, Ginsburg managed to get transferred to a different camp, using the influence of the house cleaner of the boss of Sievetslog, no less. Others would not have been so lucky. Stricter regimes and longer sentences were not, however, the administration's only weapon against the criminal leadership. All across Central Europe, the Soviet Union's great strength as an occupying power was its ability to corrupt local elites, to turn them into collaborators who willingly oppressed their own people. Precisely the same techniques were used to control the criminal elites in the camps. The method was straightforward. Privileges and special treatment were offered to those professional criminals, the thieves-in-law, who would abandon their law and collaborate with the authorities. Those who agreed received complete freedom to abuse their former comrades, even to torture and murder them, while the camp guards looked away. These thoroughly corrupted criminal collaborators became known as suki, or bitches, and the violent battles which erupted between them and the remaining professional criminals became known as the war between the bitches and the thieves. Like the political's own fight for survival, the thieves' war was one of the defining elements of post-war camp life. Although conflicts between criminal groups had occurred before, none had been so vicious, nor so clearly and so openly provoked. Separate battles broke out simultaneously all across the camp system in 1948, leaving little doubt as to the authorities' role. Many, many memoirists have recorded aspects of this struggle, although, again, most of those who wrote about it were not a part of it themselves. They watched instead, as horrified observers, and sometimes as victims. "Thieves and bitches fought one another to the death," wrote Anatoly Zhigulin. Thieves finding themselves in a bitch's Lagpunkt, if they hadn't managed to hide in a punishment barrack, would often find themselves facing a dilemma: die or become a bitch. Likewise, if a large group of thieves arrived at a Lagpunkt, all of the bitches would hide in the punishment barracks, as the power had shifted. When the regime changed, there were often bloody results. One thief told a prisoner that all bitches are already dead men, sentenced by the rest of us, and at the first opportunity some blatnoi, thief-in-law, will kill them. Another witnessed the aftermath of one of their battles. After an hour and a half, the thieves from our group were carried back and thrown on the ground. They were unrecognizable. All of their good clothes had been ripped off and removed. In exchange, they had received ragged camp jackets, and instead of boots, they had foot coverings. They had been beaten like animals. Many had lost teeth. One couldn't lift his arm. It had been broken with an iron pipe. Leonid Sitko witnessed the start of one particularly vicious battle. A guard ran down the corridor and shouted, "War! War!" whereupon all of the thieves, who were less numerous than the bitches, ran to hide in the camp punishment cell. The bitches followed them there and murdered several. The guards then helped the remainder to hide, not wanting them all to die, and then smuggled them out of the camp the next day. Non-criminal prisoners sometimes became involved in the battles too, particularly when camp commanders granted broad powers to the bitches. Although it wasn't worth romanticizing the thieves and the laws, which is what they do in their lives and folklore, Zhigulin continued. The bitches in prisons and camps were indeed truly terrible for ordinary prisoners. They faithfully served the prison directors, worked as foremen, commandants, brigade leaders. They behaved like beasts towards ordinary workers, fleeced them of their possessions, took their clothes down to the last thread. Bitches were not only informers, they would also carry out murder in accordance with the camp directors. The lives of prisoners living in camps run by bitches was very difficult indeed. Yet this was the post-war era, and the politicals were no longer defenseless in the face of such harassment. In Zhigulin's camp, A group of ex-Red Army soldiers managed first to beat up the retinue of the much-hated bitch leader of the Lagpunkt, and then to kill the leader himself by attaching him to one of the wood-cutting machines. When the rest of the bitches locked themselves up in the barracks, the politicals sent them a message: "Decapitate the man's deputy. Show us his head through the window, and then we won't kill the rest of you." They did it. Obviously, their lives were more important to them than the head of their leader. The open warfare became so nasty that even the authorities eventually grew tired of it. In 1954, the MVD proposed that camp commanders designate separate camps for the incarceration of recidivists of specific types, and ensure the separate incarceration of prisoners under threat from others. The isolation of hostile groups from one another was the only way to avoid widespread bloodshed. The war had been started because the authorities wanted to gain control over the thieves, and it was brought to an end because the authorities lost control of the war. By the early 1950s, the Gulag's masters found themselves faced with a paradoxical situation. They had wanted to crack down on the criminal recidivists, the better to increase production and ensure the smooth functioning of camp enterprises. They had wanted to isolate counter-revolutionaries in order to prevent them from infecting other prisoners with their dangerous views. By tightening the repressive noose, however, they had made their task more difficult. The rebelliousness of the politicals and the wars of the criminals hastened the onset of an even deeper crisis. Finally, it was becoming clear to the authorities that the camps were wasteful, corrupt, and above all, unprofitable. Or, rather, it was becoming clear to everyone except Stalin. Once again, Stalin's mania for repression and his dedication to the economics of slave labor dovetailed so neatly that it was hard for contemporary observers to say whether he raised the number of arrests in order to build more camps, or built more camps in order to accommodate the number of arrestees. Throughout the 1940s, Stalin insisted upon giving even more economic power to the MVD, so much so that by 1952, the year before Stalin's death, the MVD controlled 9% of the capital investment in Russia, more than any other ministry. The 5-year plan written for the years 1951 through 1955 called for this investment to more than double. Once again, Stalin launched a series of spectacular, attention-grabbing Gulag construction projects, reminiscent of those he had supported in the 1930s. At Stalin's personal insistence, the MVD constructed a new asbestos production plant, a project that required a high degree of technological specialization, precisely the sort of thing the Gulag was bad at providing. Stalin also personally advocated the construction of another railway line across the Arctic tundra, from Salyakard to Igarka, a project that became known as the Road of Death. The late 1940s were also the era of the Volga-Don, the Volga-Baltic, and the Great Turkmen canals, as well as the Stalingrad and Kuibyshev hydroelectric power stations, the latter the largest in the world. In 1950, the MVD also began the construction of a tunnel and a railway line to the island of Sakhalin, a project which would require many tens of thousands of prisoners. This time, there was no Gorky to sing the praises of the new Stalinist constructions. On the contrary, the new projects were widely considered wasteful and grandiose. Although there were no open objections to these projects in Stalin's lifetime, several, including the Road of Death and the tunnel to Sakhalin, were aborted within days of his death. The sheer pointlessness of these feats of crude manpower had been well understood, as the Gulag's own files prove. One inspection carried out in 1951 showed that an entire 52 miles of far northern railway track, constructed at great expense and at the cost of many lives, had not been used for 3 years. Another 230 miles of similarly costly highway had not been used for 18 months. In 1953, Yet another inspection, carried out on the orders of the Central Committee, showed that the cost of maintaining the camps far exceeded any profits made from prison labor. In 1952, in fact, the state had subsidized the Gulag to the tune of 2.3 billion rubles, more than 16% of the state's entire budgetary allocation. One Russian historian has noted that MVD memos to Stalin concerning expansion of the camps often began with the phrase, "in accordance with your wishes," as if to emphasize the writer's subtle objections. The Gulag's Moscow bosses were well aware of the spread of dissatisfaction and unrest within the camps, too. By 1951, mass work refusals, carried out by both criminal and political prisoners, had reached crisis levels. In that year, the MVD calculated that it had lost more than 1 million workdays due to strikes and protests. In 1952, that number doubled. According to the Gulag's own statistics, 32% of prisoners in the year 1952 had not fulfilled their work norms. The list of major strike and protest actions in the years 1950 to 1952, kept by the authorities themselves, is surprisingly long. Among others, there was an armed uprising in Kolyma in the winter of 1949 and 50, an armed escape from Kraslag in March 1951, mass hunger strikes in Ukhtezhemlag and Ekabastuzlag in Karaganda in 1951, and a strike in Azyalag in 1952. So bad had the situation become that in January 1952, the commander of Norilsk sent a letter to General Ivan Dolgich, then the Gulag's commander-in-chief, listing the steps he had taken to prevent rebellion. He suggested abandoning large production zones where prisoners could not receive enough supervision, doubling the number of guards, which he conceded would be difficult, and isolating the various prisoner factions from one another. This, too, would be difficult, he wrote, given that great number of prisoners who belonged to one or other of the rival factions. We would be lucky if we could simply isolate the leaders. He also proposed to isolate free workers from prisoners at production sites, and added, finally, that it would be quite useful to release 15,000 prisoners outright, since they would be more productive as free laborers. Needless to say, this suggestion implicitly threw the entire logic of forced labor into doubt. Higher up the Soviet hierarchy, others agreed. Now we have need of first-class technology, conceded Kruglov, then boss of the NVD. Clearly, the third-class technology found in the Gulag was no longer considered sufficient. A Central Committee meeting of August 25, 1949, even dedicated itself to the discussion of a letter received from an educated prisoner, identified as Zhdanov. The most important deficit of the camp system is the fact that it relies upon forced labor, Zhdanov wrote. The real productivity of prison labor is extremely low. In different working conditions, half as many people could do double the work that prisoners do now. In response to this letter, Kruglov promised to raise prisoner productivity, chiefly by bringing back wages for high-performing prisoners and reinstating the policy of reducing sentences for good work performance. No one seems to have pointed out that both these forms of stimulation had been eliminated in the late 1930s, the latter by Stalin himself, precisely on the grounds that they reduced the profitability of the camps. It hardly mattered, since the changes made little difference. Very little of the prisoners' money actually reached their pockets. An investigation carried out after Stalin's death showed that the Gulag and other institutions had illegally confiscated 126 million rubles from prisoners' personal accounts. Even those tiny amounts of money which did come into the prisoners' possession were probably more disruptive than helpful. In many camps, criminal bosses set up collection and protection systems, forcing prisoners further down the hierarchy to pay for the privilege of not being beaten or murdered. It became possible to purchase easier trustee jobs with cash as well. In political camps, prisoners used their new wages to bribe guards. Money also brought vodka into the camps, and later, drugs as well. The promise of shorter sentences for harder work may have helped increase worker enthusiasm a bit more. Certainly the MVD keenly supported this policy, and in 1952 even proposed to free large groups of prisoners from three of the largest northern enterprises, the Vorkuta coal mine, the Inta coal mine, and the Uktinski oil refinery, and to employ them as free workers. It seems that even MVD enterprise managers preferred simply to deal with free men rather than prisoners. So great were concerns about the economics of the camps that Beria, in the autumn of 1950, ordered Kruglov to survey the Gulag and uncover the truth. Kruglov's subsequent report claimed that the prisoners employed by the MVD were no less productive than ordinary workers. He did concede, however, that the price of maintaining prisoners, the cost of food, clothing, barracks, and above all guards, now needed in more numbers than ever, far exceeded the costs of paying ordinary free workers. In other words, the camps were unprofitable, and many people now knew it. Yet no one, not even Beria, dared take any action during Stalin's lifetime, which is perhaps not surprising. To anyone in Stalin's immediate entourage, the years between 1950 and 1952 would have seemed a particularly dangerous time to tell the dictator that his pet projects were economic failures. Although sick and dying, Stalin was not mellowing with age. On the contrary, he was growing ever more paranoid and was now inclined to see conspirators and plotters all around him. In June 1951, he unexpectedly ordered the arrest of Abakumov, the head of Soviet counterintelligence. In the autumn of that year, without prior consultation, he personally dictated a Central Committee resolution describing a Mingrelian nationalist conspiracy. The Mingrelians were an ethnic group in Georgia, whose most prominent member was none other than Beria himself. All through 1952, a wave of arrests, firings, and executions rolled through the Georgian communist elite, touching many of Beria's close associates and protégés. Stalin almost certainly intended Beria himself to be the purge's ultimate target. He would not have been the only victim of Stalin's final madness, however. By 1952, Stalin had become interested in prosecuting yet another ethnic group. In November 1952, the Czech Communist Party, now in control of Czechoslovakia, put 14 of its leaders on trial, 11 Jews among them, and denounced them as Zionist adventurers. A month later, Stalin told a party meeting that every Jew is a nationalist and an agent of American intelligence. Then, on January 13, 1953, Pravda, the Communist Party newspaper, revealed the existence of the Doctors' Plot. Terrorist groups of doctors, it was claimed, had made it their aim to cut short the lives of active public figures in the Soviet Union by means of sabotaged medical treatment. 6 of the 9 terrorist doctors were Jews. All were denounced for their supposed links to the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, whose wartime leadership, prominent Jewish intellectuals and writers, had been sentenced a few months earlier for the crime of promoting cosmopolitanism. The Doctors' Plot was a terrible and tragic irony. Only 10 years before, hundreds of thousands of Soviet Jews living in the western part of the country had been murdered by Hitler. Hundreds of thousands more had deliberately fled from Poland to the Soviet Union, looking for refuge from the Nazis. Nevertheless, Stalin spent his final dying years planning another series of show trials, another wave of mass executions, and another wave of deportations. He may even have planned, ultimately, to deport all Jews resident in the Soviet Union's major cities to Central Asia and Siberia. Fear and paranoia swept across the country once again. Terrified Jewish intellectuals signed a petition condemning the doctors. Hundreds more Jewish doctors were arrested. Other Jews lost their jobs as a wave of bitter anti-Semitism swept across the country. In her faraway Karaganda exile, Olga Adamova Schlossberg heard local women gossip about packages sent to the post office by people with Jewish names. Allegedly, they had been found to contain cotton balls, riddled with typhus-bearing lice. In Kargopolag, in his camp north of Arkhangelsk, Isak Filshtinsky also heard rumors that Jewish prisoners were to be sent to special camps in the far north. Then, just as the doctor's plot looked set to send tens of thousands of new prisoners into camps and into exile, just as the noose was tightening around Beria and his henchmen, and just as the Gulag had entered what appeared to be an insurmountable economic crisis, Stalin died. Chapter 23. The Death of Stalin. For the last 12 hours the lack of oxygen became acute. His face and lips blackened as he suffered slow strangulation. The death agony was terrible. He literally choked to death as we watched. At what seemed to be the very last moment, he opened his eyes and cast a glance over everyone in the room. It was a terrible glance, insane or perhaps angry, and full of fear of death. Stalin's daughter, Svetlana, describing her father's final moments. If, in the 1930s, many Soviet prisoners believed the Gulag was a great mistake, a vast error which had somehow been hidden from the kind gaze of Comrade Stalin, by the 1950s few harbored such illusions. The attitude, remembered one camp doctor, was straightforward. The vast majority knew and understood what the man was made of. They understood that he was a tyrant, that he held a great country under the tip of his finger, and that the fate of every prisoner was somehow linked to the fate of Stalin. Throughout the last years of his life, political prisoners hoped and prayed for Stalin's demise, discussing his death constantly, if subtly, so as not to attract the attention of informers. People would sigh and say, "Ah, Georgians live a long time," which managed to convey a wish for his death without actually committing treason. Even when he grew sick, they were still cautious. Maya Ulyanovskaya heard the news of what was to be his final illness from a woman she knew to be an informer. She responded carefully, "So? Anyone can get sick. His doctors are good. They will cure him." When his death was finally announced on March 5, 1953, some maintained their caution. In Mordovia, the political studiously hid their excitement, which they feared might earn them a second sentence. In Kolyma, women diligently wailed for the deceased. In one Vorkuta Lagpunkt, Pavel Negreatov heard the announcement read aloud in the camp dining hall. Neither the commander who read out the notice of death nor any of the prisoners said a word. The news was greeted with a tomb-like silence. Nobody said a thing. In a Norilsk Lagpunkt, prisoners assembled in the courtyard and solemnly heard the news of the death of the great leader of the Soviet people and of free human beings everywhere. A long pause followed. Then a prisoner raised his hand. "Citizen Commander, my wife sent me some money. It's in my account. I have no use for it here, so I would like to spend it on a bouquet for our beloved leader. Can I do that?" But others openly rejoiced. In Steplag, there were wild cries and yells of celebration. In Vietlag, prisoners threw their caps in the air and shouted, "Hurrah!" On the streets of Magadan, one prisoner greeted another, "I wish you great joy on this day of resurrection." He was not the only one overwhelmed by religious sentiment. There was a light frost, and it was very, very quiet. Soon the sky would be turning blue. Yuri Nikolaevich held up his arms and with passion declared, "To Holy Russia let the cocks crow. Soon it will be daylight in Holy Russia." Whatever they felt, and whether they dared to show their feelings or not, most prisoners and exiles were immediately convinced that things would change. In exile in Karaganda, Olga Adamova Schlossberg heard the news, began to tremble, and put her hands over her face so that her suspicious workmates could not see her joy. "It's now or never. Everything's got to change. Now or never." In another Vorkuta Lagpunkt, Bernhard Royader heard the announcement on the camp radio while putting on his mining gear. There were exchanges of furtive glances, hatred flaring up triumphantly, words stealthily whispered, excited movement. Soon the hall was empty. Everyone rushed to pass on the good news. No work was done in Vorkuta that day. People stood together in groups, chatting excitedly. We heard the guards on the watchtowers phoning one another agitatedly, and soon afterwards, the first drunks brawling. Among the camp administrators, the confusion was profound. Olga Vasilyeva, then working in the Gulag headquarters in Moscow, remembers weeping openly. I cried, and pretty much everyone cried, women and men too. They openly cried. Just like millions of their countrymen, the Gulag's employees were crying not only for their dead leader, but also out of fear for themselves and their careers. Khrushchev himself wrote later that, I wasn't just weeping for Stalin. I was terribly worried about the future of the country. I already sensed that Beria would start bossing everyone around, and that this could be the beginning of the end. By the end, of course, he meant the end for himself. Surely the death of Stalin would bring on a new round of bloodletting. Fearing the same, many Gulag bigwigs reportedly had heart attacks, bouts of high blood pressure, and severe cases of fever and flu. Their distress, and their state of complete emotional confusion, had made them genuinely ill. They were literally sick with fear. If prison guards were confused, the new occupants of the Kremlin were not much clearer about what lay in the future. As Khrushchev had feared, Beria, who was barely able to contain his glee at the sight of Stalin's corpse, did indeed take power and began making changes with astonishing speed. On March 6, before Stalin had even been buried, Beria announced a reorganization of the secret police. He instructed its boss to hand over responsibility for the Gulag to the Ministry of Justice, keeping only the special camps for politicals within the jurisdiction of the MVD. He transferred many of the Gulag's enterprises over to other ministries, whether forestry, mining, or manufacturing. On March 12th, Beria also aborted more than 20 of the Gulag's flagship projects, on the grounds that they did not meet the needs of the national economy. Work on the Great Turkmen Canal ground to a halt, as did work on the Volga-Ural Canal, the Volga-Baltic Canal, the dam on the lower Don, the port at Donetsk, and the tunnel to Sakhalin. The Road of Death, the Salyakard-Igarka Railway, was abandoned too, never to be finished. 2 weeks later, Beria wrote a memo to the Presidium of the Central Committee, outlining the state of the labor camps with astonishing clarity. He informed them that there were 2,526,402 inmates, of whom only 221,435 were actually dangerous state criminals, and he argued in favor of releasing many of those remaining. Among the prisoners, 438,788 are women, of which 6,286 are pregnant, and 35,505 are accompanied by children under the age of 2. Many women have children under the age of 10, who are being raised by relatives or in children's homes. Among the prisoners, 238,000 are elderly, men and women above 50 years of age, and 31,181 are juveniles below the age of 18, mostly sentenced for petty theft and hooliganism. About 198,000 prisoners living in camps suffer from serious, incurable illnesses and are completely incapable of work. It is well known that prisoners in camps leave their relatives and intimates in very difficult situations, frequently breaking up their families with seriously negative effects, lasting for the rest of their lives. On these humane-sounding grounds, Beria requested that an amnesty be extended to all prisoners with sentences of 5 years or less, to all pregnant women, to all women with young children, and to everyone under 18, 1 million people in all. The amnesty was announced on March 27th. Releases began immediately. A week later, on April 4th, Beria also called off the investigation into the doctor's plot. This was the first of the changes visible to the general public. The announcement appeared, again, in Pravda. The persons accused of incorrect conduct of the investigation have been arrested and brought to criminal responsibility. The implications were clear. Stalinist justice had been found wanting. Secretly, Beria made other changes as well. He forbade all secret police cadres from using physical force against arrestees, effectively ending torture. He attempted to liberalize policy toward Western Ukraine, the Baltic states, even East Germany, reversing the policies of Sovietization and Russification, which, in the case of Ukraine, had been put in place by Nikita Khrushchev himself. As far as the Gulag was concerned, on June 16th he laid all of his cards on the table, openly declaring his intention to liquidate the system of forced labor on the grounds of economic ineffectiveness and lack of perspective. To this day, Beria's motives for making these rapid changes remain mysterious. Some have tried to paint him as a secret liberal, chafing under the Stalinist system, longing for reform. His party colleagues suspected he was trying to garner more power for the secret police at the expense of the Communist Party itself. Ridding the MVD of the cumbersome, expensive burden of the camps was simply a way of strengthening the institution. Beria also might have been trying to make himself popular among the general public as well as among the many former secret police who would now return from distant camps. In the late 1940s, he had made a practice of rehiring such ex-prisoners, virtually guaranteeing their loyalty. But the most likely explanation for Beria's behavior lies in his superior knowledge. Perhaps more than anyone else in the USSR, Beria really did know how uneconomic the camps were, and how innocent most of the prisoners were. After all, he had been supervising the former and arresting the latter for much of the previous decade. Whatever his motives, Beria moved too quickly. His reforms disturbed and unsettled his colleagues. Khrushchev, whom Beria vastly underestimated, was the most shaken, possibly because Khrushchev may have helped organize the investigations into the doctor's plot in the first place, possibly because of his strong feelings about Ukraine. Khrushchev may also have feared that he would sooner or later figure on Beria's new list of enemies. Slowly, through use of an intensive whispering campaign, he turned the other party leaders against Beria. By the end of June, he had won them all over. At a party meeting, he surrounded the building with loyal troops. The surprise succeeded. Shocked, stuttering, and stammering, the man who had been the second most powerful person in the USSR was arrested and removed to prison. Beria would remain in prison for the few months left of his life. Like Yagoda and Yeshov before him, he occupied himself by writing letters, pleading for mercy. His trial was held in December. Whether he was executed then or earlier is unknown, but by the end of 1953, he was dead. The Soviet Union's leaders abandoned some of Beria's policies as quickly as they had been adopted, but neither Khrushchev nor anyone else ever revived the large Gulag construction projects. Nor did they reverse Beria's amnesty. The releases continued, proof that doubts about the Gulag's efficiency had not been limited to Beria, disgraced though he might be. The new Soviet leadership knew perfectly well that the camps were a drag on the economy, just as they knew that millions of the prisoners in them were innocent. The clock was now ticking. The Gulag's era was coming to an end. Perhaps taking their cue from the rumors emanating from Moscow, the Gulag's administrators and guards adjusted to the new situation too. Once they got over their fears and their illnesses, many guards changed their behavior almost overnight, relaxing the rules even before they had been ordered to do so. One of the commanders of Alexander Dolgun's Kolyma Lagpunkt began shaking prisoners' hands and calling them comrade as soon as news broke of Stalin's illness, even before the dictator had been officially declared dead. The camp regime weakened, became more human, recalled one prisoner. Another put it somewhat differently. The guards didn't show the sort of patriotism they had shown when Stalin was alive. Prisoners who refused to do a particularly strenuous, unpleasant, or unfair task were no longer punished. Prisoners who refused to work on Sundays were no longer punished. Spontaneous protests broke out, and the protesters were not punished either, as Barbara Armanos remembered. Somehow this amnesty changed the basic discipline of the camp. One day we came from the fields in a rainstorm. We were completely soaked. The administration sent us to the baths without letting us first go to our rooms. We disliked this, for we wanted to be able to exchange our wet clothing for dry ones. The long line of prisoners began to protest by screaming and shouting insults, calling the administration Chekists and fascists. Then we simply refused to move. Neither persuasion nor threats had any effect. After an hour of silent battle, the administration gave in, and we went to our rooms to pick up dry clothes. The change affected the prisons, too. During the months following Stalin's death, Susanna Piakchora was in a solitary prison cell, undergoing a second interrogation. As a Jewish counter-revolutionary, she had been recalled to Moscow from her camp in connection with the doctor's plot. Then, quite suddenly, her investigation stopped. Her interrogator summoned her to a meeting. "You understand, I am not guilty of wronging you. I never beat you. I haven't hurt you," he told her. He sent her to a new cell, and there, for the first time, she heard one of the women speaking of Stalin's death. "What's happened?" she asked. Her cellmates fell silent. Since everyone knew Stalin had died, they assumed she must be an informer who was trying to gauge their opinions. It took her a whole day to convince them of her genuine ignorance. After that, recalled Piakchora, the situation began to change dramatically. The guards were afraid of us. We did what we wanted. We shouted during exercise periods, made speeches, crawled through windows. We would refuse to stand up when they came into our cells and told us not to lie on our beds. We would have been shot for doing such things half a year earlier. Not everything changed. Leonid Trus was also under interrogation in March 1953. While Stalin's death may have saved him from execution, he still received a 25-year sentence. One of his cellmates got 10 years for saying something untactful about Stalin's death. Nor was everybody freed. The amnesty had been limited, after all, to the very young, the very old, women with children, and prisoners with sentences of 5 years or less. Overwhelmingly, those with short sentences were criminal prisoners, or politicals with unusually thin cases. That still left well over 1 million prisoners in the Gulag, including hundreds of thousands of politicals with long sentences. In some camps, those due to be released were showered with gifts, attention, and letters to take back to friends and families. Just as often, terrible rivalries broke out between prisoners who were due to be released and those who were not. 40 years later, one prisoner who was not released in the initial amnesty still recalled it bitterly as an amnesty for pickpockets, a freedom for petty thieves. The criminals were happy. They were all freed. In one camp, a gang of women prisoners with long sentences beat up a woman with a short sentence, out of spite. Those due to be released also provoked anger, holding themselves apart, looking down on the other criminals who would remain behind. Other kinds of violence broke out as well. Some with long sentences approached camp doctors, demanding to be given the coveted invalid certificate, which would mandate their immediate release. Doctors who refused were threatened or beaten. In Piekkolag, there were 6 such incidents. Doctors were systematically terrorized, beaten, even knifed. In Yushkush-Bazlag, 4 prisoners threatened the camp doctor with death. In other camps, the number of prisoners released as invalids exceeded the number of invalids previously recorded in the camps. But one particular group of prisoners in one particular set of camps experienced quite a different set of emotions. The prisoners of the special camps were indeed a special case. Overwhelmingly, their inmates had 10, 15, or 25-year sentences, and no hope of release under Beria's amnesty. Only minor changes had been made to their regime in the first few months following Stalin's death. Prisoners were now allowed to receive packages, for example, but only one per year. Grudgingly, the administration allowed camp soccer teams to play against one another, but they still wore numbered uniforms. The windows of their barracks were still barred, and the barracks remained locked at night. All contact with the outside world was kept to a minimum. It was a recipe for rebellion. By 1953, the inhabitants of the special camps had been kept separate from criminal and ordinary prisoners since 1948, more than 5 years. Left to themselves, they had evolved systems of internal organization and resistance which had no parallel in the earlier years of the Gulag. For years, they had been on the brink of organized uprising, plotting and planning, restrained only by the hope that Stalin's death would bring their release. When Stalin's death changed nothing, hope vanished and was replaced by anger. Chapter 24. The Ziyek's Revolution. I cannot sleep. Blizzards are howling from some unknown, forgotten time, and the colored tents of Tumberlane are out there on the steppe, blazing bonfires. I shall become a Mongol princess, galloping deep into the past, and lashed to the tail of my horse my loved ones and my enemies. And then, at one of the battles in an unthinkable orgy of blood, at the moment of utter defeat, I will throw myself on my sword. Anna Barkova, in the prison camp barracks. In the wake of Stalin's death, the special camps, like the rest of the country, were awash with rumors. Beria would take over. Beria was dead. Marshal Zhukov and Admiral Kuznetsov had marched into Moscow and were attacking the Kremlin with tanks. Khrushchev and Molotov had been murdered. All prisoners would be freed. All prisoners would be executed. The camps had been surrounded by armed MVD troops, ready to put down any sign of rebellion. Prisoners repeated these stories in whispers and shouts, hoping and speculating. At the same time, the national organizations in the special camps were growing stronger, the links between them steadier. Typical of this era are the experiences of Viktor Bulgakov, who was arrested in the spring of 1953, on the night of Stalin's death, in fact, and accused of participating in an anti-Stalinist student political circle. Soon after, he arrived in Minlag, the special camp in the coal-mining Inta complex north of the Arctic Circle. Bulgakov's description of the atmosphere in Minlag contrasts sharply with the memoirs of prisoners of an earlier era. A teenager at the time of his arrest, he walked into a well-organized anti-Stalinist, anti-Soviet community. Strikes and protests occurred with regularity. The prisoners had sorted themselves into several very distinct national groupings, each with its own character. The Balts had a tight organization, but without a well-run hierarchy. The Ukrainians, mostly ex-partisans, were extremely well organized, as their leaders had been partisan leaders prior to captivity. They all knew each other, and their structure appeared almost automatically. The camp also contained prisoners who believed in communism, although they had sorted themselves into two groups, those who merely toed the party line, and those who considered themselves communist out of faith or conviction, and believed in the reform of the Soviet Union. Finally, it had become possible to be an anti-Soviet Marxist, something unthinkable in earlier years. Bulgakov himself belonged to the People's Workers' Union, the Narodno Trudovoi Soyuz, or NTS, an anti-Stalinist opposition movement which would gain a great deal of notoriety a decade or two later, as the paranoid authorities began to see signs of its influence everywhere. Bulgakov's preoccupations in camp would have stunned an earlier generation of prisoners, too. In Minlag, the prisoners managed to put out a secret underground newspaper, written by hand and distributed around the camps. They intimidated the pridorki, who became afraid of the prisoners as a result. They kept tabs on camp informers, too, as did other prisoners in special camps. Dmitry Panin has also described the increasingly deadly war against informers. Retribution was carried out systematically. During the course of 8 months, 45 informers were done away with. Operations against them were directed from a clandestine center. We saw how a number of stoolie prisoners, unable to stand the threat of liquidation that hung over them, sought to escape their fate by getting themselves put in the camp jail, the only place they could hide from certain retaliation. They were all kept in the same cell, which was dubbed the funk hole. One camp historian has written that murders of informers became such an ordinary occurrence that no one was surprised or interested, and notes that the informers died out quickly. Once again, life inside the camps mirrored and amplified life on the outside. The anti-Soviet partisan organizations in western Ukraine had also tried intensely to destroy informers, and their leaders brought the obsession with them to the camps. Perhaps cognizant of this, the authorities in Panin's camp separated the Ukrainian prisoners from the others, since the Ukrainians were thought to be responsible for the deaths of informers. This only increased their solidarity and their anger. By 1953, Bulgakov's comrades in Minlag were also making a systematic attempt to keep track of their own numbers and living conditions, and to transmit this information to the West, using cooperative guards and other techniques that would be perfected in the dissident camps of the 1970s and 1980s, as we shall see. Bulgakov himself took on responsibility for hiding these documents, as well as copies of songs and poetry composed by the prisoners. Leonid Sitko did the same job in Steplag, using the basement of a building that camp workers were constructing as a place to hide documents. Among them were short descriptions of individual lives, the letters of dead inmates, a short document signed by a doctor, Galina Moiskina, on the inhuman conditions in the camps, including statistics on deaths, levels of starvation, and so on, an account of the organization and growth of the camps of Kazakhstan, a more detailed account of the history of Steplag, and poems. Both Sitko and Bulgakov believed, simply, that someday the camps would be shut, the barracks would be burned down, and that the information could be retrieved again. 20 years earlier, no one had dared to think such a thing, let alone act upon it. Very quickly, the tactics and strategy of conspiracy spread throughout the special camp system, thanks to the Gulag administration itself. In the past, prisoners who were suspected of hatching conspiracies had simply been split up. The central authorities had moved prisoners from camp to camp, destroying rebel networks before they began. Within the more specific climate of the special camps, however, this tactic backfired. Instead, the frequent movements of prisoners became an excellent means of spreading rebellion. North of the Arctic Circle, the summers are very short and very hot. Toward the end of May, the ice on the rivers begins to break up. The days grow longer until night vanishes altogether. At some point in June, in some years as late as July, the sun suddenly begins to shine with real ferocity, sometimes for a month, sometimes 2. From one day to the next, the Arctic wildflowers suddenly begin to bloom, and for a few short weeks the tundra is awash with color. For human beings, who have been locked inside for 9 months, the summer brings an overwhelming desire to go outdoors, to be free. During the few hot summer days that I spent in Vorkuta, the inhabitants of the city seemed to spend virtually all of their days and all of their white nights outside, strolling the streets, sitting in the parks, talking to one another on the doorsteps of their houses. It is no accident that springtime was the season for prisoners to attempt escape. Nor is it an accident that the Gulag's 3 most important, most dangerous, and most famous uprisings all took place in northern camps in the spring. In Gulag, the special camp in the Norilsk complex, the mood was particularly angry in the spring of 1953. The previous autumn, a large group of prisoners, about 1,200 in all, had been transferred to Gulag from Karaganda, where many seemed to have been involved in the armed escape attempts and protests that had taken place there a few months earlier. All had been imprisoned for revolutionary activity in the western Ukraine and Baltic states. They had, according to the MVD's records, started organizing a revolutionary committee even while still in transit to Norilsk. According to prisoners' accounts, they also murdered 4 camp informers with pickaxes within a few days of their arrival. By the spring of 1953, deeply angered by the amnesty which had passed them by, this group had created what the MVD described as an anti-Soviet organization in the camp, which probably means that they had strengthened the national organizations already in place. Unrest percolated throughout the month of May. On May 25th, convoy guards shot a prisoner on his way to work. On the following morning, 2 of the camp's divisions went on strike in protest. A few days later, guards opened fire on prisoners who were throwing messages over the wall that separated the male and the female camps. Some were wounded. Then, on June 4th, a group of prisoners broke down the wooden barrier which divided their camp's punishment barrack from the rest of the zona and freed 24 prisoners. They also captured a member of the camp administration, took him into the zona, and made him hostage. The guards opened fire, killing 5 prisoners and wounding 14 others. 4 more camp divisions joined the protest. By June 5th, 16,379 prisoners were on strike. Soldiers surrendered the camps, and all of the exits were blocked. At about the same time, a similar process was taking place in Riechlog, the special camp in the Vorkuta coal mining complex. Prisoners had attempted to organize mass strikes in Riechlog as early as 1951, and the administration would later claim to have uncovered no less than 5 revolutionary organizations in the camp in 1951 and 1952. When Stalin died, the prisoners of Riechlog were also particularly well equipped to follow world events. Not only were they organized into national groups, as in Minlag and elsewhere, but they had also designated particular prisoners to follow Western radio transmissions on stolen or borrowed radios, and to write up the news in the form of bulletins with commentary, which they carefully distributed among other prisoners. Thus did they learn not only of Stalin's death and Beria's arrest, but also of the mass strikes in East Berlin, which took place on June 17, 1953, and were put down by Soviet tanks. This piece of news appears to have galvanized the prisoners. If the Berliners could strike, so could they. John Noble, the American arrested in Dresden just after the war, recalled that their spirit inspired us, and we discussed nothing else for days afterwards. The next month we were cocky slaves. The long summer sun had melted the snow, and its warmth was renewing our energy and courage. We discussed the chance of striking for our freedom, but no one knew what to do. By June 30th, the inmates of the Kapitalnaya mine were distributing leaflets, calling on prisoners to stop delivery of coal. On the same day, someone wrote a slogan on the walls of mine number 40, "No deliveries of coal until there's an amnesty." The trucks themselves were empty. The prisoners had stopped digging coal. On July 17th, the authorities at Kapitalnaya mine had even greater cause for alarm. On that day, a group of prisoners beat up one of the foremen, allegedly because he had told them to stop the sabotage. When it came time for the second shift to begin, the next foreman refused to go down the mine shaft. Just as the prisoners of Riechlog were absorbing news of these events, a large contingent of prisoners arrived, again from Karaganda. All had been promised better living conditions and a re-examination of their cases. When they arrived at work in Vorkuta's mine number 7, they found not an improvement, but the harshest conditions in the entire camp system. On the following day, July 19th, 350 of them went on strike. Other strikes followed, thanks in part to the geography of Vorkuta itself. Vorkutlag lies at the center of a vast coal basin, one of the largest in the world. To exploit the coal, a series of mines were set up in a wide circle around the basin. Between the mines lay other enterprises, electric power stations, brick and cement factories, each one connected to a camp, as well as the city of Vorkuta and the smaller settlement of Yur-Shor. A railway line ran between all of these sites. The trains, like everything else in Vorkuta, were run by prisoners, which is how the rebellion spread. Along with the coal and other supplies that they carried from one logpunkt to the next, the prisoners manning the engines passed on news of the strike in Camp No. 7. As the trains traveled around the great circle, thousands of prisoners heard the whispered accounts. Thousands more saw the slogans painted on the train's sides. "To hell with your coal. We want freedom." One camp after another joined the strike until by July 29, 1953, 6 of the 17 divisions of Rietschlag, 15,604 people, were on strike. Within most of the striking Vorkuta and Norilsk lagpunkts, strike committees took charge of what was clearly a dangerous situation. Terrified administrators had vacated the camps, and the potential for anarchy was great. In some cases, these committees found themselves organizing the prisoners' food. In others, they tried to persuade inmates not to take out their aggression on the now completely defenseless informers. In the case of both Rietschlag and Gulag, memoirs and archives agree that those in charge, to the extent that anyone was in charge, were almost always Western Ukrainians, Poles, and Balts. The MVD later fingered a Ukrainian named Herman Stepaniuk as the leader in Norilsk, and a Pole named Kędzierski, a former captain in the Polish army, as one of the leaders in Vorkuta. In his account of the rebellion, Edward Butza, another Pole, also claimed to have led the strike in Vorkuta's mine No. 29. Although he was clearly in that camp at the time, there are reasons to doubt his account, not least because so many of the real strike leaders were later shot. Years afterward, Ukrainian nationalists would claim that all of the major Gulag strikes had been planned and executed by their secret organizations, which hid behind multinational strike committees. The average prisoner, and we are referring in particular to the prisoners from the West and to the Russian prisoners, was unable either to participate in the decisions or to comprehend the mechanism of the movement. As evidence, they cited the 2 Karaganda ATAPs, the contingents of Ukrainians who arrived in both camps just in advance of the strikes. The same evidence has led others to conclude that the strikes were provoked by elements within the MVD itself. Perhaps members of the security services feared that Khrushchev was about to shut down the camps altogether and dismiss all of the camp authorities. As a result, they fomented rebellions in order to put them down, and thereby to prove how very necessary they all still were. Simeon Vilyensky, an ex-Zhek and publisher who subsequently organized 2 conferences on the subject of opposition in the camps, puts it best. Who was running the camps? Thousands of people who don't have a civilian profession, people who are used to complete lawlessness, used to owning the prisoners, being able to do what they want with them. These are people who, compared with other working citizens, get paid rather well. Vilyensky remains convinced that he witnessed a provocation in his special camp in Kolyma in 1953. Suddenly, he says, a group of newcomers arrived in the camp. One of them began openly to organize the younger people in the camp into a rebellious group. They spoke of strikes, wrote leaflets, drew in other prisoners. They even used the camp metal workshop to make knives. Their behavior was so open and so provocative that Vilyensky found it suspect. The camp administration could not be tolerating such activity by accident. He led the opposition to the newcomers until, finally, he was moved to another camp. In principle, these theses are compatible. It is possible that elements within the MVD brought rebellious Ukrainians into the camps in order to cause trouble of some kind. It is also possible that the Ukrainian strike leaders believed themselves to be acting of their own volition. From both official and eyewitness accounts, however, it seems more likely that the strikes gained momentum only thanks to the cooperation among the different national groups. Where the national groups competed more openly with one another, or did not have warm relationships, as in Minlag, strikes were much harder to organize. Outside the camps, the strikes received no support to speak of. The Gulag strikers, whose camps lay very close to the city of Norilsk, did try to attract attention to their cause with a banner, "Comrades, inhabitants of Norilsk, help us in our struggle." As most of Norilsk's population were former prisoners, they were almost certainly too afraid to respond. Despite their bureaucratic language, the MVD reports written a few weeks after the events convey very well the terror that the strikes generated among prisoners and free workers alike. One of Gulag's accountants swore to the MVD that if the strikers get out of the zona, we will fight against them as we would fight against enemies. Another free worker told the MVD about his accidental meeting with the strikers. "I had stayed past the end of the shift in order to finish drilling at the coalface. A group of prisoners came up to me. Grabbing my electric drill, they ordered me to stop working, threatening punishment. I took fright and stopped working. Fortunately for him, the prisoner shone a lantern on his face, recognized him as a free worker, and left him in peace." Alone in the dark of the mine, surrounded by hostile, angry, coal-stained strikers, he must have been very frightened indeed. Local camp bosses were intimidated too. Sensing this, strikers in both Gulag and Ryechlag demanded meetings with representatives from the Soviet government and the Communist Party from Moscow. They argued that local commanders could not decide anything without Moscow's permission anyway, which was perfectly true. And Moscow came. That is, on several occasions, representatives of Moscow commissions met with committees of prisoners in Gulag and Ryechlag to listen and to discuss their demands. I could describe these meetings as a break with precedent, but that hardly conveys the extent of their novelty. Never before had prisoners' demands been met with anything other than brute force. In this new post-Stalinist era, however, Khrushchev seemed willing to try at least to win the prisoners over with genuine concessions. He, or rather his representatives, did not succeed. 4 days into the Vorkuta strike, a Moscow commission, led by a senior officer, General I. Mashlinikov, presented the prisoners with a new list of privileges: a 9-hour working day, the removal of numbers from uniforms, permission to have meetings with relatives, permission to receive letters and money from home. As the official report puts it, many of the strike leaders received this news with hostility and remained on strike. The same reaction had followed a similar offer in Gulag. The prisoners, it seems, wanted amnesty, not just an improvement in their living conditions. Although this was not 1938, however, it was not 1989 either. Stalin was dead, but his legacy lived on. The first step might have been negotiations, but the second step was brute force. In Norilsk, the authorities first promised that they would look into the prisoners' demands. Instead, as the MVD report explains, the Commission of the MVD of the USSR decided to liquidate the strikes. This decision, almost certainly taken by Khrushchev himself, had immediate, dramatic effects on the ground. Soldiers surrounded the striking camps. Logpunkt by logpunkt, they emptied the camps, arrested the strike leaders, and sent the other prisoners away on transports. In a few cases, this liquidation went relatively smoothly. Arriving at the 1st Camp Division, troops caught the prisoners by surprise. Over the camp loudspeaker, the Norilsk chief prosecutor, Babilov, told the prisoners to leave the zona. assuring them that those who walked away peacefully would not be punished for their part in the sabotage. According to the official report, most of the prisoners did leave. Seeing that they were isolated, the ringleaders left as well. Out in the taiga, soldiers and camp bosses sorted the prisoners into groups. Trucks were waiting to take away those suspected of instigating the strike, and the innocent were allowed to return to the camp. Some of the subsequent liquidations went less smoothly. When the authorities followed the same procedure on the following day in another lagpunkt, the strike leaders first threatened those wanting to leave, and then locked themselves into one of the barracks, from which they had to be forcibly removed. In the women's camp, the prisoners formed a human circle and hung a black flag, a symbol of unjustly murdered comrades, in the center, and began to scream and shout slogans. After 5 hours of this, the guards began spraying them with powerful hoses. Only then did the circle break up sufficiently for the guards to drag the women out of the camp. In Lagpunkt number 5, as many as 1,400 prisoners, mostly Ukrainians and Balts, refused to leave the zona. Instead, they hung black flags from their barracks, conducting themselves, in the words of an MVD bureaucrat, with extreme aggression. Then, when the camp guards, assisted by 40 soldiers, attempted to rope off the barracks and protect the camp's food supplies, a crowd of 500 prisoners attacked. They shouted curses and cheers, threw rocks, hit the soldiers with clubs and picks, tried to knock their guns out of their arms. The official report describes what happened next. At the most critical moment of their attack on the guards, the soldiers opened fire on the prisoners. After the conclusion of the shooting, the prisoners were forced to lie on the ground. After this, the prisoners began to fulfill all of the orders of the guards and of the camp administration. According to the same report, 23 prisoners died that day. According to eyewitnesses, several hundred prisoners died over several days in Norilsk in a series of similar incidents. The authorities put down the Vorkuta strike in a similar manner. Lagpunkt by lagpunkt, soldiers and police troops forced the prisoners out of the camps, sorted them into groups of 100, and put them through a filtration process, separating the presumed strike leaders from the other prisoners. In order to get the prisoners to leave peacefully, the Moscow Commission also loudly promised all of the prisoners that their cases would be reviewed, and that the strike leaders would not be shot. The ruse worked. Thanks to General Mashlynikov's fatherly attitude, we believed him, one of the participants later explained. In one camp, however, the lagpunkt beside mine number 29, the prisoners did not believe the general, and when Mashlynikov told them to return to work, they refused. Soldiers arrived, bringing a fire engine with them, intending to use water hoses to break up the crowd. But before the hoses could be unwound and turned on us, Ripietsky waved the prisoners forward, and a wall of them advanced, turning the vehicle out of the gate as if it had been a toy. There was a salvo of shots from the guards, straight into the mass of prisoners. But we were standing with our arms linked, and at first no one fell, though many were dead and wounded. Only Inatovich, a little in front of the line, was standing alone. He seemed to stand for a moment in astonishment, then turned round to face us. His lips moved, but no words came out. He stretched out an arm, then fell. As he fell, there came a second salvo, then a third, and a fourth. Then the heavy machine guns opened fire. Again, the estimates of those killed in mine number 29 vary widely. The official documents speak of 42 dead and 135 wounded. Eyewitnesses again speak of hundreds of casualties. The strikes were over, but neither camp was ever truly pacified. Throughout the rest of 1953 and 1954, protests broke out sporadically in Vorkuta and Norilsk, in the other special camps, and in the ordinary camps as well. A triumphant spirit, buoyed up by the wage increase we had won, was the strike's heritage, wrote Noble. When he was transferred into mine number 29, scene of the massacre, Prisoners who had survived proudly showed him their scars from that day. As the prisoners grew bolder, practically no camp was unaffected. In November 1953, for example, 530 prisoners refused to work in Vietlag. They demanded better pay and an end to abnormalities in clothing distribution and living conditions. The camp administration agreed to meet their demands, but the following day the prisoners went on strike again. This time they demanded to be included in Beria's amnesty. The strike ended when the organizers were arrested and imprisoned. In March 1954, a group of bandits took over one lagpunkt of Kargopolag, threatening to riot unless they were given better food and vodka. In July 1954, 900 prisoners in Minlag staged a week-long hunger strike, protesting the death of a prisoner who had been burned alive when a punishment block caught fire. The prisoners distributed leaflets around the camp and in the nearby village, explaining the reasons for the strike, stopping only when a Moscow commission arrived and met their demands for better treatment. Elsewhere in Minlag, strikes became a permanent part of life, sometimes carried out by individual brigades, sometimes by whole mines. More unrest was planned, as the authorities knew. In June 1954, the MVD sent an informer's report directly to Kruglov, the Interior Minister. The report contained an account of a conversation between a group of Ukrainian prisoners whom the informer had met in Sverdlovsk transit prison. The prisoners were from Gulag and had taken part in the strike there. Now they were being transported elsewhere, but they were preparing for next time. Everyone in the cell was made to explain to Pavlishin and Stepanyuk what they did during the strike, including myself. In my presence, Marushko reported to Stepanyuk about an incident on the barge from Norilsk to Krasnoyarsk. On this barge he conducted a filtration of prisoners, and those who were not useful he destroyed. Stepanyuk told Pavlishin, "The mission you were given has been fulfilled. Now our deeds will be part of the history of Ukraine." He then hugged Marushko and said, "Pan Marushko, you have done great service to our organization. For this you will receive a medal, and after the collapse of Soviet power, you will occupy an important post." Although it is perfectly possible that the informer who filed this report did hear a conversation somewhat like this one, he elaborated as well. Later in his report he went on to accuse the Ukrainians of organizing a most unlikely plot to kill Khrushchev. Still, the fact that such dubious information was sent straight to Kruglov itself indicates how seriously the authorities now took the threat of further rebellion. Both of the commissions sent to investigate the situation in Ryetshlag and Gorlag had concluded that it was necessary to increase the number of guards, to toughen the regime, and above all, to increase the number of informers. As it turned out, they were right to worry. The most dangerous uprising was still to come. Like its two predecessors, the uprising that Solzhenitsyn christened the 40 Days of Kiengir was not abrupt or unexpected. It emerged slowly. In the spring of 1954, out of a series of incidents at the Steplag Special Camp, which was located beside the village of Kiengir in Kazakhstan. Like their counterparts in Ryetshlag and Gorlag, the commanders of Steplag were, in the wake of Stalin's death, unable to cope with their prisoners. One of the historians of the strike, having studied the camp's archives from the year 1953, concludes that the administration had totally lost control. In the run-up to the strike, Steplag's commanders periodically sent reports to Moscow, describing the underground organizations in the camp, the incidents of unrest, and the crisis afflicting the system of informers, by now almost completely incapacitated. Moscow wrote back, ordering the camp to isolate the Ukrainians and Balts from the other prisoners, but the administration either would not or could not do so. At that time, nearly half of the 20,000 prisoners in the camp were Ukrainians, and a quarter were Balts and Poles. Perhaps the facilities to separate them did not exist. As a result, the prisoners kept on breaking the rules, staging intermittent strikes and protests. Unable to cow the prisoners with threats of punishments, the guards resorted to actual violence. Some, including Solzhenitsyn, believed that these incidents also were provocations designed to spark the revolt that followed. Whether or not this is true, and there are so far no records either way, camp guards did several times open fire on uncooperative prisoners during the winter of 1953 and the spring of 1954, killing several people. Then, perhaps in a desperate attempt to reassert control, the camp administration shipped a group of criminals into the camps and openly instructed them to provoke fights with the politicals in Lagpunkt No. 3, the most rebellious of the Stepplag Lagpunkts. The plan backfired, and here, writes Solzhenitsyn, we see how unpredictable the course of human emotions and of social movements. Injecting in Kengir No. 3 a mammoth dose of tested ptomaine, the bosses obtained not a pacified camp, but the biggest mutiny in the history of the Gulag archipelago. Instead of fighting, the two groups agreed to cooperate. As in other camps, the prisoners of Stepplag were organized by nationality. Stepplag's Ukrainians, however, appear to have taken their organization a few steps farther into conspiracy. Instead of openly choosing leaders, the Ukrainians formed a conspiratorial center, a secret group whose membership never became publicly known and probably contained representatives of all of the camp's nationalities. By the time the thieves arrived in the camp, the center had already started to produce weapons, makeshift knives, clubs, and picks, in the camp workshops, and were in contact with the prisoners of the two neighboring Lagpunkts, No. 1, a zona for women, and No. 2. Perhaps these tough politicals impressed the thieves with their handiwork, or perhaps they terrified them. In any case, all agree that at a midnight meeting, representatives of both groups, criminal and political, shook hands and agreed to unite. On May 16th, this cooperation bore its first fruit. That afternoon, a large group of prisoners in Lagpunkt No. 3 began to destroy the stone wall which separated their camp from the other two neighboring camps, and from the service yard, which contained both the camp workshops and the warehouses. In an earlier era, their aim would have been rape. Now, with Ukrainian nationalist partisans, male and female, on both sides of the wall, the men believed themselves to be coming to the aid of their women, their relatives, friends, or even spouses. The destruction of the wall continued through the night. In response, the camp guards opened fire, killing 13 prisoners and wounding 43, and beat up other prisoners, including women. The following day, infuriated by the killings, the prisoners of Lagpunkt No. 3 staged a massive protest and wrote anti-Soviet slogans on the walls of their dining hall. That night, groups of prisoners broke into the punishment isolator, literally taking it apart with their hands, and freed the 252 prisoners locked inside. They took full control of the camp warehouses, the camp kitchen and bakery, and the camp workshops, which they immediately turned over to the production of knives and clubs. By the morning of May 19th, most of the prisoners were on strike. Neither Moscow nor the local camp leadership seemed to know what to do next. The camp commander promptly informed Kruglov, the MVD boss, of what had happened. Equally promptly, Kruglov ordered Gubin, the head of the Kazakh MVD, to investigate. Gubin then turned around and asked the Gulag to send a commission from Moscow. A commission arrived. Negotiations ensued, and the commission, playing for time, promised the prisoners it would investigate the unlawful shootings, leave open the walls between the camps, and even speed up the process of re-examining prisoners' cases. The prisoners believed them. On May 23rd, they returned to work. When the day shift returned home, however, they saw that at least one of the promises had been broken. The walls between the Lagpunkts had been rebuilt. By May 25th, the boss of Kiengier, V.M. Bokov, was again telegramming frantically for permission to impose a strict regime on the prisoners. No letters, no meetings, no money orders, no re-examinations of cases. In addition, he removed about 420 criminal prisoners from the camp and sent them to another Lagpunkt, where they went on striking. The result? Within 48 hours, the prisoners had chased all of the camp authorities out of the zona, having threatened them with their newly produced weapons. Although the authorities had guns, they were outnumbered. More than 5,000 prisoners lived in the 3 camp divisions, and most of them had joined the uprising. Those who had not joined were too intimidated to protest. Those who felt neutral were soon caught up in the spirit of the 40-day uprising. On the first morning of the strike, remembered one prisoner with wonder, we weren't woken up by the guards. We weren't greeted by shouts and cries. The camp authorities seem, at first, to have expected the strike to fall apart of its own accord. Sooner or later, they reckoned, the thieves and the politicals would fall out. The prisoners would wallow in anarchy and debauchery. The women would be raped. The food would be stolen. But although the prisoners' behavior during the strike should not be idealized, it is true to say that nearly the opposite occurred. The camp began to run itself with a surprising degree of harmony. Very quickly, the prisoners chose a strike committee, charged with the task of negotiations, as well as the organization of the daily life of the camp. Accounts of the origins of this committee differ radically. The official record of events claims that the authorities were holding general negotiations with groups of prisoners, when suddenly a group of people claiming to be the strike committee burst in on the scene and denied anyone else the right to speak. A number of witnesses, however, have said that it was the authorities themselves who suggested to the prisoners that they form a strike committee, which was subsequently chosen by democratic vote. The true relationship of the strike committee to the real leadership of the uprising also remains hazy, as it probably was at the time. Even if they had not exactly planned it step by step, the Ukrainian-led center was clearly the motivating force behind the strike and played a decisive role in the democratic election of the strike committee. The Ukrainians seem to have insisted on a multinational committee. They did not want the strike to seem too anti-Russian or anti-Soviet, and they wanted the strike to have a Russian leader. That Russian was Colonel Kapiton Kuznetsov, who stands out, even in the murky tale of Kiengier, as a notably ambiguous figure. An ex-Red Army officer, Kuznetsov had been captured by the Nazis during the war and placed in a POW camp. In 1948, he was arrested and accused of having collaborated with the Nazi administration of the POW camp, and even accused of joining the battle against Soviet partisans. If these accusations are true, they help explain his behavior during the strike. Having played the part of turncoat once, he would have been well prepared to play a double role once again. Apparently, the Ukrainians chose Kuznetsov in the hope that he would give a Soviet face to the uprising, depriving the authorities of an excuse to crush the prisoners. This he certainly did, perhaps going to extremes. At Kuznetsov's urging, the striking prisoners hung banners around the camp. Long live the Soviet Constitution! Long live the Soviet regime! Down with the murdering Beriyaites! He harangued the prisoners, arguing that they should stop writing leaflets, that counter-revolutionary agitation would only harm their cause. He assiduously courted the Soviet prisoners, the inmates who had maintained their faith in the party, and persuaded them to help keep order. And although the Ukrainians had helped elect him, Kuznetsov certainly did not repay their faith. In the long, carefully detailed written confession that he composed after the strike had come to its inevitable bloody end, Kuznetsov claimed he had always considered the center to be illegitimate and had fought against its secret edicts throughout the strike. But the Ukrainians never really trusted Kuznetsov either. Throughout the strike, 2 armed Ukrainian guards followed him everywhere. Ostensibly, this was for his protection. In reality, it was probably to ensure that he did not slip out of the camp at night, betraying the cause. The Ukrainians may have been right to fear Kuznetsov's escape, for another member of the strike committee, Alexei Mikheyev, eventually did leave the camp, slipping out a few weeks into the strike. Later, Mikheyev read speeches over the camp radio, urging the prisoners to return to work. Perhaps he had understood early on that the strike was doomed to failure, or perhaps he had been a tool of the administration from the beginning. Yet not all of the strike committee were people of doubtful commitment. Kuznetsov himself would later claim that at least 3 committee members, Gleb Sluchenkov, Gersh Kier, and Yuri Nopmus, were in fact representatives of the secret center. Camp authorities also later described one of them, Gersh Kier, as a representative of the secret Ukrainian conspiracy, and indeed, his biography would seem to match this picture. Listed in the camp records as a Jew, Kier was in fact an ethnic Ukrainian. His real surname was Biendrak, who had managed to conceal his ethnicity from the MVD during his arrest. Kier put himself in charge of the strike's military division, organizing the prisoners to fight back in case the guards attacked the camp. It was he who had begun the mass production of weapons, knives, staves, picks, clubs, in the camp workshops, and he who had set up a laboratory to build makeshift grenades, Molotov cocktails, and other hot weapons. Kier also supervised the building of barricades and arranged for every barrack to keep a barrel of ground glass by its door, to be thrown in the eyes of the soldiers if and when they should arrive. If Kier represented the Ukrainians, Gleb Sluchenkov was linked, rather, to the camp's criminals. Kuznetsov himself described him as a representative of the criminal world, and Ukrainian nationalist sources also describe Sluchenkov as the leader of the thieves. During the uprising, Sluchenkov ran the strike committee's counterintelligence operation. He had his own police, who patrolled the camp, kept the peace, and imprisoned potential turncoats and informers. Sluchenkov organized all the camps into divisions and put a commander in charge of each one. Later, Kuznetsov would complain that the names of these commanders were kept secret and were known only to Sluchenkov and Kier. Kuznetsov was less vitriolic about Konopmus, an ethnic German born in St. Petersburg, who ran the uprising's propaganda division. Yet in retrospect, Konopmus's activities during the uprising were the most revolutionary and the most anti-Soviet of all. Konopmus's propaganda included the production of leaflets, distributed to the local population outside the camp, the printing of a camp wall newspaper for the benefit of striking prisoners, and, most extraordinarily, the building of a makeshift radio station. Given that the authorities had cut off the camp's electricity in the first days of the strike, this radio station was not just a piece of bravado, but a great technical achievement. First, the Zieks put together a hydroelectric power station using a water tap. A motor was converted into a generator, and enough electricity was made to power the camp telephone system as well as the radio. The radio, in turn, was put together using parts from the camp's portable film projectors. Within days, the camp had news announcers and regular news programs designed for the prisoners as well as the local population outside the camp, including the guards and soldiers. Camp stenographers recorded the text of one of the radio addresses, made after the uprising had lasted a month, when food supplies were beginning to run out. Directed at the soldiers who now stood on guard outside the camp, the stenograph made its way into the MVD files. "Comrade soldiers, we are not afraid of you, and we ask you not to come into our zona. Don't shoot at us, don't buckle under the will of the Beriaites. We are not afraid of them, just as we are not afraid of death. We would rather die of hunger in this camp than give up to the Beriaite band. Don't soil your hands with the same dirty blood which your officers have on their hands." Kuznetsov, meanwhile, organized the distribution of food, which was prepared and cooked by the camp women. Each prisoner received the same ration. There were no extra portions for pridorki, which slowly grew smaller as the weeks went by and the stores decreased. Voluntary details also cleaned the barracks, washed clothes, and stood guard. One inmate remembered that order and cleanliness reigned in the dining hall, which had often been filthy and chaotic in the past. The camp baths worked as usual, as did the hospital, although the camp authorities refused to hand over necessary medicines and supplies. Prisoners organized their own entertainments as well. According to one memoir, a Polish aristocrat named Count Bobrinski opened a cafe in the camp, where he served coffee. He threw something in the water, boiled it, and prisoners in the middle of a hot day sipped this drink with satisfaction, laughing. The Count himself sat in the corner of the cafe, played his guitar, and sang old romantic songs. Other prisoners organized lecture series as well as concerts. A group of self-motivated thespians rehearsed and performed a play. One of the religious sects, its male and female members reunited by the destruction of the walls, claimed that their prophet had predicted they would now all be taken to heaven alive. For several days they sat on their mattresses in the main square in the center of the zona, waiting to be taken to heaven. Alas, nothing happened. Large numbers of newlyweds also appeared, united by the many prisoner priests who had been arrested along with their Baltic or Ukrainian flocks. Among them were some of those who had been married while standing on opposite sides of the camp walls, and were now meeting face to face for the first time. But although men and women mingled freely, all descriptions of the strike agree that women were never molested, and certainly not attacked or raped, as they were so often in ordinary camps. Songs were written, of course. Someone composed a Ukrainian hymn, which at times all 13,500 striking prisoners would sing at once. The refrain went like this: we will not be slaves. We will not carry the yoke any longer. Another verse spoke of brothers in blood, of Vorkuta and Norilsk, of Kolyma and Kendyr. It was a wonderful time, remembered Irina Arginskaya, 45 years later. I had not before then, and have not since, felt such a sense of freedom as I did then. Others felt more foreboding. Lyuba Bershadskaya recalls that we did everything without any awareness. None of us knew or even thought about what was waiting for us. Negotiations with the authorities continued. By May 27th, the MVD Commission delegated to deal with the strike had held its first meeting with the prisoners. Among what Solzhenitsyn calls the golden epauletted personages on the commission were Sergei Yegorov, the deputy chief of the MVD, Ivan Dolgich, then the commander of the Gulag system, and Vavilov, the deputy state prosecutor responsible for overseeing the Gulag. They were met by a gathering of 2,000 prisoners, led by Kuznetsov, who presented them with a list of demands. By the time the strike was in full swing, these demands would include both the imposition of criminal charges on guards who had shot prisoners, which the prisoners had demanded from the beginning, as well as more clearly political demands. Among these were the reduction of all 25-year sentences, the review of all political prisoners' cases, the liquidation of the punishment cells and the punishment barracks, more freedom for prisoners to communicate with relatives, the removal of the requirement of forced eternal exile for freed prisoners, easier living conditions for women prisoners, and a permanent reuniting of the men's and women's camps. The prisoners also demanded a meeting with a member of the Communist Party Central Committee. They continued to make this demand until the very end, on the grounds that they could not trust either the Steplag authorities or the MVD to abide by any promises made. And who could have inspired in you such hatred for the MVD? The MVD deputy chief, Yegorov, reportedly asked them in response. Had the strike taken place a few years earlier, there would, of course, have been no negotiations at all. But by 1954, the re-examination of politicals' cases had in fact begun, albeit slowly. During the course of the strike, It even happened that individual prisoners were summoned to leave the camp in order to attend meetings of the tribunal reinvestigating their cases. Knowing that many prisoners had already died, and apparently wanting a peaceful and rapid conclusion to events, GulagA almost immediately began to concede to some of the prisoners' minor demands, calling for bars to be removed from barrack windows, for the establishment of an 8-hour workday, even for the transfer of certain particularly hated camp guards and officials out of Kengir. Under direct orders from Moscow, GulagA at first refrained from using force. He did try to break the prisoners' resistance, however, actively urging them to leave the camp and forbidding any new shipments of food or medicine. As time went on, however, Moscow lost patience. In a telegram sent on June 15th, Kruglov lashed out at his deputy, Yegorov, for filling his reports with pointless statistics, such as how many pigeons had been released from the camp carrying leaflets, and informed him that an echelon of troops, accompanied by 5 T-34 tanks, was on their way. The last 10 days of the strike were very tense indeed. The MVD Commission issued stern warnings via the camp loudspeaker system. In response, the prisoners broadcast messages from their makeshift radio station telling the world that they were starving to death. Kuznetsov made a speech in which he spoke of the fate of his family, which had been destroyed by his arrest. Many of us had also lost relatives, and listening to him, we strengthened our resolve, deciding to stick it out until the end, one prisoner remembered. Just before dawn, at 3:30 on the morning of June 26th, the MVD struck. The previous evening, Kruglov had telegrammed Yegorov, advising him to use all possible resources, and he complied. No less than 1,700 soldiers, 98 dogs, and the 5 T-34 tanks surrounded the camp. At first, the soldiers sent flares soaring into the sky above the barracks and fired blanks. Urgent warnings began to sound over the camp loudspeakers. Soldiers are entering the camps. Prisoners who want to cooperate are asked to leave the camp quietly. Prisoners who resist will be shot. As the disoriented prisoners rushed around the camp, the tanks entered the gates. Armed troops, dressed in full battle gear, followed behind them. By some accounts, both the soldiers driving the tanks and those on the ground were drunk. While this may be a legend which grew up in the wake of the raid, it is true that both the Red Army and the secret police traditionally gave vodka to soldiers who were being asked to do dirty work. Empty bottles are almost always found inside mass graves. Drunk or not, the tank drivers had no qualms about running straight over those prisoners who advanced to meet them. I stood in the middle, recalled Lyubov Birshetskaya, and all around me tanks crushed living people. They ran straight over a group of women who had locked arms together and stood in their path, not believing that the tanks would dare kill them. They ran over one newlywed couple who, holding on to one another tightly, deliberately threw themselves in their path. They destroyed barracks, with people sleeping inside. They resisted the homemade grenades, the stones, the picks, and other metal objects that the prisoners threw at them. Surprisingly quickly, within an hour and a half, according to the report filed later, the soldiers had pacified the camp, removed those prisoners who had agreed to go quietly, and put the rest in handcuffs. According to the official documents, 37 prisoners died outright that day. 9 more died later of their wounds. Another 106 were wounded, along with 40 soldiers. Again, all of these numbers are much lower than those recorded by the prisoners themselves. Birshetskaya, who helps the camp doctor, Yulian Fuster, take care of the wounded, writes of 500 dead. Fuster told me to put on a white cap and a surgeon's gauze mask, which I keep to this day, and asked me to stand by the operating table and write down the names of those who could still give their names. Unfortunately, almost nobody could. Most of the wounded died on the table, and, looking at us with departing eyes, said, "Write to my mother, to my husband, to my children," and so on. When it became too hot and stuffy to bear, I took off the cap and looked at myself in the mirror. I had a completely white head. At first, I thought that there must have been powder inside the cap for some reason. I didn't realize that while standing in the center of that unbelievable slaughter, observing all that took place, all of my hair had turned gray within 15 minutes. Fooster stood for 13 hours on his feet, saving whoever he could. Finally, that resilient, talented surgeon couldn't take it any more himself. He lost consciousness, fell into a faint, and the operations finished. In the wake of the battle, all of the living who were not in hospital were marched out of the camp and led out into the taiga. Soldiers with machine guns made them lie face down, arms spread to the side, as if crucified, for many hours. Working from the photographs they had taken at the public meetings and from what few informers' reports they had, the camp authorities picked through the prisoners and arrested 436 people, including all of the members of the strike commission. 6 of them would be executed, including Kier, Sluchenkov, and Kanopmus. Kuznetsov, who presented the authorities with a long, elaborate written confession within 48 hours of his arrest, was sentenced to death and then spared. He was moved to Karlak and released in 1960. Another 1,000 prisoners, 500 men and 500 women, were accused of supporting the rebellion and were shipped off to other camps, to Azirlag and Kolyma. They too, it seems, were mostly released by the end of the decade. During the uprising, the authorities appeared to have had no idea that there was any organizing force within the camp other than the official strike committee. Afterward, they began to piece together the whole story, probably thanks to Kuznetsov's elaborate account. They identified 5 representatives of the center: the Lithuanian Kondratas, the Ukrainians Kier, Sunichuk, and Vaikayev, and the thief known by the underworld pseudonym Mustache. They even made a chart showing the lines of command flowing out from the center through the strike committee toward the departments of propaganda, defense, and counterintelligence. They knew about the brigades that had been organized to defend each barrack, about the radio station and the makeshift generator. But they never did identify all of the members of the center, the real organizers of the uprising. According to one account, many of the true activists remained in the camp, quietly serving out their sentences, awaiting amnesty. Their names are unknown and will probably remain so. Chapter 25. Thaw and Release. Let's not beat around the bush. No more nonsense. We are the children of the cult. We are its flesh and blood. We have been raised in the fog, ambiguous indeed, inside gigantomania and scarcity of mind. Andrei Wozniaczynski, Children of the Cult, 1967. Although they lost their battle, the Kengir strikers won the war. In the aftermath of the Steplog Rebellion, the leadership of the Soviet Union really did lose its appetite for forced labor camps, and with striking speed. By the summer of 1954, the unprofitability of the camps was widely recognized. Another survey of the Gulag's finances, carried out in June 1954, had again shown that they were heavily subsidized, and that the costs of guards in particular made them unprofitable. At a meeting of camp commanders and top Gulag personnel held soon after Kengir, many administrators complained openly about the poor organization of food supplies for camps, about the out-of-control bureaucracy. By this time there were 17 separate food norms, and about the poor organization of camps. Some camps were still open, but with very few prisoners. Strikes and unrest continued. In 1955, prisoners organized another general strike in Vorkuta. The incentive to change was now overwhelming, and change came. On July 10, 1954, the Central Committee issued a resolution bringing back the 8-hour workday, simplifying the camp regimes, and making it easier for prisoners to earn early release through hard work. The special camps were dissolved. Prisoners were allowed to write letters and receive packages, often without restriction. In some camps, prisoners were allowed to get married, even to live with their spouses. The barking dogs and convoy guards became things of the past. New items became available for the prisoners to purchase, clothing, which had been unavailable before, and oranges. The inmates of Azurlag were even allowed to plant flowers. By this time, the upper echelons of the Soviet elite had also begun to conduct a wider debate about Stalinist justice. In early 1954, Khrushchev had ordered and received a report detailing how many prisoners had been accused of counter-revolutionary crimes since 1921, as well as an account of how many were still imprisoned. The numbers were by definition incomplete, since they did not include the millions sent into exile, those unjustly accused of technically non-political crimes, those tried in ordinary courts, and those never tried at all. Still, given that these figures represent numbers of people who had been killed or sent to prison for no reason at all, they are shockingly high. By the MVD's own count, 3,777,380 people had been found guilty of fomenting counter-revolution by the OGPU collegiums, the NKVD troikas, the special commissions, and all of the military collegiums and tribunals that had mass-produced sentences throughout the previous 3 decades. Of these, 2,369,220 had been sent to camps, 765,180 had been sent into exile, and 642,980 had been executed. A few days later, the Central Committee undertook to re-examine all of these cases, as well as the cases of the repeaters, those prisoners who had been sentenced to a second term of exile in 1948. Khrushchev set up a national committee, led by the chief prosecutor of the Soviet Union, to oversee the task. He also set up local committees in every republic and region of the country to review prisoners' sentences. Some politicals were released at this time. Although their original sentences were not yet annulled, real rehabilitation, the state's admission that a mistake had been made, would come later. Releases began, although for the next year and a half they would proceed at an excruciatingly slow pace. Those who had completed 2/3 of their sentences were sometimes let go, without explanation or rehabilitation. Others were kept inside the camps, for no reason at all. Despite everything they knew about the camp's unprofitability, Gulag officials were unwilling to close them. They needed, it seemed, an extra jolt from above. Then, in February 1956, the jolt arrived, when Khrushchev gave what came to be known as his secret speech, delivering it to a closed session of the 20th Party Congress of the Communist Party. For the first time, Khrushchev openly attacked Stalin and the cult of personality that had surrounded him. It is impermissible and foreign to the spirit of Marxism-Leninism to elevate one person, to transform him into a superman possessing supernatural characteristics, akin to those of a god. Such a man supposedly knows everything, sees everything, thinks for everyone, can do anything, is infallible in his behavior. Such a belief about a man, and specifically about Stalin, was cultivated among us for many years. Much of the rest of the speech was tendentious. Listing Stalin's crimes, Khrushchev focused almost exclusively on the victims of 1937 and 1938, singling out the 98 Central Committee members who were shot, as well as a handful of old Bolsheviks. The wave of mass arrests began to recede in 1939, he declared, which was a patent falsehood, as in fact the numbers of prisoners increased in the 1940s. He did mention the Chechen and the Balkan deportations, perhaps because he had no hand in them. He did not mention collectivization, or the Ukrainian famine, or the mass repressions in western Ukraine and the Baltic states, perhaps because he had himself been involved in these operations. He spoke of 7,679 rehabilitations, and although those in the hall applauded him, this was in fact quite a small percentage of the millions whom Khrushchev knew had been falsely arrested. Flawed though it might have been, the speech, soon transmitted, also in secrecy, to party cells all over the country, shook the Soviet Union to its core. Never before had the Soviet leadership confessed to any crimes, let alone such a broad range of them. Even Khrushchev was uncertain what the reaction would be. "We were just coming out of a state of shock," he wrote later. "People were still in prisons and in the camps, and we didn't know how to explain what had happened to them or what to do with them once they were free." The speech galvanized the MVD, the KGB, and the administrators of the camps. Within weeks, the atmosphere in the camps lightened further, and the process of release and rehabilitation finally began to speed up. If 7,000-odd people had been rehabilitated in the 3 years preceding the secret speech, 617,000 were rehabilitated in the 10 months that followed it. New mechanisms were created to speed the process further. Ironically, many of the prisoners who had been sentenced by troikas were now released by troikas as well. Commissions composed of 3 people, a prosecutor, a Central Committee member, and a rehabilitated party member, often an ex-prisoner, traveled to camps and places of exile all over the country. They were empowered to conduct fast investigations into individual cases, to conduct interviews with prisoners, and to release them on the spot. In the months that followed the secret speech, the MVD also prepared to make much deeper changes to the structure of the camps themselves. In April, the new Interior Minister, N.P. Dudorov, sent a proposal for the reorganization of the camps to the Central Committee. "The situation in the camps and colonies," he wrote, "has been abysmal for many years now. They should be closed," he argued, "and instead the most dangerous criminals should be sent to special isolated prisons in distant regions of the country, specifically naming the building site of the unfinished Salyakard-Igarkha railway as one such possibility. Minor criminals, on the other hand, should remain in their native regions, serving out their sentences in prison colonies, doing light industrial labor and working on collective farms. None should be required to work as lumberjacks, miners, or builders, or indeed to carry out any other type of unskilled, hard labor." Dudorov's choice of language was more important than his specific suggestions. He was not merely proposing the creation of a smaller camp system. He was proposing to create a qualitatively different one, to return to a normal prison system, or at least to a prison system which would be recognizable as such in other European countries. The new prison colonies would stop pretending to be financially self-sufficient. Prisoners would work in order to learn useful skills, not in order to enrich the state. The aim of the prisoners' work would be rehabilitation, not profit. There were surprisingly angry objections to these suggestions. Although the representatives of economic ministries signaled their support, I.A. Surov, the KGB boss, lashed out at the Interior Minister's proposals, calling them incorrect and unacceptable, not to mention expensive. He opposed the construction of new prison colonies on the grounds that such a policy would create the impression of the presence in the USSR of a huge number of places of incarceration. He opposed the liquidation of the camps, and could not understand why Zieks should not work as foresters or miners. After all, hard labor would help re-educate them in the spirit of the honest working life of Soviet society. The result of this clash between the two branches of the security services was a very mixed reform. On the one hand, the Gulag itself, the Glavnoya Upravliya Lagiyi, the main camp administration, was dissolved. In 1957, both Dalstroy and Norilsk, two of the biggest and most powerful camp complexes, were dismantled. Other camps followed suit. The appropriate ministries of mining, machine building, forestry, or road building took over large swaths of what had been the camp industrial complex. Slave labor would never again be an important part of the economy in the Soviet Union. Yet at the same time, the judicial system remained unreformed. The judges were just as politicized, just as biased, just as unfair. The prison system also remained virtually untouched. The same jailers continued to enforce the same regimes in the same unpainted, unaltered cells. When, with time, the prison system began to expand once again, even the rehabilitation and re-education programs, the focus of so much concern and interest, would remain just as flimsy and as fictitious as they had been in the past. The surprisingly vitriolic debate between the MVD chief, Dudorov, and the KGB chief, Sorov, also prefigured other, larger debates to come. Following what they took to be Khrushchev's lead, liberals wanted to make fast changes to almost every sphere of Soviet life. At the same time, defenders of the old system wanted to stop, reverse, or alter these changes, particularly when they affected the livelihoods of powerful groups of people. The result of this clash was predictable. Not only unchanged prison cells, but also half-baked reforms, new privileges which were quickly revoked, and public discussions which were immediately hushed up. The era which came to be called the Thaw was indeed an era of change, but change of a particular kind. Reforms took 2 steps forward and then 1 step, or sometimes 3 steps, back. Release, whether it came in 1926 or 1956, had always left prisoners with mixed feelings. Gennady Andreev-Khomyakov, a prisoner released in the 1930s, was surprised by his own reaction. I imagined that I would be dancing instead of walking, that when I finally got my freedom I'd be drunk with it. But when I was actually released, I felt none of this. I walked through the gates and past the last guard, experiencing no happiness or sense of uplift. There, along the sun-drenched platform, ran 2 young girls in light dresses, merrily laughing about something. I looked at them in astonishment. How could they laugh? How could all these people walk around conversing and laughing as if nothing unusual was happening in the world, as if nothing nightmarish and unforgettable stood in their midst? After Stalin's death and Khrushchev's speech, the releases came more rapidly, and reactions became even more confused. Prisoners who had expected to spend another decade behind barbed wire were let go on a day's notice. One group of exiles was summoned during working hours to the offices of their mine and simply told to go home. As one remembered, Spiek's commandant, Lieutenant Isayev, opened a safe, pulled out our documents, and distributed them. Prisoners who had filed petition after petition demanding a re-examination of their cases suddenly found that their further letters were unnecessary. They could simply walk away. Prisoners who had thought of nothing else except freedom were strangely reluctant to experience it. Although I could hardly believe it myself, I was weeping as I walked out to freedom. I felt as though I had torn my heart away from what was dearest and most precious to it, from my comrades in misfortune. The gates closed, and it was all finished. Many were simply not ready. Yuri Zorin, riding a crowded prisoners' train south from Kotlas in 1954, made it past only 2 stations. "Why am I going to Moscow?" he asked himself, and then turned around and headed back to his old camp, where his ex-commander helped him get a job as a free worker. There he remained for another 16 years. Evgenia Ginsburg knew a woman who actually did not want to leave her barracks. "The thing is that I can't face living outside. I want to stay in camp," she told her friends. Another wrote in his diary that, "I really don't want freedom. What is drawing me to freedom? It seems to me that out there are lies, hypocrisy, thoughtlessness. Out there, everything is fantastically unreal, and here, everything is real." Many did not trust Khrushchev, expected the situation to worsen again, and took jobs as free workers in Vorkuta or Norilsk. They preferred not to experience the emotions and undergo the hassle of return, if they were ultimately to be rearrested anyway. But even those who wanted to return home often found it nearly impossible to do so. They had no money and very little food. Camps released prisoners with the equivalent of 500 grams of bread for every day they were expected to be on the road, a starvation ration. Even that was insufficient, since they were often on the road much longer than expected, as it proved almost impossible to obtain tickets on the few planes and trains leading south. Arriving at the station in Krasnoyarsk, Ariadna Efron found such a crowd that to leave was impossible, simply impossible. People from all of the camps were there, from all of Norilsk. She was finally given a ticket out of the blue by an angel, a woman who by chance had two. Otherwise, she might have waited for months. Facing a similarly crowded train, Galina Usakova, like many others, solved the problem by riding home on a baggage rack. Still others did not make it at all. It was not uncommon for prisoners to die on the difficult journey home, or within weeks or months of arrival. Weakened by their years of hard labor, tired out by exhausting journeys, the emotions surrounding their return overwhelmed them, resulting in heart attacks and strokes. How many people died from this freedom? One prisoner marveled. Some wound up back in prison. The MVD itself produced a report revealing that freed prisoners coming out of Vorkuta, Piachora, and Inta camps could not buy clothes, shoes, or bedding, as the towns above the Arctic Circle have no markets. In desperation, some committed minor crimes in order to be rearrested. At least in prison they were guaranteed a bread ration. Not that those in charge of the camps necessarily minded this. Facing an employment crisis, the Vorkuta administration disobeyed orders from above and actually tried to prevent certain categories of prisoners from leaving the mines. If they did manage to return to Moscow, Leningrad, or whatever village they had originally come from, former camp inmates often found their lives no easier. Mere release, it turned out, was not sufficient to re-establish a normal life. Without the documents testifying to actual rehabilitation, documents which annulled the prisoner's original sentence, former politicals were still suspect. True, a few years earlier they would have been handed the dreaded wolves' passports, which forbade ex-political prisoners from living in or near any of the Soviet Union's major cities. Others would have been sent directly into exile. Now the wolves' passports had been abolished, but it was still difficult to find places to live, to find work, and, in Moscow, to get permission to remain in the capital. Prisoners returned to find their homes had long ago been requisitioned, their possessions dispersed. Many of their relatives, also enemies by association, were dead or impoverished. Long after they had been released, families of enemies remained stigmatized, subject to official forms of discrimination and forbidden from working in certain kinds of jobs. Local authorities were still suspicious of former prisoners. Thomas Scovio spent a year petitioning and hassling before he was allowed to become a legal resident of his mother's apartment. Older prisoners found it impossible to get a proper pension. These personal difficulties, coupled with their sense of injured justice, persuaded many to seek full rehabilitation. But this was not a simple or straightforward process either. For many, the option was not even available. The MVD categorically refused to review the case of anyone sentenced before 1935, for example. Those who had gained an extra sentence in a camp, whether for insubordination, dissidence, or theft, were never given the coveted rehabilitation certificates either. The cases of the highest-ranking Bolsheviks, Bukharin, Kamyanev, Zinoviev, remained taboo, and those condemned in the same investigations as those leaders who were not rehabilitated until the 1980s. For those who could attempt it, the rehabilitation process was a long one. Appeals for rehabilitation had to come from prisoners or their families, who often had to write 2, 3, or many more letters before their appeals were granted. Even after they succeeded, the arduous process sometimes went backward. Anton Antonov Ovshienko, received a posthumous rehabilitation certificate for his father, which was then revoked in 1963. Many former prisoners also remained wary of applying. Those who received a summons to appear at a meeting of a rehabilitation commission, usually held within the offices of the MVD or the Justice Ministry, would often turn up in layers of clothes, gripping food parcels, accompanied by weeping relatives, certain they were about to be sent away again. At the highest levels, many feared the rehabilitation process could go too fast and too far. "We were scared, really scared," wrote Khrushchev later. "We were afraid the thaw might unleash a flood, which we wouldn't be able to control and which could drown us." One former senior KGB investigator, Anatoly Spragovsky, later recalled that between 1955 and 1960, he had traveled throughout the Tomsk region, interviewing witnesses and visiting the scenes of alleged crimes. He learned, among other things, that ex-prisoners had been accused of plotting to blow up factories or bridges that never existed. Yet when Spragovsky wrote to Khrushchev proposing to streamline the rehabilitation process and speed it up, he was rebuffed. In Moscow, it seemed, officials did not want the errors of the Stalin years to seem too broad or too absurd, and they did not want the investigation of old cases to proceed too quickly. Anastas Mikoyan, a Stalinist Politburo member who survived into the Khrushchev era, at one point explained why it was impossible to rehabilitate people too quickly. If they were all declared innocent at once, it would be clear that the country was not being run by a legal government, but by a group of gangsters. The Communist Party was also wary of admitting too much error. Although it reviewed more than 70,000 petitions from ex-members demanding to have their party membership reinstated, less than half the petitions were granted. As a result, full social rehabilitation, with the complete reinstatement of job, apartment, and pension, remained very rare. Far more common than full rehabilitation was the mixed experience and the mixed feelings of Olga Adamova Slosberg, who filed for her rehabilitation and that of her husband in 1954. She waited for 2 years. Then, after Khrushchev's secret speech in 1956, she received her certificate. It declared that her case had been reviewed and closed for lack of evidence. "I had been arrested on April 27, 1936, so I had paid for this mistake with 20 years and 41 days of my life." In compensation, the certificate stated, Adamova Slosberg was entitled to 2 months' pay for herself and her dead husband, and a further 11 rubles and 50 kopecks to compensate for the money that had been in her husband's possession at the time of his death. That was all. As she stood in the waiting room outside an office of the Supreme Court building in Moscow, absorbing this news, she became aware of someone shouting. It was an elderly Ukrainian woman who had just been handed a similar piece of news. The old Ukrainian woman started yelling, "I don't need your money for my son's blood. Keep it yourself." She tore up the certificates and threw them on the floor. The soldier who had been handing out the certificates came up to her. "Calm down, citizen," he began. But the old woman started shouting again and choked in a paroxysm of rage. Everyone was silent, overwhelmed. Here and there I heard stifled sobs and tears. I went back to my apartment, from which no policeman could evict me now. There was no one home, and finally I was able to weep freely. To weep for my husband, who perished in the cellars of the Lubyanka when he was 37 years old, at the height of his powers and talent. For my children, who grew up orphans, stigmatized as the children of enemies of the people. For my parents, who died of grief. For Nikolai, who was tortured in the camps, and for all of my friends who never lived to be rehabilitated, but lie beneath the frozen earth of Kolyma. Although often ignored in standard histories of the Soviet Union, the return home of millions of people from camps and exile must have stunned the millions of other Soviet citizens they encountered upon their arrival. Khrushchev's secret speech had been a shock, but it was a remote event, directed at the party hierarchy. By contrast, the reappearance of people long considered dead brought home the message of the speech in a far more direct way to a far wider range of people. Stalin's era had been one of secret torture and hidden violence. Suddenly, the camp veterans were on hand to provide living evidence of what had happened. They were also on hand to bring news, both good and bad, of the vanished. By the 1950s, it had become customary for released prisoners to pay visits to the homes of both their dead and living comrades, to transmit oral messages, or to repeat last words. M.S. Rotford went back to Kharkov, Vierchita, and Irkutsk, in order to see the families of his friends. Gustav Herrling paid an awkward visit to the family of his campmate General Kruglov, whose wife pleaded with him not to tell their daughter about her father's new camp sentence, checked her watch repeatedly, and begged him to leave quickly. The returning prisoners were also a source of terror to the bosses, the colleagues, the people who had sent them to prison in the first place. Anna Andreeva remembered that all of the trains to Moscow from Karaganda and Potma were filled with former prisoners in the summer of 1956. Everything was full of joy and its opposite, because people were meeting the people who had condemned them, who had condemned others. It was happy and tragic, and all of Moscow would soon be filled with this. In his novel Cancer Ward, Solzhenitsyn imagines the reaction of a party boss, ill with cancer, after his wife had told him that a former friend, a man he had personally denounced in order to take possession of his apartment, was due to be rehabilitated. A weakness gripped his whole body, his hips, his shoulders. His arms had grown weak too, and the tumor seemed to wrench his head sideways. "Why did you tell me that?" he moaned in a miserable, feeble voice. "Haven't I had enough misfortune?" And twice his head and chest shuddered with tearless sobs. "What right have they to let these people out now? Have they no pity? How dare they cause such traumas?" Feelings of guilt could be unbearable. After Khrushchev's secret speech, Alexandra Fadeev, a committed Stalinist and much-feared literary bureaucrat, went on an alcoholic binge. While drunk, he confessed to a friend that as head of the Writers' Union, he had sanctioned the arrests of many writers he knew to be innocent. Fadeev killed himself the following day. He allegedly left a one-sentence suicide letter addressed to the Central Committee. The bullet fired was meant for Stalin's policies, for Zhdanov's aesthetics, for Lysenko's genetics. Others went mad. Olga Mishakova, an employee of the Komsomol, had denounced the youth organization's leader, Kozyrev. After 1956, Kozyrev was rehabilitated, and the Komsomol Central Committee expelled Mishakova. Nevertheless, for a year afterward, she continued to come to the Komsomol building, to sit all day in her empty office, even to take a break for lunch. After the Komsomol confiscated her pass, she kept coming, standing by the entrance during her old office hours. When her husband was transferred to a job in Ryazan, she still got on the Moscow train every morning at 4 o'clock and spent the day in front of her former office, returning in the evening. She was eventually placed in a mental institution. Even when the result was not insanity or suicide, the awkward encounters which plagued Moscow's social life post-1956 could be excruciating. "Two Russias are eyeball to eyeball," wrote Anna Akhmatova. "Those who were in prison and those who put them there." Many of the country's leaders, including Khrushchev, personally knew many returnees. According to Antonov Ashienka, one such old friend turned up on Khrushchev's doorstep in 1956 and persuaded him to speed up the rehabilitation process. Worse were the encounters between former prisoners and the men who had actually been their jailers or interrogators. A pseudonymous memoir published in Roy Medvedev's underground political journal in 1964 described a man's encounter with his former interrogator, who begged him for money for a drink. I gave him everything I had left from my trip, and it was a lot. I gave it to him so that he would leave quickly. I was afraid I wouldn't hold out. I felt an overpowering desire to let loose my hatred, pent up for so long, against him and his kind. It could also be extremely uncomfortable to meet one's former friends, now thriving Soviet citizens. Lev Razgon encountered a close friend in 1968, more than a decade after his return. He met me, as though we had only parted the evening before. He expressed his condolences, of course, about Oksana's death, and asked after Yelena. But all of this was conveyed in a rapid, business-like way, and that was that. Yuri Dombrovsky put his feelings about a friend who offered his condolences too late into verse, in a poem entitled To a Famous Poet. Even our children didn't feel sorry for us. Even our wives didn't want us. Only a sentry shot at us, skillfully using our numbers as targets. You were just drifting in restaurants and scattering jokes over glasses. You understood everything and welcomed everybody, but didn't notice that we had died. So please explain to me now why, as they are reviewing the order of battle and I appear from a northern grave, you approach me as if I were a hero. Women were licking your hands. Was that for your courage? For the tortures you suffered? Lev Koplyalev has written that after returning, he could no longer bear to be in the company of successful people at all, preferring the company of failures. How to talk about the camps, and how much to talk about the camps, with one's friends and family was another source of torment for former prisoners. Many tried to protect their children from the truth. The daughter of the rocket designer Sergei Korolev was not told her father had been in prison until her late teens, when she had to fill out a form which asked whether any of her relatives had ever been arrested. Many prisoners were asked, upon leaving their camps, to sign documents forbidding them to say anything about them. This frightened some into speechlessness, although others were not cowed. Susanna Piachora refused outright to sign these papers upon leaving her camp and has, in her own words, been talking about it ever since. Others found that their friends and family, if not exactly uninterested, did not want to know in any great detail where they had been or what had happened to them. They were too afraid, not just of the ever-present secret police, but of what they might learn about the people they loved. The novelist Vasily Aksionov, Evgenia Ginsburg's son, penned a tragic but horribly plausible scene in his trilogy, The Generations of Winter, describing what happened when a man and his wife encounter one another after both have spent years in concentration camps. He immediately notices that she looks too healthy. "First tell me how you managed not to become ugly. You haven't even lost weight," he says, knowing too well all of the ways in which it was possible for women to survive in the Gulag. That night, they lie in bed far apart, unable to speak. Melancholy and grief had burned them to the ground. The writer and folk poet Bulat Okuchava has also written a story describing a man's encounter with his mother, who has spent 10 years in camps. The man anticipated his mother's return with pleasure, believing he would pick her up at the train station, take her home for dinner after a tearful but joyful reunion, tell her of his life, maybe even go and see a film. Instead, he found a woman with dry eyes and a detached expression. She looked at me but didn't see me. Her face was hardened, frozen. He had expected her to be physically frail, but was totally unprepared for emotional damage, an experience that millions must have shared. True stories were often as bleak. Nadezhda Kapralova wrote of meeting her mother after 13 years, having been separated from her at the age of 8. "We were the closest of possible people, mother and daughter. and yet we were strangers. We spoke of irrelevancies, mostly crying and remaining silent. Another prisoner, Evgenia Gnedin, was reunited with his wife after 14 years, but found they had nothing in common. He had, he felt, grown in those years, whereas she had remained the same. Olga Adamova Slosberg had to tread carefully when she was reunited with her son in 1948. I was afraid to tell him anything of what I had learned on the other side. No doubt I could have convinced him that there was a great deal wrong with our country, that Stalin, his idol, was actually far from perfect. But my son was only 17. I was afraid to be completely frank with him. Yet not everyone felt at odds with Soviet society either. Perhaps surprisingly, many of the returnees came back eager to rejoin the Communist Party, not merely for the sake of privileges and status, but in order to feel, once again, full members of the communist project, as it were. Allegiance to a belief system can have deep, non-rational roots, is how the historian Nancy Adler tries to explain the feelings of one prisoner when he was reinstated in the party. The most important factor that secured my survival in those harsh conditions was my unflinching, ineradicable belief in our Leninist party, in its humanist principles. It was the party that imparted the physical strength to withstand their trials. Reinstatement in the ranks of my native Communist Party was the greatest happiness of my entire life. The historian Catherine Meridell goes a step further, arguing that the party and the collective ideology of the Soviet Union actually helped people to recover from whatever trauma they had suffered. Russians really do seem to have lived with their histories of unspeakable loss by working, singing, waving the red flag. Some laugh about it now, but almost everyone is nostalgic for a collectivism and a common purpose that have been lost. Up to a point, totalitarianism worked. Even though at some level they knew this struggle to be a false one, even though they knew the nation was not as glorious as its leaders claimed, even though they knew that whole Soviet cities had been built on the bones of people unjustly condemned to forced labor, even then, some camp victims still felt better when they were part of the collective effort and no longer excluded from it. Either way, the enormous tension between those who had been there and those who had stayed home could not remain confined in bedrooms and locked behind doors forever. Those responsible for what had happened were still alive. Finally, at the 22nd Party Congress in October 1961, Khrushchev, now fighting for influence within the party, began naming them. He announced that Molotov, Kaganovich, Voroshilov, and Malyankov were all guilty of illegal mass repressions against many party, Soviet, military, and Komsomol officials, and bear direct responsibility for their physical destruction. More ominously, he also hinted darkly at the documents in our possession which would prove this guilt. Yet Khrushchev did not, in the end, publish any such documents in the course of his struggle against the Stalinists who opposed his reforms. Perhaps he was not really powerful enough to do so, or perhaps such documents would have revealed his own role in Stalinist repressions as well. Instead, Khrushchev deployed a new tactic. He widened the public discussion of Stalinism even further, broadening it beyond internal party debates, spreading it to the literary world. Although Khrushchev probably was not much interested in Soviet poets and novelists for their own sake, he had seen, by the early 1960s, that they could play a role in his bid for power. Slowly, vanished names began to reappear in official publications, without explanation of why they had gone and why they were being allowed back. Characters hitherto unacceptable in Soviet fiction, greedy bureaucrats, returning camp inmates, began to appear in published novels. Khrushchev saw that such publications could conduct his propaganda for him. Literary writers could discredit his enemies by tarring them with the crimes of the past. That, at any rate, appears to have been the reasoning behind his decision to allow the publication of Alexander Solzhenitsyn's One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, the most famous of all Gulag novels. For his literary significance, as well as for the role he played in publicizing the existence of the Gulag in the West, Alexander Solzhenitsyn would certainly deserve special mention in any history of the Soviet camp system. But his brief career as a famous, widely published, official Soviet author is also worth telling, because it marks an important moment of transition. When Ivan Denisovich first appeared in print in 1962, the thaw was at its height. Political prisoners were few, and the Gulag seemed a thing of the past. By the summer of 1965, when a party journal described Ivan Denisovich as an undoubtedly controversial work, both ideologically and artistically, Khrushchev had been ousted, the backlash had begun, and the number of political prisoners was rising with ominous speed. By 1974, when the Gulag Archipelago, Solzhenitsyn's massive 3-volume history of the camp system, had appeared in English, Solzhenitsyn had been expelled from the country, and his books could only be published abroad. The institution of the Soviet prison camp had been firmly re-established, and the dissident movement was in full swing. Solzhenitsyn's prison career had begun in a manner typical for Zieks of his generation. After entering officers' training school in 1941, he fought across the Western Front throughout the autumn and winter of 1943, penned some poorly disguised criticism of Stalin in a letter to a friend in 1945, and was arrested soon after. Hitherto a more or less true communist believer, the young officer was stunned by the brutality and crudity with which he was treated. Later, he would be even more shocked by the harsh treatment meted out to the Red Army soldiers who had fallen into Nazi captivity. These, he felt, were men who should have returned home as heroes. His subsequent camp career was perhaps slightly less than typical, only because, thanks to some undergraduate math and physics, he served some of his time in a sharashka, an experience he later recorded in his novel The First Circle. Other than that, it is fair to say that he served in a series of unremarkable lagpunkts, including one in Moscow, and one in a special camp complex in Karaganda. He was also an unremarkable prisoner. He flirted with the authorities, served as an informer before seeing the light, and wound up working as a bricklayer. Bricklaying was the career he later gave to Ivan Denisovich, the Ziek everyman, who was the hero of his first novel. After his release, he went to teach at a school in Ryazan, and began to write about his experiences. That, too, was not unusual. The many hundreds of Gulag memoirs that have been published since the 1980s are ample testimony to the eloquence and talent of Soviet ex-prisoners, many of whom wrote in secret for years. What made Solzhenitsyn truly unique, in the end, was the simple fact that his work appeared in print in the Soviet Union while Khrushchev was still in power. Many legends surround the publication of One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich. So many that Michael Scammell, Solzhenitsyn's biographer, has written that the tale has acquired such embellishments along the way that it is sometimes hard to disentangle fact from fiction. The book's route to literary fame was a slow one. Before it became famous, the manuscript of Ivan Denisovich passed through the hands of Lev Kopyalev, a Moscow literary figure, and one of Solzhenitsyn's camp comrades, and a copy editor at Novye Mir. Excited by her find, the copy editor passed it to Alexander Tardovsky, the editor-in-chief of Novye Mir. Tardovsky, so the story goes, began reading Ivan Denisovich while lying in bed. After a few pages, however, he was so impressed by the manuscript that he felt he had to get up, get dressed, and read the story sitting upright. He spent an entire night reading it, and then rushed into his office as soon as dawn broke, howling for the typist to make up extra copies so that he could distribute the book to his friends, all the while hailing the birth of a new literary genius. Whether or not all of this really happened, Twardowski certainly told people it had. Later, Solzhenitsyn wrote to him of how happy he had felt when he learned that Twardowski found Ivan Denisovich worth a sleepless night. The novel itself was straightforward enough. It recorded a single day in the life of an ordinary prisoner. Reading it now, it can in fact be hard for contemporary readers, even contemporary readers in Russia, to understand why it created such a furor in the Soviet literary world. But to those who read it in 1962, the novel came as a revelation. Instead of speaking vaguely about returnees and repressions, as some other books did at the time, Ivan Denisovich directly described life in the camps, a subject which had not, until then, been discussed in public. At the same time, Solzhenitsyn's style, particularly his use of camp slang, and his descriptions of the dullness and unpleasantness of prison life made a stunning contrast to the usual empty, phony fiction then being published. The official Soviet literary creed of that time, socialist realism, was not realism at all, but rather the literary version of Stalinist political doctrine. Prison literature, such as it was, had not changed since Gorky's day. If there was a thief in a Soviet novel, he saw the light and converted to the true Soviet faith. The hero might suffer, but in the end the party showed him the light. The heroine might shed tears, but once she had learned the value of work, she would find her proper role in society. Ivan Denisovich, by contrast, was genuinely realistic. It was not optimistic, and it was not a morality tale. The sufferings of its heroes were pointless. The work they did was exhausting and draining, and they tried to avoid it. The party did not triumph in the end, and communism did not emerge the victor. This honesty, so unusual for a Soviet writer, was precisely what Twardowski admired. He told Solzhenitsyn's friend Kopyalev that the story had not a drop of falsehood in it, which was precisely what would upset many readers, particularly those in the Soviet establishment. Even one of Novye Mir's editors found the story's frankness disturbing. In his comments on the novel, he wrote that it shows life too one-sidedly, involuntarily twisting and upsetting the proportions. For people used to simplistic conclusions, the novel seemed horrifyingly open-ended and amoral. Twardowski wanted to publish it, but knew that if he simply had the story typeset and sent off to the censors, they would ban it immediately. Instead, he offered Ivan Denisovich to Khrushchev, to be used as a weapon against his enemies. According to Michael Scommel, Twardowski wrote a preface that presented the story's usefulness in precisely this light, and then began giving it to people whom he hoped would hand it to Khrushchev himself. After much back and forth, much debate, and a few changes to the manuscript, Solzhenitsyn was persuaded to add at least one positive hero, and to include a token condemnation of Ukrainian nationalism. The novel did finally reach Khrushchev. He approved. He even praised the book for having been written in the spirit of the 22nd Party Congress, which presumably meant that he thought it would annoy his enemies. Finally, in the November 1962 issue of Novye Mir, it appeared in print. "The bird is free! The bird is free!" Twardowski is alleged to have shouted as he held the first proof copy in his hands. At first, the critical praise was fulsome, not least because the story matched the official line of the moment. Pravda's literary critic hoped that the fight against the personality cult would from now on continue to facilitate the appearance of works of art outstanding for their ever-increasing artistic value. Izvestia's literary critic said Solzhenitsyn had shown himself a true helper of the party in a sacred and vital cause, the struggle against the personality cult and its consequences. Those were not quite the reactions of the ordinary readers, however, who flooded Solzhenitsyn with mail in the months that followed the Novye Mir publication. The story's close parallels to the new party line did not impress the former camp inmates, who wrote to him from all over the country. Instead, they were overjoyed to read something which actually reflected their own feelings and experience. People afraid to breathe a word of their experiences to their closest friends suddenly felt a sense of release. One woman wrote to describe her reaction, "My face was smothered in tears. I didn't wipe them away because all this, packed into a small number of pages of the magazine, was mine, intimately mine, for every day of the 15 years I spent in the camps." Another letter addressed Solzhenitsyn, "Dear friend, comrade and brother," before continuing, "Reading your story, I remembered Savaya Maska and Vorkuta, the frosts and blizzards, the insults and humiliations. I wept as I read. They were all familiar characters, as if from my own brigade. Thank you once more. Please carry on in the same spirit. Write, write." Most powerful of all were the reactions of people still in prison. Leonid Sitko, then serving his second sentence, heard of the publication in distant Dubrovnik. When the camp library's copy of Novi Mir arrived, the camp commanders kept it for themselves for a whole 2 months. Finally, the Zieks got hold of a copy and held a group reading. Sitko remembered that prisoners listened, without breathing. After they read the last word, there was a deathly silence. Then, after 2-3 minutes, the room detonated. Everyone had lived the story in his own painful way. In the cloud of tobacco smoke, they discussed endlessly. And frequently, more and more frequently, they asked, why did they publish it? Why indeed? It seems the party bosses themselves began to wonder. Perhaps Solzhenitsyn's honest portrayal of camp life was too much for them. It represented too momentous a change. Its appearance came about too swiftly for the tastes of men who still feared their own heads might roll next. Or perhaps they were tired of Khrushchev already, feared he had gone too far, and used Solzhenitsyn's novel as an excuse. Indeed, Khrushchev was deposed soon afterward, in October 1964. His replacement, Leonid Brezhnev, was the leader of the party's reactionary, anti-change, anti-thaw neo-Stalinists. In either case, it is clear that in the aftermath of the novel's publication, the conservatives rallied, and with amazing speed. Ivan Denisovich appeared in November. In December, a few days after Khrushchev met Solzhenitsyn and personally congratulated him, Leonid Ilyachev, the chairman of the Central Committee's new ideological commission, lectured a group of 400 writers and artists gathered at the Writers' Union. Soviet society, he told them, must not be shaken and weakened under the pretext of the struggle against the cult of the individual. The rapidity of the change reflected the Soviet Union's ambivalent attitude toward its own history, an ambivalence which has never been resolved, even today. If the Soviet Union's elite were to accept that the portrait of Ivan Denisovich was authentic, that meant admitting that innocent people had endured pointless suffering. If the camps had really been stupid and wasteful and tragic, that meant that the Soviet Union was stupid and wasteful and tragic too. It was difficult, and it would remain difficult, for any Soviet citizen, whether a member of the elite or a simple peasant, to accept that their lives had been governed by a set of lies. After a period of wavering, a few arguments for, a few arguments against, the attacks on Solzhenitsyn started coming thick and fast. In earlier chapters I have already described the angry reactions of both prisoners and guards to Ivan Denisovich's many efforts to evade hard work. But there were more elevated criticisms too. Lydia Fomienko, the critic of Literaturnya Rossiya, accused Solzhenitsyn of failing to disclose the full dialectic of that time. Solzhenitsyn had condemned the cult of personality, in other words, but had failed to point the way to the optimistic future, and had failed to include good communist characters who would triumph in the end. This kind of criticism was echoed by others, and some even tried to correct Solzhenitsyn's mistake in literary form. Boris Yakov's A Story of Survival, the loyal camp novel published in 1964, explicitly featured descriptions of hard-working, loyal Soviet prisoners. As Solzhenitsyn's novel was being considered for the Lenin Prize, the Soviet Union's highest literary award, the insults grew worse. In the end, using tactics that would be repeated in later years, the establishment resorted to personal insults. At the Lenin Prize committee meeting, the head of the Komsomol, Sergei Pavlov, stood up and accused Solzhenitsyn of having surrendered to the Germans during the war, and of having been convicted on criminal charges after that. Tardovsky got Solzhenitsyn to produce his rehabilitation certificate, but it was too late. The Lenin Prize went to The Sheep Bell, a book best described as well forgotten, and Solzhenitsyn's official literary career was at an end. He kept writing, but none of his subsequent novels appeared in print in the Soviet Union, or at least not legally, until 1989. In 1974, he was expelled from the Soviet Union and eventually took up residence in Vermont. Until the Gorbachev era, only a tiny group of Soviet citizens, those who had access to underground, illegal typescripts or smuggled foreign copies, had read the Gulag Archipelago, his history of the camp system. Yet Solzhenitsyn was not the only victim of this conservative backlash. For just as the debate about Ivan Denisovich was growing angrier, another literary drama was also unfolding. On February 18, 1964, the young poet Joseph Brodsky was put on trial for parasitism. The era of the dissidents was about to begin. Chapter 26. The Era of the Dissidents. Do not rejoice too early, and let some oracle proclaim that wounds do not reopen, that evil crowds don't rise again, and that I risk seeming retarded. Let him orate. I firmly know that Stalin is not dead. As if the dead alone had mattered, and those who vanished nameless in the north. The evil he implanted in our hearts, had it not truly done the damage? As long as poverty divides from wealth, as long as we don't stop the lies, and don't unlearn to fear, Stalin is not dead. Boris Chichibabin, Stalin is Not Dead, 1967. The death of Stalin really did signal the end of the era of massive slave labor in the Soviet Union. Although the Soviet Union's repressive policies were to take some very harsh forms over the subsequent 40 years, nobody ever again proposed to revive concentration camps on a large scale. Nobody ever again tried to make them a central part of the economy or use them to incarcerate millions of people. The secret police never again controlled such a large slice of the nation's productive capacity, and camp commanders never again found themselves acting as the bosses of enormous industrial enterprises. Even the Lubyanka building, the post-war KGB headquarters, ceased to be a prison. Gary Powers, the American U-2 pilot whose spy plane was shot down over the USSR in 1960, was the last person to be incarcerated in its cells. Yet the camps did not disappear altogether, nor did Soviet prisons become part of an ordinary penal system, organized for criminals alone. Instead, they evolved. To begin with, the nature of the political prisoners evolved. In Stalin's era, the repressive system had resembled a vast game of roulette. Anyone could be arrested, for any reason at any time, peasants, workers, and party bureaucrats alike. After Khrushchev, the secret police still occasionally arrested people for nothing, as Anna Akhmatova had once put it. But most of the time, Brezhnev's KGB arrested people for something, if not for a genuine criminal act, then for their literary, religious, or political opposition to the Soviet system. Usually called dissidents, or sometimes prisoners of conscience, this new generation of politicals knew why they had been arrested, identified themselves as political prisoners, and were treated as such. They were kept separate from criminal prisoners, given different uniforms, and were subjected to different regimes. They would also be marked as dissidents for the rest of their lives, subjected to discrimination at work, and mistrusted by their relatives and neighbors. There were also far fewer political prisoners than there had been in Stalin's time. In the middle of the 1970s, Amnesty International estimated that no more than 10,000 of the Soviet Union's 1 million prisoners had political sentences, and most of them were incarcerated in the two political camp complexes, one in Mordovia, south of Moscow, and one in Perm, on the western edge of the Urals. In a given year, there were probably no more than a few thousand openly political arrests, although this would have been a high number in any other country. It was certainly low by the standards of Stalin's Soviet Union. According to former prisoners' accounts, this new sort of prisoner began appearing in the camps as early as 1957, in the wake of the Hungarian Revolution of October 1956, following the arrests of Soviet soldiers and citizens who had sympathized with the rebellion. At about this time, the first tiny wave of refuseniks, Jews who were refused the right to emigrate to Israel, also appeared in Soviet prisons. In 1958, Wim Gindler, a Polish Jew who had been left on the Soviet side of the border after the war, was refused the right to be repatriated to Poland on the grounds that he would take the opportunity to emigrate to Israel. The late 1950s also saw the arrests of the first groups of Soviet Baptists, who would quickly become the largest single dissident group behind barbed wire, as well as members of other religious sects. In 1960, the dissident Avraham Shifrin even encountered a group of old believers, followers of the older rites of the Orthodox Church, in a punishment cell in the political camp at Potma. Their community had emigrated to the virgin forests of the northern Urals in 1919, and had lived there in complete secrecy until a KGB helicopter discovered them 50 years later. When Shifrin met them, they had become permanent residents of the camp punishment cells, having refused categorically to work for the Soviet Antichrist. Shifrin himself also represented a new category of prisoner, the sons and daughters of enemies of the people, who found themselves in the late 1950s unable to slot easily into the routines of Soviet life. In subsequent years, a striking number of the members of the dissident generation, particularly the human rights activists, would turn out to be children or relatives of Stalin's victims. The twin Medvedev brothers, Zoris and Roy, are among the most famous examples. Roy, a historian, became one of the best-known underground publicists in the Soviet Union. Zoris was a dissident scientist who would be locked up in a psychiatric hospital as a result. Both were the sons of an enemy of the people. Their father had been arrested when they were children. There were others. In 1967, 43 children of communists, all repressed by Stalin, sent an open letter to the Central Committee, warning of the threat of neo-Stalinism. The letter, one of the first of many open protest letters to the authorities, contained several names of underground publishers and dissident leaders, many of whom would soon be in prison themselves. Pyotr Yakir, the son of General Yakir; Anton Antonov Ovsyanka, son of the Bolshevik revolutionary; and Larissa Bogoraz, whose father was arrested for Trotskyite activities in 1936. A family's experience of the camps could be enough, it seemed, to radicalize its younger members. If the prisoners had changed, so too had some aspects of the legal system. In 1960, the year usually remembered as the height of the thaw, a new criminal code was established. Without question, the new code was more liberal. It specifically abolished nighttime interrogations and limited the powers of the KGB, who conducted political investigations, and the MVD, who ran the prison system. It mandated the greater independence of prosecutors and, most of all, abolished the hated Article 58. Some of these changes were rightly dismissed as mere camouflage, linguistic change instead of real change. "You are mistaken," the novelist Julie Daniel wrote a few years later, in a letter from prison smuggled out to a friend. "You are mistaken if you thought I was sitting in prison. I was being held in an investigative isolator, whence I was not thrown in the cooler, but was installed in a punishment isolator. And this was done not by jailers, but by controllers. And this letter is not being sent from a concentration camp, but from an institution." Daniel was also right in another sense. If the state authorities wanted to arrest someone on suspicion of thinking differently, they still could. In place of Article 58, the Code created Article 70, on anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda, and Article 72, on organizational activity of especially dangerous crimes against the state, and also participation in anti-Soviet organizations. In addition, the authorities added Article 142, on violation of law on separation of church and state. If the KGB wanted to arrest someone for his religion, in other words, they still could. Yet not everything was exactly the same either. In the post-Stalin era, the authorities, prosecutors, prisoners, camp guards, warders, were far more sensitive about appearances and really did try to adhere to a semblance of legality. When, for example, the language of Article 70 proved too loose to convict everyone whom the authorities felt it necessary to put behind bars, they added Article 190-1 to the Criminal Code, which forbade the dissemination by word of mouth of deliberate fabrications discrediting the Soviet political and social system. The judicial system had to look like a judicial system, even if everyone knew it was a sham. In what was also a clear reaction against the old system of troikas and special commissions, the new law stipulated that arrestees must be tried in a court of justice. This, it turned out, would inconvenience the Soviet authorities far more than they could have anticipated. Although he had not been condemned under any of the new anti-dissident laws, the trial of Joseph Brodsky was in many ways a harbinger of the new era to come. The fact that it was held at all was a novelty. In the past, people who irritated the state had not been tried in public except in prearranged show trials, if they were tried at all. More important, Brodsky's behavior at the trial was enough to prove that he already belonged to a different generation from Solzhenitsyn and from the political prisoners of the recent past. Brodsky once wrote that his generation was spared the experience of indoctrination endured by those just a few years older. "We emerged from under the post-war rubble when the state was too busy patching its own skin and couldn't look after us very well. We entered schools, and whatever elevated rubbish we were taught there, the suffering and the poverty were visible all around. You cannot cover a ruin with a page of Pravda." If they were Russians, Brodsky's generation typically arrived at their critique of the Soviet status quo via their literary or artistic tastes, which could not be expressed in Brezhnev's Soviet Union. If they were Balts, Caucasians, or Ukrainians, they were more likely to have got there through nationalist sentiments inherited from their parents. Brodsky was a classic Leningrad dissident. He rejected Soviet propaganda from a very early age and dropped out of school at 15. He worked in a series of temporary jobs and began to write poetry. By his early 20s, he was well known in the Leningrad literary world. The aging Akhmatova made him her protégé. His poems were circulated among friends and read aloud at secret literary gatherings, another new feature of this era. Predictably, all of that unofficial activity brought Brodsky to the attention of the secret police. Brodsky was first harassed, then arrested. The charge was parasitism. Since Brodsky was not a poet licensed by the Writers' Union, he qualified as a vagrant. At his trial in February 1964, the state produced witnesses, mostly unknown to Brodsky, who testified that he was morally depraved, a draft dodger, and a writer of anti-Soviet verses. In his defense, There were letters and speeches from famous poets and writers, including Akhmatova. To all of this, the prosecution witnesses responded angrily, "This is nothing but his fancy friends ringing all the bells and demanding, 'Save the young man!' But he should be treated with forced labor, and no one will help him, no fancy friends. I do not know him personally. I know about him from the newspapers, and I am acquainted with the certificates. I'm suspicious about the certificates which deferred him from service in the army. I'm not a doctor, but I'm suspicious about it." Clearly, the trial was directed not just against Brodsky, but against the remnants of the independent intellectual class, with their connections, their suspected opposition to Soviet authority, and their scorn for labor. And in a certain sense, those who organized the trial had hit an accurate target. Brodsky did oppose Soviet authority. He did feel scorn for pointless, fruitless labor, and he did represent an alienated class, a group of people deeply frustrated by the clampdown which followed the thaw. Knowing this perfectly well, Brodsky was not astonished or surprised by his arrest, and was not flummoxed by his trial. Instead, he sparred with the judge. "Judge, what is your occupation?" Brodsky: "I am a poet." "Judge, who recognized you as a poet? Who gave you the authority to call yourself a poet?" Brodsky: "No one. Who gave me the authority to enter the human race?" Judge: "Have you studied for it?" Brodsky: "For what?" Judge: "To become a poet. Why didn't you take further education at a school where they prepare you, where you can learn?" Brodsky: "I didn't think poetry was a matter of learning." Judge: "What is it then?" Brodsky: "I think it is a gift from God." Later, asked if he had any petitions to make to the court, Brodsky said, "I would like to know why I am arrested." The judge responded, "That's a question, not a petition." Said Brodsky, "In that case, I have no petitions." Technically, Brodsky lost the argument. The judge condemned him to 5 years of hard labor in a prison colony near Arkhangelsk, on the grounds that he had systematically failed to fulfill the obligations of a Soviet citizen, failed to produce anything of material value, failed to provide for his own upkeep, as is evident from his frequent change of jobs. Citing statements made by the Commission for Work with Young Poets, the judge also declared that Brodsky, who would later win the Nobel Prize in Literature, was not a poet. Yet in another sense, Brodsky won in a way that previous generations of Russian prisoners could not have done. Not only did he publicly challenge the logic of the Soviet legal system, but his challenge was also recorded for posterity. A journalist took surreptitious notes at the trial, which were ultimately smuggled to the West. Thanks to this, Brodsky immediately became famous, in Russia and abroad. His behavior at his trial not only became a model for others to follow, it also inspired both Russian and foreign writers to petition the government for his release. After 2 years, release was granted, and he was eventually expelled from the USSR. Nothing like this had happened while Stalin was alive. "People are as ever thrown behind bars and as ever transported to the East," wrote Valentin Moroz, a Ukrainian dissident historian, shortly afterward. "But this time they have not sunk into the unknown." And that, in the end, was to be the greatest difference between Stalin's prisoners and the prisoners of Brezhnev and Andropov. The outside world knew about them, cared about them, and above all could affect their fate. Nevertheless, the Soviet regime was not growing more liberal, and events moved quickly in the wake of the Brodsky trial. In the same way that 1937 stands out as a special year of persecution for the Stalinist-era intelligentsia, so too does 1966 stand out as a special year for the generation of the thaw. By 1966, it was clear that the neo-Stalinists had triumphed. Stalin's reputation as a flawed but still admirable leader had been officially restored. Joseph Brodsky was in a labor camp. Solzhenitsyn was a banned author. Khrushchev had been ousted and replaced by Leonid Brezhnev, who openly made statements designed to refurbish Stalin's reputation. Within a year, Yuri Andropov, who had just been appointed chairman of the KGB, would make a speech to mark the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Cheka. He would praise the Soviet secret police, among other things, for its implacable struggle against state enemies. In February 1966, Andrei Sinyavsky and Yuli Daniel also went on trial. Both were well-known writers, both had published their work abroad, and both were found guilty under the terms of Article 70 of Anti-Soviet Agitation and Propaganda. Sinyavsky received 7 years of hard labor. Daniel received 5. This was the first time anyone had been put on trial not just for vagrancy, but because of the actual content of their literary work. A month later, in significantly greater secrecy, more than 24 Ukrainian intellectuals went on trial in Kiev. One was accused, among other things, of owning a copy of a poem by the 19th-century Ukrainian poet Taras Shevchenko, after whom streets are named in Moscow and Kiev. Because the poem had been printed without the author's name, Soviet experts classified it as an anti-Soviet poem by an unknown author. In a pattern that would soon become familiar, these trials spawned other trials, as other outraged intellectuals began to use the language of the Soviet legal system and the Soviet Constitution to criticize the Soviet judiciary and the Soviet police. The case of Sinyavsky and Daniel, for example, made a great impression on another young Muscovite, Alexander Ginsburg, already active in unofficial cultural circles. He compiled a transcript of the Sinyavsky-Daniel trial, the White Book, which he distributed around Moscow. He and 3 alleged collaborators were arrested soon afterward. At about the same time, the Kiev trials made a great impression on a young Ukrainian lawyer, Vyacheslav Chornofil. He compiled a dossier on the Ukrainian judicial system, pointing out its internal contradictions and establishing the illegality and absurdity of the Ukrainian arrests. Afterward, he was quickly arrested. In this manner, an intellectual and cultural movement, begun by writers and poets, became a human rights movement. To put the Soviet human rights movement in context, it is important to note that Soviet dissidents never started a mass organization, as did their Polish counterparts, and they cannot receive full credit for bringing down the Soviet regime. The arms race, the war in Afghanistan, and the economic disaster wrought by Soviet central planning must receive equal credit. Nor did they ever manage more than a handful of public demonstrations. One of the most famous, staged on August 25, 1968, to protest against the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, involved only 7 people. At noon, the 7 gathered in front of St. Basil's Cathedral on Red Square, and unrolled Czech flags and banners marked with slogans, "Long live free and independent Czechoslovakia! Hands off Czechoslovakia, for your freedom and ours!" Within minutes, a whistle blew, and plainclothes KGB rushed at the demonstrators, whom they seemed to have been expecting, shouting, "They're all Jews!" and "Beat the anti-Soviets!" They tore down the banners, beat up the demonstrators, and took all but one, she was with her 3-month-old son, straight to prison. But small though they were, these efforts caused a great deal of trouble for the Soviet leadership, particularly given its continued commitment to spreading world revolution and its consequent obsessive concern about the USSR's international image. In Stalin's era, repression on a massive scale could be kept secret even from a visiting American vice president. In the 1960s and 1970s, news of a single arrest could travel around the world overnight. In part, this was thanks to improvements in mass communication, the Voice of America, radio liberty, and television. In part, it was also because Soviet citizens found new ways to transmit news as well. For 1966 also marked another milestone, the birth of the term samizdat, an acronym which deliberately echoed the term gazistat, or state publishing house. Samizdat literally means self-publishing house, and figuratively refers to the underground press. The concept was not new. In Russia, samizdat was nearly as old as the written word. Pushkin himself had privately distributed manuscripts of his more politically charged poetry in the 1820s. Even in Stalin's time, the circulation of stories and poems among friends was not entirely unknown. But after 1966, samizdat grew into a national pastime. The thaw had given many Soviet citizens a taste for a freer sort of literature, and at first, samizdat was a largely literary phenomenon. Very quickly, samizdat came to have a more political character. A KGB report which circulated among Central Committee members in January 1971 analyzed the changes over the previous 5 years, noting that it had discovered more than 400 studies and articles on economic, political, and philosophical questions, which criticize from various angles the historical experience of socialist construction in the Soviet Union, revise the internal and external politics of the Communist Party, and advance various programs of opposition activity. The report concluded that the KGB would have to work on the neutralization and denunciation of the anti-Soviet tendencies presented in samizdat. But it was too late to put the genie back in the bottle, and samizdat continued to expand, taking many forms: typed poems, passed from friend to friend and retyped at every opportunity, handwritten newsletters and bulletins, transcripts of Voice of America broadcasts, and, much later, books and journals professionally produced on underground typesetting machines, more often than not located in communist Poland. Poetry and poem songs composed by Russian bards, Alexander Galich, Bulat Okutchava, Vladimir Vysotsky, also spread quickly through the use of what was then a new form of technology, the cassette tape recorder. Throughout the 1960s, the 1970s, and 1980s, one of the most important themes of samizdat was the history of Stalinism, including the history of the Gulag. Samizdat networks continued to print and distribute copies of the works of Solzhenitsyn, which were by now banned in the USSR. Varlam Shalamov's poems and stories also began circulating in the underground, as did Evgenia Ginsburg's memoirs. Both writers began to attract large groups of admirers. Ginsburg became the center of a circle of Gulag survivors and literary figures in Moscow. The other important theme of samizdat was the persecution of the dissidents. Indeed, it was thanks to samizdat, and particularly to its distribution abroad, that the human rights advocates would gain, in the 1970s, a far wider international forum. In particular, the dissidents learned to use samizdat not only to underline the inconsistencies between the USSR's legal system and the KGB's methods, but also to point out, loudly and frequently, the gap between the human rights treaties that the USSR had signed and actual Soviet practice. Their preferred texts were the UN Declaration on Human Rights and the Helsinki Final Act. The former was signed by the USSR in 1948 and contained, among other things, a clause known as Article 19. Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. The latter was the end result of a Europe-wide negotiation process which had settled a number of political questions left open since the end of the Second World War. Although they were hardly noticed at the time of its 1976 signing, the Helsinki Treaty also contained some agreements on human rights, part of the so-called Basket 3 of the negotiations, which all of the participating nations signed. Among other things, the treaty recognized the freedom of thought, conscience, and belief. The participating states recognize the universal significance of human rights and fundamental freedoms. They will constantly respect these rights and freedoms in their mutual relations, and will endeavor jointly and separately, including in cooperation with the United Nations, to promote the universal and effective respect for them. Both within the USSR and outside it, most of the information about the dissidents' efforts to promote the language of these treaties came from the House Journal of the Soviet Samizdat networks, the Chronicle of Current Events. This newsletter, dedicated to a neutral recording of otherwise unpublicized news events, human rights abuses, arrests, trials, demonstrations, new Samizdat publications, was founded by a small group of acquaintances in Moscow, including Sinyavsky, Daniel, Ginsburg, and two dissidents who would become famous later, Pavel Litanov and Vladimir Bukovsky. The tale of the Chronicle's further evolution and development is itself worthy of a book the length of this one. In the 1970s, the secret police conducted a virtual war against the Chronicle, organizing coordinated searches of the homes of anyone who was suspected of being connected with the journal. On one memorable occasion, an editor plunged a set of papers into a pot of boiling soup while the KGB searched her apartment. The Chronicle survived the arrests of its editors, however, and managed to reach the West as well. Eventually, Amnesty International would publish regular translations. The Chronicle played a special role in the history of the camp system, too. Very quickly, it became the main source of information about life in the post-Stalinist Soviet camps. It published a regular feature, Inside the Prisons and Camps, and later, Inside the Punishment Cells, as well, which recorded news from the camps and published interviews with prisoners. These startlingly accurate reports of events in the camps, the illnesses of various dissidents, the changes in regime, the organized protests, drove the authorities wild. They found it impossible to understand how the information got out. Years later, one of the editors explained, "Some information is carried when a fellow is released from the camps. There would be contact somewhere along the line after he left. Or you could bribe prison guards so that when you met with relatives, you could pass written information and verbal information. Then the relatives might stop in Moscow and pass on what you said. You could bribe guards, for example, in Mordovia." These, the Mordovian political camps, were all new camps, organized in 1972, and there were all new guards. They would pass notes sometimes when they became sympathetic to our situation. There was a mass hunger strike in the camps in 1974, and when they saw that, the guards were sympathetic. You can also corrupt guards. They don't earn much. They don't have much. They come from provincial areas. You might, for example, get something from Moscow, a cigarette lighter, and bribe a guard. Or he would give you an address. The bribe, the goods or the money, would be sent there in exchange for passing information. There were also methods of concealment. One ex-prisoner described one of them. "In minute letters, I write out my latest poem on 4-centimeter-wide strips of cigarette paper. These strips of cigarette paper are then tightly rolled into a small tube, less than the thickness of your finger, sealed and made moisture-proof by a method of our own devising, and handed on when a suitable opportunity presents itself." However they did it, by concealment, bribery, or flattery, the information that the Chronicle managed to extract from the camps remains significant today. At the time of the writing of this book, post-Stalinist MVD and KGB files remain largely closed to researchers. Thanks to the Chronicle, however, to other Samizdat and human rights publications, and to the many, many memoirs which describe the camps of the 1960s, the 1970s, and the 1980s, it is nevertheless possible to reconstruct a consistent picture of what life in the Soviet camps was like in the years after Stalin. Today's camps for political prisoners are just as horrific as in Stalin's time. A few things are better, a few things are worse. So began Anatoly Marcienko's memoir of his years in prison, a document which, when it first began to circulate in Moscow in the late 1960s, deeply shocked the city's intelligentsia, who believed the Soviet labor camps had closed for good. The working-class son of illiterate parents, Marcienko's first prison conviction was for hooliganism. His second conviction was for treason. He had tried to escape the Soviet Union by crossing the border into Iran. He was condemned to serve his political term in Dubrovnik, Mordovia, one of two notorious strict-regime political camps. Many elements of Marcienko's prison experience would have been familiar to people used to hearing stories of Stalin's camps. Just like his predecessors, Marcienko rode to Mordovia in a Stolypin wagon. Just like his predecessors, he received a loaf of bread, 1.5 ounces of sugar, and a salted herring to last him the trip. Just like his predecessors, he found that his access to water depended upon which soldier was in charge of the train. If he's a good one, he'll bring you 2 or 3 kettles. But if he can't be bothered to fetch and carry for you, then you can sit there until you die of thirst. Upon arriving in camp, Marcienko found the same generalized hunger, if not the starvation, that there would have been in the past. His daily food norm contained 2,400 calories, 25 ounces of bread, 1 pound of usually rotten vegetables, 3 ounces of usually spoiled cod, 2 ounces of meat. By contrast, the dogs guarding the prisoners got a pound of meat. As in the past, not all of Marcienko's ration actually ended up in his food, and there were few extras. During the 6 years in camp and jail, I had bread with butter twice, when I received visits. I also ate 2 cucumbers, one in 1964 and another in 1966. Not once did I eat a tomato or an apple. Work still mattered to some extent, although it was a different type of work. Marcienko worked as a loader and as a carpenter. Leonid Sitko, also in Dubrovnik at this time, built furniture. Prisoners in the Mordovian women's camps worked in factories, often with sewing machines. The prisoners in the other set of political camps, near the city of Perm, in the foothills of the Urals, also worked with wood. Those confined to isolation cells, as many were by the 1980s, sewed gloves or uniforms. Over time, Marcienko also found that conditions slowly deteriorated. By the mid-1960s, there were at least 3 categories of prisoner: privileged, ordinary, and strict regime. Very soon, strict regime prisoners, which included all of the most serious political dissidents, were once again wearing black cotton uniforms instead of their own clothes. Although they could receive unlimited letters, as well as printed materials, if they were of Soviet origin, they could send only 2 letters per month. If they were on strict regime, they could receive no food or cigarettes. Marcienko had served time both as an ordinary criminal and as a political prisoner, and his descriptions of the criminal world have a familiar ring. If anything, criminal culture had grown baser and degraded even further since Stalin's death. In the wake of the Thieves' War of the late 1940s, the professional criminals had split into further factions. Zhenya Fedorov, a former prisoner arrested in 1967 for theft, described several groups, not only bitches and thieves, but also svoyaki, whom he explains were apprentice thieves, and redcaps, thieves who followed their own law, probably the intellectual descendants of the redcaps who emerged in the camps after the war. Other prisoners also grouped themselves into families for self-protection and other tasks. When someone had to be murdered, families would decide who would do it, said Fedorov. The violent culture of homosexual rape and domination, evident earlier in some descriptions of conditions in juvenile prisons, also now played a far greater role in criminal life. Unwritten rules now divided criminal prisoners into 2 groups, those who played the female role and those who played the male role. The former were universally despised, while the latter went about like heroes, boasting of their masculine strength and their conquests, not only to each other but to the guards, wrote Marchenka. According to Fedorov, the authorities played along, keeping the unclean prisoners in separate cells. Anyone could wind up there. If you lost at cards, you could be forced to do it like a woman. In the women's camps, lesbianism was equally widespread, and sometimes no less violent. One political prisoner wrote later of a prisoner who had refused a visit from her husband and small child. So greatly did she fear reprisals from her prisoned lesbian lover. The 1960s were the beginning of the plague of tuberculosis in Russian prisons, a scourge which continues today. Fedorov described the situation like this. If there were 80 people in a barrack, then 15 had tuberculosis. No one tried to cure them. There was just one kind of tablet, for headaches, whatever. The doctors were some kind of SS men. They never talked to you, didn't look at you. You were nobody. To worsen matters, many of the thieves were now addicted to chiefir, an extremely strong form of tea that produced a narcotic high. Others went to greater lengths than ever to get hold of alcohol. Those who worked outside the camp, as some did, developed a special method of smuggling it back in, past the guards. A condom is hermetically attached to a long piece of thin plastic tubing. The Ziyek then swallows it, leaving one end of the tube in his mouth. To avoid swallowing by accident, he wedges it in the gap between two teeth. There are not likely to be any Ziyeks in existence with a full set of 32 teeth. Then, with the help of a syringe, up to 3 liters of spirit are pumped into the condom via the plastic tubing, and the Ziyek goes back to his zone. If the bonding has been badly done, or if the condom happens to burst in the Ziyek's stomach, that means certain and painful death. Despite it, they run the risk. 3 liters of spirit make 7 liters of vodka. When the hero returns to the zone, he is hung head down from a beam under the barrack roof, and the end of the plastic tubing is held over a dish until every drop has been retrieved. Then the empty condom is hauled out. The practice of self-mutilation was equally widespread, except that now it took even more extreme forms. Once, in a prison cell, Marchenka watched 2 thieves swallow first the handles of their spoon, and then, after stamping on them to make them flat, the bowls of the spoons as well. After that, they broke a pane of glass and began swallowing pieces of it, before the warders managed to drag them away. Edward Kuznetsov, condemned for having taken part in an infamous attempt to hijack an aircraft at Leningrad's Smolny airport, described dozens of methods of self-mutilation. I have seen convicts swallow huge numbers of nails and barbed wire. I have seen them swallow mercury thermometers, pewter tureens, after first breaking them up into edible proportions, chess pieces, dominoes, needles, ground glass, spoons, knives, and many other similar objects. I have seen convicts sew up their mouths and eyes with thread or wire, sew rows of buttons to their bodies, or nail their testicles to the bed. I have seen convicts cut open the skin on their arms and legs and peel it off as if it were a stocking, or cut out lumps of flesh from their stomach or their legs, roast them and eat them, or let the blood drip from a slit vein into a tureen, crumble breadcrumbs into it, and then gulp it down like a bowl of soup, or cover themselves with paper and set fire to themselves, or cut off their fingers, or their nose, or ears, or penis. Kuznetsov wrote that the convicts did such things to themselves, not in protest, but for no particular reason at all, or just to get into the hospital where the nurses swing their hips, where you get your hospital ration and you're not forced to work, where you can get drugs, diets, postcards. Many of the mutilators were masochists as well, in a permanent state of depression from one bloodletting to the next. Indisputably, the relationships between the criminals and the political prisoners had changed greatly since Stalin's time, too. Criminals did sometimes torment or beat up politicals. The Ukrainian dissident Valentin Moros was incarcerated in a cell with criminals who kept him awake at night, and finally attacked him, cutting his stomach with a sharpened spoon. But there were also criminals who respected the politicals, if only for their resistance to the authorities, as Vladimir Bukovsky wrote. They used to ask us to tell them what we were in jail for and what we wanted. The only thing they couldn't believe was that we did all this for nothing and not for money. There were even criminals who aspired to join their ranks. Believing that the political prisons were easier, some professional thieves attempted to get political sentences. They would write a denunciation of Khrushchev or the party, sprinkled with obscenities, or make American flags out of rags and wave them out of windows. By the late 1970s, it was very common to see criminals with slogans tattooed on their foreheads. Communists drink the blood of the people. Slave of the Communist Party. Bolsheviks give me bread. The change in the relationship between the new generation of politicals and the authorities was even more profound. In the post-Stalin era, the politicals were prisoners who knew why they were in prison, who expected to be in prison, and who had already decided how they would act in prison, with organized defiance. As early as February 1968, a group of prisoners in Potma, Yuli Daniel among them, went on a hunger strike. They demanded an easing of the prison regime, an end to compulsory labor, the removal of restrictions on correspondence, and, in an echo of the early 1920s, recognition of their special status as political prisoners. The authorities made concessions, and then slowly withdrew them. Nevertheless, the politicals' demand to be kept separate from criminal prisoners would eventually be met, not least because the camp administrators wanted to keep this new generation of politicals, with their constant demands and their penchant for hunger strikes, as far away from ordinary criminals as possible. These strikes were frequent and widespread, so much so that the Chronicle, from 1969 on, contains a record of almost constant protest. In that year, for example, prisoners went on strike to demand the reinstatement of concessions made a year earlier, to protest at being forbidden visits from relatives, to protest after one of their number was placed in a punishment cell, to protest after another was forbidden from receiving a parcel from relatives, to protest against the transfer of still others from camp to prison, and even to mark International Human Rights Day on December 10th. Nor was 1969 an unusual year. Over the next decade, hunger strikes, work strikes, and other protests became a regular feature of life in both Mordovia and Perm. Hunger strikes, which took the form of short one-day protests, as well as agonizing, drawn-out bouts with the authorities, even developed a wearisome pattern, as Marchienko wrote. For the first few days, no one takes a blind bit of notice. Then, after several days, sometimes as many as 10 or 12, they transfer you to a special cell set aside for such people and start to feed you artificially through a pipe. It is useless to resist, for whatever you do, they twist your arms behind your back and handcuff you. This procedure is usually carried out in the camps even more brutally than in remand prison. By the time you've been force-fed once or twice, you are often minus your teeth. By the mid-1970s, some of the worst politicals had been removed from Mordovia and Perm, and placed in special high-security prisons, most notably Vladimir, a central Russian prison of Tsarist origins, where they occupied themselves almost exclusively with their struggle against the authorities. The game was dangerous, and it developed highly complex rules. The aim of the prisoners was to ease their conditions and to score points, which could be reported via the Samizdat networks to the West. The aim of the authorities was to break the prisoners, to get them to inform, to collaborate, and above all to publish public recantations of their views, which could appear in the Soviet press and be repeated abroad. Although their methods bore some resemblance to the torture carried out in the Stalinist interrogation cells of the past, they usually involved psychological pressure rather than physical pain. Natan Sharansky, one of the most active prison protesters of the late 1970s and early 1980s, now an Israeli politician, described the procedure. They will invite you for a talk. You think nothing depends on you? On the contrary, they will explain that everything depends on you. Do you like tea, coffee, meat? Would you like to go with me to a restaurant? Why not? We'll dress you in civilian clothes and we'll go. If we see you're on the road to rehabilitation, that you're prepared to help us. What, you don't want to squeal on your friends? But what does it mean to squeal? This Russian or Jew or Ukrainian, depending on the situation, who's serving time with you, don't you realize what kind of nationalist he is? Don't you know how much he hates you Ukrainians or Russians or Jews? As in the past, the authorities could grant or withdraw privileges and exact punishments, usually a term in a punishment cell. They could regulate a prisoner's living conditions by making minute but critical changes to the prisoner's daily life, shifting him between ordinary and strict regimes, always, of course, in rigid accord with regulations. As Marcienko wrote, the differences between these regimes might seem infinitesimal to someone who hasn't experienced them on his own back, but for a prisoner it is enormous. On normal regime, there's a radio. On strict regime, not. On normal regime, you get an hour's exercise a day. On strict regime, half an hour, with nothing at all on Sundays. By the end of the 1970s, the number of food norms had grown from a handful to 18, from 1A to 9B, each with a specific number of calories, from 2,200 to 900, and its own selection of foods. Prisoners would be assigned one or another according to minor changes in their behavior. The contents of the lowest food norm, 9B, given to prisoners in the punishment cells, consisted of a small piece of bread, a spoonful of kasha, and soup, which theoretically contained 200 grams of potato and 200 grams of cabbage, but often did not. Prisoners could also be thrown in punishment cells, the cooler, a form of punishment which was ideal from the authorities' point of view. It was completely legal and could not technically be described as torture. Its effects on prisoners were slow and cumulative, but since no one was rushing to complete a road across the tundra, that did not worry the prison authorities. These cells were comparable to anything invented by Stalin's NKVD. A 1976 document, published by the Moscow-Helsinki group, described with great precision the punishment cells of Vladimir prison, of which there were about 50. The walls of the cells were covered with cement, fur, bumps, and spikes. The floors were dirty and wet. In one cell, the window had been broken and replaced with newspapers. In others, the windows were blocked with bricks. The only thing to sit on was a cylinder of cement, about 25 centimeters across, ringed with iron. At night, a wooden bunk was brought in, but without sheets or pillows. The prisoner was expected to lie on bare boards and iron. Cells were kept so cold that prisoners found it difficult to sleep, even to lie down. In some cells, the ventilation brought in air from the sewers. Worst of all, for people accustomed to active lives, was the boredom, described by Yuli Daniel. Week after week dissolves in smoke from cigarettes in this curious establishment. Everything's dream or else delirium. In here the light doesn't go off at night. In here the light isn't too strong by day. In here silence, the managing director, has taken me over. You can choke with nothing to do, or beat your head against the wall. Week after week dissolves in blue smoke. Punishment cell terms could last indefinitely. Technically, prisoners could only be confined for 15-day periods, but the authorities got around this by putting prisoners in, letting them out for a day, and then throwing them back in again. Marcienko was once kept in a cell for 48 days. Each time the 15-day limit was reached, his guards let him out for a few minutes, long enough to be read a directive confining him, again, to a punishment cell. In the camp Perm 35, one prisoner was held for nearly 2 months before being taken to a hospital, while another was held for 45 days after refusing to work in any job except his specialty, which was metalworking. Many of those sent to the cells were being punished for crimes even more insubstantial than that. When the authorities truly wanted to break someone, they deliberately doled out harsh punishments for very minor infractions. In 1973 and 1974, in the Perm camps, 2 prisoners were deprived of the right to relatives' visits for sitting on beds in daytime. Another was punished because some jam in a parcel he received was found to have been cooked with alcohol as a flavoring. Other prisoners were punished or reprimanded for walking too slowly or for not wearing socks. Sometimes the prolonged pressure succeeded. Alexei Dobrovolsky, one of the co-defendants in the trial of Alexander Ginsburg, broke very early on, requesting in writing that he be allowed to testify on the radio and tell the whole story of his criminal dissident activity, the better to caution young people against following his own dangerous path. Pyotr Yakir also broke down under investigation and confessed to having invented what he wrote. Others died. Yuri Galanskov, another of Ginsburg's co-defendants, died in 1972. He had developed ulcers in prison. They went untreated and eventually killed him. Marshienko also died in 1986, probably from drugs he was given while on hunger strike. Several more prisoners died. One killed himself during a month-long hunger strike in Perm 35 in 1974. Later, Vasil Stus, a Ukrainian poet and human rights activist, died in Perm in 1985. But prisoners also fought back. In 1977, the political prisoners of Perm 35 described their form of defiance. We often go on hunger strike, in the punishment cells, in transport wagons, on ordinary insignificant days, on the days of the death of our comrades, on days of unusual activities in the zona, on the 8th of March and the 10th of December, on the 1st of August and the 8th of May, on the 5th of September. We go on hunger strike too often. Diplomats, civil servants sign new agreements on human rights, on the freedom of information, on the banning of torture. And we go on hunger strike, since in the USSR these things are not observed. Thanks to their efforts, knowledge of the dissident movement was growing all the time in the West, and protests were growing louder. As a result, the treatment of some prisoners took on a new form. Although I have noted that few archival documents from the 1970s and the 1980s have appeared in public, there are in fact some exceptions. In 1991, Vladimir Bukovsky was invited back to Russia from Britain, where he had been living ever since he had been expelled from the country, in exchange for an imprisoned Chilean communist 15 years earlier. Bukovsky had been designated a court expert in the trial of the Communist Party, which took place after the party had challenged President Yeltsin's attempt to ban it. He arrived at the Constitutional Court building in Moscow, carrying a laptop computer with a hand scanner. Confident that no one in Russia had ever seen either machine before, he sat down and calmly began copying all of the documents that had been brought as evidence. Only as he approached the end of his task did those around him suddenly realize what he was doing. Someone said aloud, "He's going to publish them there!" The room fell silent. At that point, like in a film, Bukovsky said later, he simply closed his computer, walked to the exit, went straight to the airport, and flew out of Russia. Thanks to Bukovsky's efforts, we know, among other things, what happened at the 1967 Politburo meeting which took place just before his own arrest. Bukovsky in particular was struck by how many of those present felt that bringing criminal charges against him would cause a certain reaction inside the country and abroad. It would be a mistake, they concluded, simply to arrest Bukovsky, so they proposed to put him in a psychiatric hospital instead. The era of the Sihuska, the special mental hospital, had begun. The use of psychiatric hospitals for the imprisonment of dissidents had a prehistory. Returning from Western Europe to St. Petersburg in 1836, the Russian philosopher Pyotr Chadiev wrote an essay critical of the regime of Tsar Nicholas I. Contrary to all the laws of the human community, he declared at the height of the Russian imperial regime, Russia moves only in the direction of her own enslavement and the enslavement of all neighboring peoples. In response, Nicholas had Chadiev detained in his home. The Tsar was certain, he declared, that once the Russians learned that their compatriot suffers from derangement and insanity, they would forgive him. In the aftermath of the thaw, the authorities began once again to use psychiatric hospitals to incarcerate dissidents, a policy which had many advantages for the KGB. Above all, it helped discredit the dissidents, both in the West and in the USSR, and deflected attention away from them. If these were not serious political opponents of the regime, but merely crazy people, who could object to their hospitalization? With great enthusiasm, the Soviet psychiatric establishment participated in the farce. To explain the phenomenon of dissidence, they came up with a definition of sluggish schizophrenia, or creeping schizophrenia. This, scientists explained, was a form of schizophrenia which left no mark on the intellect or outward behavior, yet could encompass nearly any form of behavior deemed asocial or abnormal. Most frequently, ideas about a struggle for truth and justice are formed by personalities with a paranoid structure, wrote two Soviet professors, both of the Serbsky Institute. A characteristic feature of overvalued ideas is the patient's conviction of his own rectitude, an obsession with asserting his trampled rights, and the significance of these feelings for the patient's personality. They tend to exploit judicial proceedings as a platform for making speeches and appeals. And, by this definition, just about all of the dissidents qualified as crazy. The writer and scientist Zores Medvedev was diagnosed with sluggish schizophrenia accompanied by paranoid delusions of reforming society. His symptoms included that of a split personality, meaning he worked both as a scientist and as a writer. Natalia Gorbanevskaya, the first editor of the Chronicle, was diagnosed with sluggish schizophrenia with no clear symptoms, but which resulted in abnormal changes in emotions, wills, and thought patterns. The dissident Red Army General Pyotr Grigoryenko was diagnosed with a psychological condition characterized by the presence of reformist ideas, in particular for the reorganization of the state apparatus, and this was linked with ideas of overestimation of his own personality that reached messianic proportions. In one report sent up to the Central Committee, a local KGB commander also complained that he had on his hands a group of citizens with a very particular form of mental illness. They tried to found new parties, organizations, and councils, preparing and distributing plans for new laws and programs. Depending on the circumstances of their arrest, or non-arrest, prisoners deemed mentally ill could be sent to a variety of institutions. Some were assessed by prison doctors, others by clinics. In a category of its own was the Serbsky Institute, whose special diagnostic section, headed in the 1960s and 1970s by Dr. Dano Luntz, was responsible for assessing political offenders. Dr. Luntz personally examined Sinyavsky, Bukovsky, Gorbanevskaya, Grigorenko, and Viktor Nikipielov, among many others, and clearly had high status. Nikipielov reported that he wore a blue uniform with 2 stars, the insignia of a general in the MVD troops. Some Soviet émigré psychiatrists would claim that Luntz, and the others at the Institute, were sincere in their belief that their patients were mentally ill. Most of the political prisoners who met him, however, have characterized him as an opportunist, carrying out the work of his MVD bosses, no better than the criminal doctors who performed inhuman experiments on the prisoners in Nazi concentration camps. If diagnosed as mentally ill, patients were condemned to a term in a hospital, sometimes for a few months, sometimes for many years. The luckier ones were sent on to one of the several hundred ordinary Soviet psychiatric hospitals. These were unhygienic and overcrowded, and often staffed by drunks and sadists. Still, the drunks and sadists were civilians, and the ordinary hospitals were generally less secretive than prisons and camps. Patients were allowed to write letters with greater freedom, and could receive visit from people other than relatives. Those deemed especially dangerous, on the other hand, were sent to the special psychiatric hospitals, of which there were only a handful. These were run directly by the MVD. The doctors in them had, like Lund's, MVD ranks. These hospitals looked and felt like prisons, and were surrounded by watchtowers, barbed wire, guards, and dogs. A photograph of the Oriel Special Psychiatric Hospital taken in the 1970s shows patients exercising in an internal courtyard, indistinguishable from a prison exercise yard. In both the ordinary and the special hospitals, the doctors aimed, again, at recantation. Patients who agreed to renounce their convictions, who admitted that mental illness had caused them to criticize the Soviet system, could be declared healthy and set free. Those who did not recant were considered still ill and could be given treatment. As Soviet psychiatrists did not believe in psychoanalysis, this treatment consisted largely of drugs, electric shocks, and various forms of restraint. Drugs abandoned by the West in the 1930s were administered routinely, forcing patients' body temperatures above 40 degrees centigrade, causing pain and discomfort. Prison doctors also prescribed tranquilizers, which caused a range of side effects, including physical rigidity, slowness, and involuntary tics and movements, not to mention apathy and indifference. Other treatments included straightforward beating, the injection of insulin, which sends non-diabetics into hypoglycemic shock, and a punishment called the roll-up, which Bukovsky described in a 1976 interview. It involved the use of wet canvas, long pieces of it, in which the patient is rolled up from head to foot, so tightly that it was difficult for him to breathe, and as the canvas began to dry out, it would get tighter and tighter and make the patient feel even worse. Another treatment, which Nicky Pielov witnessed at the Serbsky Institute, was the lumbar puncture, the thrusting of a needle into the patient's spine. Those who returned from a lumbar puncture were put on their sides, where they lay immobile, their backs smeared with iodine, for several days. Many people were affected. In 1977, the year Peter Reddaway and Sidney Bloch published their extensive survey of Soviet psychiatric abuse, at least 365 sane people were known to have undergone treatment for politically defined madness, and there were surely hundreds more. Nevertheless, the incarceration of dissidents in hospitals did not, in the end, achieve everything that the Soviet regime had hoped it would. Most of all, it did not deflect the attention of the West. For one, the horrors of psychiatric abuse probably inflamed Western imaginations far more than had more familiar tales of camps and prisons. Anyone who had seen the film One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest could imagine a Soviet psychiatric hospital all too well. More important, though, the issue of psychiatric abuse had a direct appeal to a defined, articulate group that had a professional interest in the subject, Western psychiatrists. From 1971, the year that Bukovsky smuggled out over 150 pages documenting such abuse in the USSR, the issue became a perennial topic for bodies such as the World Psychiatric Association, the Royal College of Psychiatrists in Britain, and other national and international psychiatric associations. The braver groups issued statements, others did not, but were then condemned for their cowardice, generating more bad publicity for the USSR. Eventually, the issue galvanized scientists in the Soviet Union. When Zores Medvedev was condemned to a psychiatric hospital, many of them wrote letters of protest to the Soviet Academy of Scientists. Andrei Sakharov, the nuclear physicist who was, by the late 1960s, emerging as the moral leader of the dissident movement, made a public statement on Medvedev's behalf at an international symposium at the Institute of Genetics. Solzhenitsyn, by now in the West, wrote an open letter to the Soviet authorities protesting Medvedev's incarceration. After all, he wrote, it is time to think clearly. The incarceration of free-thinking, healthy people is spiritual murder. The international attention probably played a part in persuading the authorities to release a number of prisoners, among them Medvedev, who was then expelled from the country. But some in the upper echelons of the Soviet elite felt this had been the wrong response. In 1976, Yuri Andropov, then the chief of the KGB, wrote a secret memo describing fairly accurately, if you ignore the snide tone and the anti-Semitism, the international origins of the anti-Soviet campaign. Recent data testify to the fact that the campaign has the character of a carefully planned anti-Soviet action. At the present time, the initiators of the campaign are trying to draw in international and national psychiatric organizations, as well as specialists of good reputation, to create a committee designed to monitor the activity of psychiatrists in various countries, above all in the USSR. An active role in building up the anti-Soviet mood is being played by the Royal College of Psychiatrists in Great Britain, which is under the influence of Zionist elements. Andropov carefully described the efforts to get the World Psychiatric Association to denounce the USSR, and revealed quite extensive knowledge of which international seminars had condemned Soviet psychiatry. In response to his memo, the Soviet Ministry of Health proposed to launch a massive propaganda campaign in advance of the upcoming Congress of the World Psychiatric Association. They also proposed to prepare scientific documents denying the charges and to identify progressive psychiatrists in the West who would back them up. These progressives would, in turn, be rewarded with invitations to the USSR, where they would be taken on tours of specially designated psychiatric hospitals. They even named a few who might come. Rather than retreating from the political abuse of psychiatry, in other words, Andropov proposed to brazen it out. It was not in his nature to concede that any aspect of Soviet policy might be wrong. Chapter 27. The 1980s. Smashing Statues. The statue's sundered plinth is being smashed. The steel of drills is sending up a howl. The special hardest mixture of cement was calculated to endure millennia. All handmade things in the world we live in can be reduced to scrap by hands of men. But the main point is this. Stone in its essence can be never either good or bad. Alexander Tvardovsky, The Statue's Sundered Plinth. By the time Yuri Andropov took over as the General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party in 1982, his crackdown on the asocial elements in the Soviet Union was in fact well underway. Unlike some of his predecessors, Andropov had always believed that the dissidents, despite their small numbers, should be treated as a serious threat to Soviet power. Having been Soviet ambassador to Budapest in 1956, he had seen how quickly an intellectual movement could turn into a popular revolution. He also believed that all of the Soviet Union's many problems, political, economic, social, could be solved through the application of greater discipline, stricter camps and prisons, heavier surveillance, and more harassment. These were the methods Andropov had advocated while head of the KGB from 1979 on, and these were the methods he continued to pursue during his short reign as the Soviet Union's leader. Thanks to Andropov, the first half of the 1980s are remembered as the most repressive era in post-Stalinist Soviet history. It was as if the pressure within the system had to reach a boiling point just before the system itself broke down altogether. Certainly from the late 1970s, Andropov's KGB had made large numbers of arrests and rearrests. Under his direction, recalcitrant activists often received new sentences right at the end of their old ones, as had happened in Stalin's time. Membership of one of the Helsinki monitoring groups, dissident organizations which tried to monitor the Soviet Union's observation of the Helsinki Treaty, became a surefire route to prison. 23 members of the Moscow group were arrested between 1977 and 1979, and 7 were expelled abroad. Yuri Orlov, leader of the Moscow-Helsinki group, remained in prison throughout the first half of the 1980s. Nor was arrest Andropov's only weapon. Because his aim was to frighten people away from joining dissident movements in the first place, the scope of repression became much wider. Those even suspected of sympathizing with the human rights, religious or nationalist movements stood to lose everything. Suspects and their spouses could be deprived not only of their jobs, but also of their professional status and qualifications. Their children could be denied the right to attend university. Their telephones could be cut off. Their residence permits revoked. Their travel restricted. By the end of the 1970s, Andropov's multi-layered disciplinary measures had succeeded in dividing both the dissident movement and its foreign supporters into small, hardened, and sometimes mutually suspicious interest groups. There were human rights activists, whose fate was closely monitored by groups like Amnesty International. There were Baptist dissidents, whose cause was supported by the International Baptist Church. There were nationalist dissidents, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Latvians, Georgians, who were supported by their compatriots in exile. There were Meskhetians and Crimean Tatars, deported in Stalin's time, who wanted the right to return home. In the West, probably the most prominent group of dissidents were the refuseniks, Soviet Jews who had been refused the right to emigrate to Israel. Raised to prominence by Congress's 1975 Jackson-Vanik Amendment, which had linked U.S.-Soviet trade to the emigration issue, the refuseniks remained a central concern for Washington right up to the end of the Soviet Union. In the autumn of 1986, at his meeting with Gorbachev in Reykjavik, President Reagan personally presented the Soviet leader with a list of 1,200 Soviet Jews who wanted to emigrate. Now kept firmly apart from the criminals, all of these groups were well represented within Soviet camps and prisons, where they organized themselves, like the politicals of eras past, according to their common causes. By this time, it might even be said that the camps served as a sort of networking facility, almost a school of dissent, where political prisoners could meet others with similar ideas. At times, they celebrated one another's national holidays, Lithuanian and Latvian, Georgian and Armenian, and argued lightly over whose country would be the first to free itself from the Soviet Union. Contacts were cross-generational, too. Balts and Ukrainians had the opportunity to meet a previous generation of nationalists, the anti-Soviet partisans who had been given 25-year sentences and never released. Of the latter, Bukovsky wrote that because their lives had come to a halt when they were about 20, the camps had somehow preserved them. On summer Sundays they would crawl out in the sun with their accordions and play tunes that had long since been forgotten in their native regions. Truly, being in the camps was like having entered a land beyond the grave. The older generation often had trouble understanding their younger compatriots. Men and women who had fought with guns in the forest could not understand dissidents fighting with bits of paper. But the old were still able to inspire the young with their example. Such encounters helped to form people who would, later in the decade, organize the nationalist movements that ultimately helped to destroy the Soviet Union itself. Looking back on the experience, David Berdanishvili, a Georgian activist, told me he was glad that he had spent 2 years in a 1980s labor camp, rather than 2 years in the 1980s Soviet Army. If the personal networks had hardened, so too had the links with the outside world. An edition of the Chronicle published in 1979 illustrates this perfectly, as it contains, among other things, a day-by-day account of life in the Perm 36 punishment cells. September 13. Zhukauskas found a white worm in his soup. September 26. He found a black insect 1.5 centimeters long in his bowl. The discovery was immediately reported to Captain Nilipovich. September 27. In punishment cell number 6, the temperature was officially measured as 12 degrees centigrade. September 28. The morning temperature in the cells was 12 degrees. Second blankets and padded trousers were issued. Heaters were placed in the rooms of the duty guards. In the evening, the temperature in the cells was 11 degrees. October 1st, 11.5 degrees. October 2nd, a 500-watt heater was put in cell number 6. Zhukauskas, Glusman Marmus. The temperature, both morning and evening, was 12 degrees. Zhukauskas was asked to sign a document in which his output was stated to be 10 times lower than it was. He refused. October 10. Bolkhanov refused to attend voluntarily a meeting of the Camp Education Commission. On the orders of Niko Marov, he was taken by force. And so on. The authorities seemed powerless to stop this sort of information from flowing, or to prevent it from instantly appearing on Western radio stations broadcasting in the USSR. The 1983 arrest of Berdenishvili was announced on the BBC within 2 hours of its occurrence. Ratushinskaya and her barrack mates in the women's camp in Mordovia sent Reagan a congratulatory message after he won the U.S. elections. Within 2 days he had received it. The KGB, she wrote gleefully, were beside themselves. To most sensible outsiders peering through the looking-glass at the strange world of the Soviet Union, such cleverness seemed somewhat beside the point. For all practical purposes, Andropov appeared to have won the game. A decade's worth of harassment, imprisonment, and forced exile had kept the dissident movement small and weak. Most of the better-known dissidents had been silenced. In the middle of the 1980s, Solzhenitsyn was in exile abroad, and Sakharov was in internal exile in the city of Gorky. KGB policemen sat outside Roy Medvedev's door, monitoring all of his movements. No one in the USSR seemed to notice their struggle. Peter Reddaway, probably the leading Western academic specialist on Soviet dissent at the time, wrote in 1983 that dissident groups have made little or no headway among the mass of ordinary people in the Russian heartland. The goons and the warders, the crooked doctors and the secret police all seemed safe and secure in their chosen professions. But the ground was moving beneath their feet. As it turned out, Andropov's strict refusal to tolerate dissent would not last. When he died in 1984, that policy died with him. When Mikhail Gorbachev was appointed General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party in March 1985, the character of the new Soviet leader at first appeared mysterious to foreigners and countrymen alike. He seemed as slick and as smooth as other Soviet bureaucrats, yet there were hints of something different. During the summer after his appointment, I met a group of Leningrad refuseniks who laughed at the West's naivete. How could we believe that Gorbachev's alleged preference for whiskey over vodka and his wife's admiration for Western clothes meant he was more liberal than his predecessors? They were wrong. He was different. Few knew at the time that Gorbachev came from a family of enemies. One of his grandfathers, a peasant, had been arrested and sent to a labor camp in 1933. His other grandfather had been arrested in 1938 and tortured in prison by an investigator who broke both of his arms. The impact on young Mikhail had been enormous. As he later wrote in his memoirs, "Our neighbors began shunning our house as if it were plague-stricken. Only at night would some close relative venture to drop by. Even the boys from the neighborhood avoided me. All of this was a great shock to me and has remained engraved on my memory ever since. Nevertheless, the refuseniks' suspicions were not wholly ill-founded, for the early months of the Gorbachev era were disappointing. He threw himself into an anti-alcohol campaign, which angered people, destroyed the ancient vineyards of Georgia and Moldavia, and might even have provoked the economic crash that followed some years later. Some believe that the collapse in the sales of vodka destroyed the country's delicate financial balance for good. Only in April 1986, after the explosion at the Chernobyl nuclear complex in Ukraine, was Gorbachev ready to make genuine changes. Convinced that the Soviet Union needed to speak openly about its troubles, he came up with another reform proposal, glasnost, or openness. At first, glasnost, like the anti-alcohol campaign, was essentially an economic policy. Apparently, Gorbachev hoped that open discussion of the Soviet Union's very real economic, ecological, and social crises would lead to quick resolutions, to the restructuring, the perestroika, he had begun talking about in his speeches. Within an amazingly short period of time, however, glasnost began to be about Soviet history. Indeed, when describing what happened to public debate in the Soviet Union in the late 1980s, one is always tempted to use flood metaphors. It was as if a dam had broken, or a dike had burst, or a water main had given way. In January 1987, Gorbachev told an intrigued group of journalists that the blank spots in the Soviet Union's history would have to be filled in. By November, so much had changed that Gorbachev became the second party leader in Soviet history to refer openly to the blank spots in a speech. The lack of proper democratization of Soviet society was precisely what made possible both the cult of personality and the violations of the law. Arbitrariness and repressions of the 1930s, to be blunt, crimes based on the abuse of power. Many thousands of members of the party and non-members were subjected to mass repressions. That, comrades, is the bitter truth. Gorbachev was actually less eloquent than Khrushchev had been, but his impact on the broad Soviet public was probably greater. Khrushchev's speech had, after all, been made to a closed meeting. Gorbachev had spoken on national television. Gorbachev also followed up on his speech with far more enthusiasm than Khrushchev had ever shown. In its wake, new revelations began appearing in the Soviet press every week. Finally, the Soviet public had the chance to read Osip Mandelstam and Joseph Brodsky, Anna Akhmatova's Requiem, Boris Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago, even Vladimir Nabokov's Lolita. After a struggle, Novyi Mir, now under new editorship, began publishing installments of Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago. One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich would soon sell millions of copies, and authors whose works had previously circulated only in Samizdat, if at all, sold hundreds of thousands of copies of their Gulag memoirs too. Some became household names in the process: Evgenia Ginsburg, Liev Razgon, Anatoly Zhigulin, Varlam Shalamov, Dmitry Likachov, and Anna Larina. The rehabilitation process resumed as well. Between 1964 and 1987, only 24 people had been rehabilitated. Now, partly in response to spontaneous press revelations, the process began again. This time, those who had been overlooked in the past were included. Bukharin, along with 19 other Bolshevik leaders convicted at the 1938 purge trials, was first among them. The facts had been falsified, a government spokesman announced solemnly. Now the truth would be told. The new literature was accompanied by new revelations from the Soviet archives. These came both from Soviet historians who had, they claimed, seen the light, as well as from the Memorial Society. Memorial was founded by a group of young historians, some of whom had been collecting oral histories of camp survivors for many years. Among them was Arseny Rogiensky, founder of the journal Pamyat, Memory, which first began to appear in Samizdat and then abroad as early as the 1970s. Already the group around Rogiensky had begun to compile a database of the repressed. Later, Memorial would also lead the battle to identify the corpses buried in mass graves outside Moscow and Leningrad, and to build monuments and memorials to the Stalinist era. After a brief, failed attempt to turn itself into a political movement, Memorial would finally emerge in the 1990s as the most important center for the study of Soviet history, as well as for the defense of human rights in the Russian Federation. Rogiensky remained its leader and one of its star historians. Memorial's historical publications were soon known to Soviet scholars around the world for their accuracy, their fidelity to facts, and their careful, judicious archives. Yet although the change in the quality of public debate had come about with astonishing rapidity, the situation was still not quite as straightforward as it seemed to those on the outside. Even as he was introducing the changes which would soon lead to the collapse of the Soviet Union, even as Gorbamania swept through Germany and the United States, Gorbachev remained, like Khrushchev, a deep believer in the Soviet regime. He never intended to challenge the basic principles of Soviet Marxism or the achievements of Lenin. His intention was always to reform and modernize the Soviet Union, not to destroy it. Perhaps because of his own family experience, he had come to believe that it was important to tell the truth about the past. Yet he did not, at first, appear to see the connection between the past and the present. For that reason, the publication of a slew of articles about Stalinist camps, prisons, and mass murders of the past was not immediately accompanied by mass releases of the still imprisoned dissidents. At the end of 1986, although Gorbachev was preparing to start talking about blank spots, although Memorial had begun openly to agitate for the construction of a monument to repression, although the rest of the world was beginning to talk with excitement about the new leadership of the USSR. Amnesty International knew the names of 600 prisoners of conscience still in Soviet camps, and suspected the existence of many more. One of them was Anatoly Marchenko, who died during a hunger strike in Kristopol prison in December of that year. His wife, Larissa Bogaraz, arrived at the prison to find 3 soldiers standing guard over his body, which had been taken apart in an autopsy. She was not allowed to meet anyone at the prison, no doctors, no other prisoners, no administrators, except for a political officer, Churbanov, who treated her rudely. He refused to tell her how Marchenko had died, and would not give her a death certificate, a burial certificate, a medical case history, or even Marchenko's letters and diaries. With a group of friends and the 3-man prison escort, she took Marchenko to be buried in the town cemetery. It was deserted there, and a strong wind blew, and there was nobody else around apart from us and Tolya's escort. They had everything necessary ready to hand, but they understood that we would not let them approach the grave, and they stood to one side until the end of the operation, as one of them put it. Tolya's friends spoke some words of farewell over the grave. Then we started to fill in the grave with earth, first with our hands, and then with spades. We erected a white pine-wood cross. I hoped that it had been made by the other prisoners. On the cross I wrote in ballpoint pen, Anatoly Marchenko, 23/1/1938 to 8/12/1986. Although the authorities surrounded Marchenko's death with mystery, Bogaraz said later they could not conceal that Anatoly Marchenko died in struggle. His struggle had lasted 25 years, and he had never hoisted the white flag of surrender. But Marchenko's tragic death was not entirely in vain. Possibly spurred on by the wave of bad publicity surrounding his death, Bogoraz's statements were broadcast around the world. Gorbachev finally decided at the end of 1986 to grant a general pardon to all Soviet political prisoners. There were many strange things about the amnesty that shut down the political prisons of the Soviet Union for good. Nothing was stranger, however, than the scarce amount of attention it attracted. This, after all, was the end of the Gulag, the end of the camp system that had once contained millions of people. This was the triumph of the human rights movement, which had been the focus of so much diplomatic attention for the past 2 decades. This was a real moment of historical transformation, yet almost nobody noticed. Moscow-based journalists sometimes dashed off the odd article, but, with 1 or 2 exceptions, very few of those who wrote books about the era of Gorbachev and Yeltsin mentioned the last days of the concentration camps at all. Even the best of the many talented writers and journalists who lived in Moscow at the end of the 1980s were too preoccupied with the other events of that time, the bungled attempts at economic reform, the first free elections, the transformation of foreign policy, the end of the Soviet Empire in Eastern Europe, the end of the Soviet Union itself. Distracted by those same issues, nobody in Russia much noticed either. Dissidents whose names had been famous in the underground returned, and found themselves famous no longer. Most of them were old, and by now out of sync with the times. They had, in the words of a Western journalist who was in Russia at the time, made their careers in private, tapping out petitions on ancient typewriters at their dachas, defying the authorities while sipping absurdly sweet tea, dressed in their bathrobes. They weren't made for battles in Parliament or on TV, and they seemed profoundly confused by how dramatically their country had changed while they were away. Most of those former dissidents who remained in the public eye were no longer solely focused on the fate of the Soviet Union's remaining concentration camps. Andrei Sakharov, released from internal exile in December 1986, elected to the Congress of People's Deputies in 1989, quickly began agitating for the reform of property ownership. 2 years after his release, the Armenian prisoner Levon Tyer-Petrosyan was elected president of his country. A host of Ukrainians and Balts moved straight from camps in Perm and Mordovia into their respective countries' political madhouse, agitating loudly for independence. The KGB noticed that its political prisons were closing, of course, yet even they seemed scarcely able to understand the significance. Reading the few available official documents from the second half of the 1980s, it is striking how little the language of the secret police had changed, even relatively late in the game. In February 1986, Viktor Chebrikov, then the head of the KGB, proudly told the party Congress that the KGB had carried out a major counterintelligence operation. It had been necessary, he said, because the West spreads lies about human rights violations to spread anti-Soviet aspirations among such renegades. Later that same year, Chebrikov sent a report to the Central Committee describing his organization's continued battle against the activities of the imperialist spy agencies and the Soviet enemy elements who are linked to them. He also bragged that the KGB had effectively paralyzed the activities of various groups, among them the Helsinki monitoring committees, and had even, in the period from 1982 to 1986, forced more than 100 people to resign from the conduct of illegal activity and to return to the path of justice. Some of them, he named 9, had even made public declarations on television and in the newspapers, unmasking the Western spies and those who think like them. Nevertheless, a few sentences later, Chebrikov acknowledged that things might have changed. One has to read closely to understand how dramatic the change actually was. The current conditions of the democratization of all aspects of society and the strengthening of the unity of the party and of society make possible a re-examination of the question of amnesty. What he meant, in fact, was that the dissidents were so weak they could not do much harm anymore, and in any case they would be watched, as he had said at a previous Politburo meeting, to be certain that they don't persist in their hostile activity. In a separate statement he added, almost as an afterthought, that by the KGB's calculation, 96 people were being held unnecessarily in special psychiatric hospitals. He suggested that those among them who do not present a danger to society should be released as well. The Central Committee agreed, and in February 1987 it pardoned 200 prisoners convicted either of Article 70 or of Article 190-1. More were released from camps a few months later to mark the millennium of Russian Christianity. Over 2,000, a good deal more than 96, would be released from psychiatric hospitals in the coming 2 years. Yet even then, perhaps out of habit, perhaps because it saw its own power waning along with the prison population, the KGB seemed strangely reluctant to let the politicals go. Because they were formally pardoned, not amnestied, the politicals released in 1986 and 1987 were at first asked to sign a piece of paper disassociating themselves from anti-Soviet activity. Most were allowed to invent their own formulas, evading apology. Thanks to worsening health, I won't engage in further anti-Soviet activity. Or, I was never an anti-Soviet, I was an anti-communist, and there are no laws prohibiting anti-communism. One dissident, Liev Timoveyev, wrote that, I ask to be freed. I do not intend to harm the Soviet state, not that I have ever had such an intention before. Others, however, were asked once again to renounce their beliefs, or ordered to emigrate. One Ukrainian prisoner was released but sent directly into exile, where he was held to a curfew and made to report to a militia station once a week. One Georgian dissident remained for an extra 6 months in his labor camp, simply because he refused to put his pen to any formula the KGB could invent. Another refused to ask formally for his pardon on the grounds that he had committed no crime. Symptomatic of the time was the plight of Bogdan Klimchuk, a technician from Ukraine, arrested for trying to leave the USSR. In 1978, fearing arrest on charges of Ukrainian nationalism, he had walked over the Soviet border into Iran and had asked for political asylum. The Iranians sent him back. In April 1990, he was still being held in the political prison at Perm. A group of American congressmen managed to visit him there and discovered that conditions in Perm were virtually unchanged. The prisoners still complained of extreme cold and were still sent to the punishment cells for crimes such as the refusal to button the top buttons of their uniforms. Nevertheless, creaking and cranking, groaning and complaining, the repressive regime was finally grinding to a halt, as was the entire system. Indeed, by the time the Perm political camps were finally closed for good, in February 1992, the Soviet Union itself had ceased to exist. All of the former Soviet republics had become independent countries. Some of them, Armenia, Ukraine, Lithuania, were led by former prisoners. Some were led by former communists whose beliefs had crumbled in the 1980s when they saw for the first time evidence of the past terror. The KGB and the MVD, if not quite disbanded, had been replaced by other, different organizations. Secret police agents started looking for new jobs in the private sector. Prison warders saw the light and discreetly moved into local government. The new Russian parliament passed, in November 1991, a Declaration of Rights and Freedoms of the Individual, guaranteeing, among other things, freedom to travel, freedom of religion, and the freedom to disagree with the government. Sadly, the new Russia was not destined to become a paradigm of ethnic, religious, and political tolerance, but that is another separate story. The changes took place with bewildering speed, and no one seemed more bewildered by them than the man who had launched the Soviet Union's disintegration. For this, in the end, was Gorbachev's greatest blind spot. Khrushchev knew it, Brezhnev knew it, but Gorbachev, grandson of enemies and author of Glasnost, failed to realize that a full and honest discussion of the Soviet past would ultimately undermine the legitimacy of Soviet rule. "We now visualize our goal more clearly," he said on New Year's Eve, 1989. "It is a humane and democratic socialism, a society of freedom and social justice." He was unable even then to see that socialism, in its Soviet form, was about to disappear altogether. Nor could he see, years later, the link between the press revelations of the Glasnost era and the collapse of Soviet communism. Gorbachev did not realize simply that once the truth had been told about the Stalinist past, the myth of Soviet greatness would be impossible to sustain. There had been too much cruelty, too much bloodshed, and too many lies about both. But if Gorbachev did not understand his own country, plenty of others did. 20 years earlier, Solzhenitsyn's publisher, Alexander Tvardovsky, had felt the power of the hidden past and had known what revived memories could do to the Soviet system. He described his feelings in a poem. "They're wrong to think that memory hasn't an increasing value, or that the weeds of time grow over any real past event or pain. That on and on the planet rolls, measuring off the days and years. No. Duty commands that everything now that hasn't been said be said in full." Epilogue. Memory. "And the killers live on. Liev Razgom, Nepridumenaya, 1989. In the early autumn of 1998, I took a boat across the White Sea from the city of Arkhangelsk to the Solovetsky Islands. It was the last cruise of the summer. After the middle of September, when the Arctic nights start to lengthen, boats stop traveling that route. The sea becomes too rough, the water too icy for an overnight tourist expedition. Perhaps the knowledge that it was the end of the season imparted a touch of added gaiety to the trip. Or perhaps the passengers were simply excited to be out on the open sea. Whatever the reason, the ship's dining room buzzed with good cheer. There were many toasts, many jokes, and hearty applause for the ship's captain. My assigned dining companions, two middle-aged couples from a naval base down the coast, seemed determined to have a good time. At first, my presence only added to their general merriment. It is not every day one meets a real American on a rickety ferry boat in the middle of the White Sea, and the oddity amused them. They wanted to know why I spoke Russian, what I thought of Russia, how it differs from the United States. When I told them what I was doing in Russia, however, they grew less cheerful. An American on a pleasure cruise, visiting the Solovetsky Islands to see the scenery and the beautiful old monastery. That was one thing. An American visiting the Solovetsky Islands to see the remains of the concentration camp, that was something else. One of the men turned hostile. "Why do you foreigners only care about the ugly things in our history?" he wanted to know. "Why write about the Gulag? Why not write about our achievements? We were the first country to put a man into space." By we, he meant we Soviets. The Soviet Union had ceased to exist 7 years earlier, but he still identified himself as a Soviet citizen, not as a Russian. His wife attacked me as well. "The Gulag isn't relevant anymore," she told me. "We have other troubles here. We have unemployment. We have crime. Why don't you write about our real problems instead of things that happened a long time ago?" While this unpleasant conversation continued, the other couple kept silent, and the man never did offer his opinion on the subject of the Soviet past. At one point, however, his wife expressed her support. "I understand why you want to know about the camps," she said softly. "It is interesting to know what happened. I wish I knew more." In my subsequent travels around Russia, I encountered these four attitudes to my project again and again. "It's none of your business," and "it's irrelevant," were both common reactions. Silence, or an absence of opinion, as evinced by a shrug of the shoulders, was probably the most frequent reaction. But there were also people who understood why it was important to know about the past, and who wished it were easier to find out more. In fact, with some effort, one can learn a great deal about the past in contemporary Russia. Not all Russian archives are closed, and not all Russian historians are preoccupied with other things. This book itself is testimony to the abundance of newly available information. The story of the Gulag has also become part of public debate in some of the ex-Soviet republics and ex-Soviet satellites. In a few nations, as a rule, those who remember themselves as victims rather than perpetrators of terror, the memorials and the debates are very prominent indeed. The Lithuanians have converted the former KGB headquarters in Vilnius into a museum of the victims of genocide. The Latvians have turned an old Soviet museum, once dedicated to Latvia's Red Sharpshooters, into a museum of Latvian occupation. In February 2002, I attended the opening of a new Hungarian museum, located in a building which was both the headquarters of the Hungarian fascist movement between 1940 and 1945, and the headquarters of the Hungarian Communist Secret Police between 1945 and 1956. In the first exhibition room, a bank of television screens beamed fascist propaganda from one wall. Another bank of television screens beamed communist propaganda from the other wall. The effect was immediate and emotional, as it was intended to be, and the rest of the museum continued in that vein. Using photographs, sound, video, and very few words, the museum's organizers are unapologetically aiming its exhibits at people who are too young to remember either regime. In Belarus, by contrast, the lack of a monument has become a major political issue. In the summer of 2002, the dictatorial president, Alexander Lukashenko, was still loudly proclaiming his intention to build a highway over the site of a mass murder that took place outside Minsk, the capital city, in 1937. His rhetoric galvanized the opposition and sparked a greater discussion of the past. Dotted around Russia itself, there are also a handful of informal, semi-official, and private monuments erected by a wide variety of people and organizations. The headquarters of Memorial in Moscow contains an archive of oral and written memoirs, as well as a small museum which houses, among other things, an outstanding collection of prisoners' art. The Andrei Sakharov Museum, also in Moscow, has exhibits and displays about the Stalinist era as well. On the outskirts of many cities, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Tomsk, Kiev, Petrozavodsk, local memorial chapters and other organizations have put up monuments to mark mass burial grounds, the sites of the mass murders of 1937 and 1938. There are also larger efforts. The ring of coal mines around Vorkuta, each one a former logpunkt, is dotted with crosses, statues, and other memorials erected by Lithuanian, Polish, and German victims of the Vorkuta camps. The local historical museum in the city of Magadan contains several rooms devoted to Gulag history, including a camp watchtower. On a hill overlooking the city, a well-known Russian sculptor has built a monument to Kolyma's dead, featuring symbols of all of the many faiths they practiced. A room tucked inside the walls of the Solovyetsky Monastery, itself now a museum, displays prisoners' letters, photographs, and scraps from the archives. Outside, an alley of trees has been planted in commemoration of the Solovyetsky dead. In the center of Syktyvkar, the capital of the Komi Republic, local leaders and the local chapter of Memorial have constructed a small chapel. A handful of prisoners' names are listed on the inside, deliberately chosen to illustrate the many nationalities of the Gulag: Lithuanian, Korean, Jewish, Chinese, Georgian, Spanish. Strange, surprising, individual monuments can sometimes be found in out-of-the-way places. An iron cross has been placed on a barren hill outside the city of Ukhta, the old headquarters of Uchtpetschlag, commemorating the site of a mass murder of prisoners. To see it, I had to drive down an almost impassable muddy road, walk behind a building site, and clamber over a railway track. Even then I was too far away to read the actual inscription. Still, the local activists who had erected the cross beamed with pride. A few hours north of Petrozavodsk, another ad hoc memorial has been set up outside the village of Sandormokh. Or perhaps in this case, memorial is the wrong word. Although there is a commemorative plaque, as well as several stone crosses put up by Poles, Germans, and others, Sandormokh, where prisoners from the Solovyetsky Islands were shot in 1937, the priests, Pavel Forensky among them, is memorable for its strangely moving handmade crosses and personal monuments. Because there are no records stating who is buried where, each family has chosen at random to commemorate a particular pile of bones. Relatives of victims have pasted photographs of their relatives, long dead, on wooden stakes, and some have carved epitaphs into the sides. Ribbons, plastic flowers, and other funerary bric-a-brac are strewn throughout the pine forest, which has grown up over the killing field. On the sunny August day that I visited, it was the anniversary of the murder, and a delegation had come from St. Petersburg. An elderly woman stood up to speak of her parents, both buried there, both shot when she was 7 years old. A whole lifetime had passed before she had been able to visit their graves. Another larger project has taken shape outside the city of Perm, on the site of Perm 36, once a Stalinist-era logpunkt, later one of the harshest political camps of the 1970s and 1980s. A group of local historians has constructed a full-scale museum, the only one actually located inside the barracks of a former camp. With their own resources, the historians rebuilt the camp, barracks, walls, barbed wire fences, and all. They even went so far as to set up a small logging business, using the camp's own rusted and discarded machines to pay for their project. Although they did not have much support from the local government, they attracted West European and American funding. Ambitiously, they now hope to restore 25 buildings, using 4 of them to house a larger museum of repression. And yet, in Russia, a country accustomed to grandiose war memorials and vast solemn state funerals, these local efforts and private initiatives seem meager, scattered, and incomplete. The majority of Russians are probably not even aware of them. And no wonder. 10 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia, the country that has inherited the Soviet Union's diplomatic and foreign policies, its embassies, its debts, and its seat at the United Nations, continues to act as if it has not inherited the Soviet Union's history. Russia does not have a national museum dedicated to the history of repression, nor does Russia have a national place of mourning, a monument which officially recognizes the suffering of victims and their families. Throughout the 1980s, competitions were held to design such a monument, but they came to nothing. Memorial succeeded only in dragging a stone from the Solovyetsky Islands, where the Gulag began, and placing it in the center of Dzerzhinsky Square, across from Lubyanka. More notable than the missing monuments, however, is the missing public awareness. Sometimes it seems as if the enormous emotions and passions raised by the wide-ranging discussions of the Gorbachev era simply vanished, along with the Soviet Union itself. The bitter debate about justice for the victims disappeared just as abruptly. Although there was much talk about it at the end of the 1980s, the Russian government never did examine or try the perpetrators of torture or mass murder, even those who were identifiable. In the early 1990s, one of the men who carried out the Katyn massacres of Polish officers was still alive. Before he died, the KGB conducted an interview with him, asking him to explain, from a technical point of view, how the murders were carried out. As a gesture of goodwill, A tape of the interview was handed to the Polish cultural attaché in Moscow. No one suggested at any time that the man be put on trial in Moscow, Warsaw, or anywhere else. It is true, of course, that trials may not always be the best way to come to terms with the past. In the years after the Second World War, West Germany brought 85,000 Nazis to trial, but obtained fewer than 7,000 convictions. The tribunals were notoriously corrupt and easily swayed by personal jealousies and disputes. The Nuremberg trial itself was an example of victor's justice, marred by dubious legality and oddities, not the least of which was the presence of Soviet judges who knew perfectly well that their own side was responsible for mass murder too. But there are other methods, aside from trials, of doing public justice to the crimes of the past. There are truth commissions, for example, of the sort implemented in South Africa, which allow victims to tell their stories in an official public place and make the crimes of the past a part of the public debate. There are official investigations, like the British Parliament's 2002 inquiry into the Northern Irish Bloody Sunday massacre, which had taken place 30 years earlier. There are government inquiries, government commissions, public apologies, yet the Russian government has never considered any of these options. Other than the brief, inconclusive trial of the Communist Party, there have in fact been no public truth-telling sessions in Russia, no parliamentary hearings, no official investigations of any kind into the murders or the massacres or the camps of the USSR. The result? Half a century after the war's end, the Germans still conduct regular public disputes about victims' compensation, about memorials, about new interpretations of Nazi history, even about whether a younger generation of Germans ought to go on shouldering the burden of guilt about the crimes of the Nazis. Half a century after Stalin's death, there were no equivalent arguments taking place in Russia, because the memory of the past was not a living part of public discourse. The rehabilitation process did continue, very quietly, throughout the 1990s. By the end of 2001, about 4.5 million political prisoners had been rehabilitated in Russia, and the National Rehabilitation Commission reckoned it had a further 500,000 cases to examine. Those victims, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions more, who were never sentenced will of course be exempt from the process. But while the Commission itself is serious and well-intentioned, and while it is composed of camp survivors as well as bureaucrats, no one associated with it really feels that the politicians who created it were motivated by a real drive for truth and reconciliation, in the words of the British historian Catherine Meredale. Rather, the goal has been to end discussion of the past, to pacify the victims by throwing them a few extra rubles and free bus tickets, and to avoid any deeper examination of the causes of Stalinism or of its legacy. There are some good, or at least some forgivable, explanations for this public silence. Most Russians really do spend all of their time coping with the complete transformation of their economy and society. The Stalinist era was a long time ago, and a great deal has happened since it ended. Post-communist Russia is not post-war Germany, where the memories of the worst atrocities were still fresh in people's minds. In the early 21st century, the events of the middle of the 20th century seem like ancient history to much of the population. Perhaps more to the point, many Russians also feel that they have had their discussion of the past already, and that it produced very little. When one asks older Russians, at least, why the subject of the Gulag is so rarely mentioned nowadays, they wave away the issue. In 1990, that was all we could talk about. Now we don't need to talk about it anymore. To further complicate things, talk of the Gulag and of Stalinist repression has become confused, in the minds of many, with the democratic reformers who originally promoted the debate about the Soviet past. Because that generation of political leaders is now seen to have failed, their rule is remembered for corruption and chaos, all talk of the Gulag is somehow tainted by association. The question of remembering or commemorating political repression is also confused. As I noted in the introduction to this book, by the presence of so many other victims of so many other Soviet tragedies. To make matters more complicated, writes Catherine Meridale, a great many people suffered repeatedly. They can describe themselves as war veterans, victims of repression, the children of the repressed, and even as survivors of famine with equal facility. There are plenty of memorials to the wartime dead, some Russians seem to feel. Will that not suffice? But there are other reasons, less forgivable, for the profound silence. Many Russians experienced the collapse of the Soviet Union as a profound blow to their personal pride. Perhaps the old system was bad, they now feel, but at least we were powerful. And now that we are not powerful, we do not want to hear that it was bad. It is too painful, like speaking ill of the dead. Some, still, also fear what they might find out about the past if they were to inquire too closely. In 1998, the Russian-American journalist Masha Gessen described what it felt like to discover that one of her grandmothers, a nice old Jewish lady, had been a censor, responsible for altering the reports of foreign correspondents based in Moscow. She also discovered that her other grandmother, another nice old Jewish lady, had once applied for a job with the secret police. Both had made their choices out of desperation, not conviction. Now, she wrote, she knows why her generation had refrained from condemning their grandparents' generation too harshly. We did not expose them, we did not try them, we did not judge them. Merely by asking such questions, each one of us risks betraying someone we love. Alexander Yakovlev, chairman of the Russian Rehabilitation Commission, put this problem somewhat more bluntly. Society is indifferent to the crimes of the past, he told me, because so many people participated in them. The Soviet system dragged millions and millions of its citizens into many forms of collaboration and compromise. Although many willingly participated, otherwise decent people were also forced to do terrible things. They, their children, and their grandchildren do not always want to remember that now. But the most important explanation for the lack of public debate does not involve the fears of the younger generation, or the inferiority complexes and leftover guilt of their parents. The most important issue is rather the power and prestige of those now ruling not only Russia, but also most of the other ex-Soviet states and satellite states. In December 2001, on the 10th anniversary of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, 13 of the 15 former Soviet republics were run by former communists, as were many of the former satellite states, including Poland, the country which supplied so many hundreds of thousands of prisoners for Soviet camps and exile villages. Even in those countries not actually run by the direct ideological descendants of the Communist Party, former communists and their children or fellow travelers also continue to figure largely in the intellectual, media, and business elites. The President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, was a former KGB agent who proudly identified himself as a Chekist. Earlier, when serving as the Russian Prime Minister, Putin had made a point of visiting the KGB headquarters at Lubyanka on the anniversary of the Cheka's founding, where he dedicated a plaque to the memory of Yuri Andropov. The dominance of former communists and the insufficient discussion of the past in the post-communist world is not coincidental. To put it bluntly, former communists have a clear interest in concealing the past. It tarnishes them, undermines them, hurts their claims to be carrying out reforms, even when they personally had nothing to do with past crimes. In Hungary, the ex-Communist Party, renamed the Socialist Party, fought bitterly against opening the museum to the victims of terror. When the ex-Communist Party, renamed the Social Democrats, was elected to power in Poland in 2001, it immediately cut the budget of the Polish Institute of National Memory, set up by its center-right predecessors. Many, many excuses have been given for Russia's failure to build a national monument to its millions of victims. But Alexander Yakovlev again gave me the most succinct explanation. The monument will be built, he said, when we, the older generation, are all dead. This matters. The failure to acknowledge or repent or discuss the history of the communist past weighs like a stone on many of the nations of post-communist Europe. Whispered rumors about the contents of old secret files continues to disrupt contemporary politics, destabilizing at least one Polish and one Hungarian prime minister. Deals done in the past between fraternal communist parties continue to have ramifications in the present. In many places, the secret police apparatus, the cadres, the equipment, the offices, remains virtually unchanged. The occasional discovery of fresh caches of bones can suddenly spark controversy and anger. This past weighs on Russia most heavily of all. Russia inherited the trappings of Soviet power, and also the Soviet Union's great power complex, its military establishment, and its imperial goals. As a result, the political consequences of absent memory in Russia have been much more damaging than they have in other former communist countries. Acting in the name of the Soviet motherland, Stalin deported the Chechen nation to the wastes of Kazakhstan, where half of them died and the rest were meant to disappear, along with their language and culture. 50 years later, in a repeat performance, the Russian Federation obliterated the Chechen capital, Grozny, and murdered tens of thousands of Chechen civilians in the course of 2 wars. If the Russian people and the Russian elite remembered, viscerally, emotionally remembered, what Stalin did to the Chechens, they could not have invaded Chechnya in the 1990s, not once and not twice. To do so was the moral equivalent of post-war Germany invading Western Poland. Very few Russians saw it that way, which is itself evidence of how little they know about their own history. There have also been consequences for the formation of Russian civil society and for the development of the rule of law. To put it bluntly, if scoundrels of the old regime go unpunished, good will in no way have been seen to triumph over evil. This may sound apocalyptic, but it is not politically irrelevant. The police do not need to catch all the criminals all of the time for most people to submit to public order, but they need to catch a significant proportion. Nothing encourages lawlessness more than the sight of villains getting away with it, living off their spoils, and laughing in the public's face. The secret police kept their apartments, their dachas, and their large pensions. Their victims remained poor and marginal. To most Russians, it now seems as if the more you collaborated in the past, the wiser you were. By analogy, the more you cheat and lie in the present, the wiser you are. In a very deep sense, some of the ideology of the Gulag also survives in the attitudes and worldview of the new Russian elite. I once happened to listen in on a classic late-night Russian kitchen table conversation, which took place in the home of some Moscow friends. At a certain point very late in the evening, 2 of the participants, successful entrepreneurs, began to argue. Just how stupid and just how gullible are the Russian people? And just how much more intelligent are we? The old Stalinist division between categories of humanity, between the all-powerful elite and the worthless enemies, lives on in the new Russian elite's arrogant contempt for its fellow citizens. Unless that elite soon comes to recognize the value and the importance of all of Russia's citizens, to honor both their civil and their human rights, Russia is ultimately fated to become today's northern Zaire, a land populated by impoverished peasants and billionaire politicians who keep their assets in Swiss bank vaults and their private jets on runways, engines running. Tragically, Russia's lack of interest in its past has deprived the Russians of heroes as well as victims. The names of those who secretly opposed Stalin, however ineffectively, the students like Susanna Piachora, Viktor Bulgakov, and Anatoly Zhigulin, the leaders of the Gulag rebellions and uprisings, the dissidents, from Sakharov to Bukovsky to Orlov, ought to be as widely known in Russia as are in Germany the names of the participants in the plot to kill Hitler. The incredibly rich body of Russian survivors' literature, tales of people whose humanity triumphed over the horrifying conditions of the Soviet concentration camps, should be better read, better known, more frequently quoted. If school children knew these heroes and their stories better, they would find something to be proud of, even in Russia's Soviet past, aside from imperial and military triumphs. Yet the failure to remember has more mundane, practical consequences, too. It can be argued, for example, that Russia's failure to delve properly into the past also explains its insensitivity to certain kinds of censorship, and to the continued heavy presence of secret police, now renamed the Federalnaya Služba Bezopasnosti, or FSB. Most Russians are not especially bothered by the FSB's ability to open mail, tap telephones, and enter private residences without a court order. Nor are they much interested, for example, in the FSB's long prosecution of Alexander Nikitin, an ecologist who wrote about the damage Russia's northern fleet is doing to the Baltic Sea. Insensitivity to the past also helps explain the absence of judicial and prison reform. In 1998, I paid a visit to the central prison in the city of Arkhangelsk, once one of the capital cities of the Gulag. Arkhangelsk lay directly on the route to Solovetsky, to Kotlas, to Kargopolag, and to other northern camp complexes. The city prison, which dated back to before Stalin's time, seemed hardly to have changed since then. I entered it in the company of Galina Dudina, a woman who qualifies as a genuine post-Soviet rarity, a prisoner's rights advocate. As we walked the halls of the stone building, accompanied by a silent warder, it seemed if we had stepped back into the past. The corridors were narrow and dark, with damp, slimy walls. When the warder opened the door to a men's cell, I caught a glimpse of naked bodies stretched out on bunks, covered in tattoos. Seeing the men were undressed, he quickly closed the door and allowed them to compose themselves. Opening it again, I walked in to see about 20 men standing in a row, not at all pleased to have been interrupted. They offered mumbled, monosyllabic answers to the questions put to them by Galina, and mostly stared hard at the cement floor of their cell. They had, it seemed, been playing cards. The warder led us quickly away. We spent more time in the women's cell. In the corner there stood a toilet. Other than that, the scene could have been drawn straight from the pages of a 1930s memoir. Women's underwear hung from a rope strung across the ceiling. The air was thick and close, very hot, and heavy with the smell of perspiration, bad food, damp, and human waste. The women, also half-dressed, sat on bunks around the room and showered insults on the warder, shrieking their demands and complaints. It was as if I had walked into the cell that Olga Adamova Slosberg had entered in 1938. I repeat again her description. The arched walls were dripping. On either side, leaving only a narrow passage between them, were low continuous bedboards packed with bodies. Assorted rags were drying on lines overhead. The air was thick with the foul smoke of strong, cheap tobacco, and loud with arguments, shouts, and sobs. Next door, in the juvenile cell, there were fewer prisoners but sadder faces. Galina handed a handkerchief to a sobbing 15-year-old girl who had been accused of stealing the ruble equivalent of $10. "There now," she said. "You keep working on your algebra, and you'll be out of here soon." Or so she hoped. Galina met many people who had been imprisoned for months without a trial, and this girl had only been in jail for a week. Afterward, we spoke to the prison boss, who shrugged when asked about the girl in the juvenile cell, about the prisoner who had been on death row for many years yet claimed to be innocent, about the foul air in the prison and the lack of sanitation. It all came down to money, he said. There just was not enough money. The prison warders were badly paid. The electricity bills were mounting, which explained the dark corridors. No money was available for repairs. No money was spent on prosecutors or judges or trials. Prisoners just had to wait their turn, he said, until the money started flowing. I was not convinced. Money is a problem, but it is not the whole story. If Russia's prisons look like a scene from Adamova Slozberg memoirs, if Russia's courts and criminal investigations are a sham, that is partly because the Soviet legacy does not hang like a bad conscience upon the shoulders of those who run Russia's criminal justice system. The past does not haunt Russia's secret police, Russia's judges, Russia's politicians, or Russia's business elite. But then, very few people in contemporary Russia feel the past to be a burden or as an obligation at all. The past is a bad dream to be forgotten, or a whispered rumor to be ignored. Like a great unopened Pandora's box, it lies in wait for the next generation. Our failure in the West to understand the magnitude of what happened in the Soviet Union and Central Europe does not, of course, have the same profound implications for our way of life as it does for theirs. Our tolerance for the odd gulag denier in our universities will not destroy the moral fabric of our society. The Cold War is over, after all, and there is no real intellectual or political force left in the communist parties of the West. Nevertheless, if we do not start trying harder to remember, there will be consequences for us too. For one, our understanding of what is happening now in the former Soviet Union will go on being distorted by our misunderstanding of history. Again, if we really knew what Stalin did to the Chechens, and if we felt that it was a terrible crime against the Chechen nation, it is not only Vladimir Putin who would be unable to do the same things to them now, but we also would be unable to sit back and watch with any equanimity. Nor did the Soviet Union's collapse inspire the same mobilization of Western forces as the end of the Second World War. When Nazi Germany finally fell, the rest of the West created both NATO and the European Community, in part to prevent Germany from ever breaking away from civilized normality again. By contrast, it was not until September 11th, 2001, that the nations of the West seriously began rethinking their post-Cold War security policies, and then there were other motivations stronger than the need to bring Russia back into the civilization of the West. But in the end, the foreign policy consequences are not the most important, for if we forget the Gulag, sooner or later we will find it hard to understand our own history too. Why did we fight the Cold War, after all? Was it because crazed right-wing politicians, in cahoots with the military-industrial complex and the CIA, invented the whole thing and forced 2 generations of Americans and West Europeans to go along with it? Or was there something more important happening? Confusion is already rife. In 2002, an article in the conservative British Spectator magazine opined that the Cold War was one of the most unnecessary conflicts of all time. The American writer Gore Vidal has also described the battles of the Cold War as 40 years of mindless wars which created a debt of $5 trillion. Already we are forgetting what it was that mobilized us, what inspired us, what held the civilization of the West together for so long. We are forgetting what it was that we were fighting against. If we do not try harder to remember the history of the other half of the European continent, the history of the other 20th century totalitarian regime, in the end, it is we in the West who will not understand our past, we who will not know how our world came to be the way it is, and not only our own particular past, For if we go on forgetting half of Europe's history, some of what we know about mankind itself will be distorted. Every one of the 20th century's mass tragedies was unique. The Gulag, the Holocaust, the Armenian massacre, the Nanking massacre, the Cultural Revolution, the Cambodian Revolution, the Bosnian Wars, among many others. Every one of these events had different historical, philosophical, and cultural origins. Every one arose in particular local circumstances which will never be repeated. Only our ability to debase and destroy and dehumanize our fellow men has been, and will be, repeated again and again. Our transformation of our neighbors into enemies, a reduction of our opponents to lice or vermin or poisonous weeds, our reinvention of our victims as lower, lesser, or evil beings, worthy only of incarceration or expulsion or death. The more we are able to understand how different societies have transformed their neighbors and fellow citizens from people into objects, the more we know of the specific circumstances which led to each episode of mass torture and mass murder, the better we will understand the darker side of our own human nature. This book was not written so that it will not happen again, as the cliché would have it. This book was written because it almost certainly will happen again. Totalitarian philosophies have had, and will continue to have, a profound appeal to many millions of people. Destruction of the objective enemy, as Hannah Arendt once put it, remains a fundamental object of many dictatorships. We need to know why, and each story, each memoir, each document in the history of the Gulag is a piece of the puzzle, a part of the explanation. Without them, we will wake up one day and realize that we do not know who we are. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Gulag, A History, by Anne Applebaum. Copyright 2003 by Anne Applebaum. Performed by Laurel Merlington. Directed by Colleen Willits. Engineered by Matt DeCoster. Performance copyright 2012 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.